shit. What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Not gonna lie, we just woke up. Like I literally just like my head just got off the pillow, like literally like fucking like 5 minutes ago. So I apologize. My mom took Tylenols, okay? Fuck man, like so that's the thing, the difficult balance with like the sleep schedule. Like I want to leave it like I want to get up as like as late as possible, but like because like I wanna be as fresh for my show, but I left it way too fucking late to today. Holy shit! Just at the buzzer. Welcome to Williams said super check. Oh yeah, I got that. Hi Teriyaki. Butterfly or blueberry butterfly. Oh my god. Yeah, see, William knows. He was like, you motherfucker. He was like sitting there in the Discord, like not getting a response because my ass was asleep going.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
You know what I mean? Well, like I said, hey, like we got there in the end, like, you know, it wasn't clean, but it was, you know, but it was. You know, it wasn't clean, but it was. It might turn it into a catchphrase, you know? Wasn't clean, but it was, you know? It was. But yeah, I basically I need to get everything kind of loaded up and all this kind of stuff as well. So please bear with me, please. But again, like, how are you guys? Let me know. Nothing crazy happened, you know? Or have you guys been liking the show, the new formats and shit? Because next week, technically, this is going to be the gaming days. You know what I mean? So, you know, you best believe. You better believe. Oh yeah, what am I doing? Chats. First of all, we got the Rob Nor prep. One sec. So it's gonna watch that as we roll in. So let me get that ready. Bro, I haven't even put out the Discord messages, William. That's how far behind I am. I'm like, holy. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start off with a bit of easy. You know what I mean? Because Easy has probably one of the best videos. One of the best videos on the internet. Yep. You heard me right. One of the best videos on the internet. Now, you better be going, Teriyaki, that's, what are you doing? What are you doing to me? Teriyaki? You know? Because it's like, you don't want to kind of, you know, kind of like put a crazy expectation up there. All that kind of stuff. But, trust me, as we'll get into it, I think you may agree. He said buzzer. You know what that means? Buzzer. Don't tell me yet, William. Don't tell me yet. Let me work it out. Buzzer. Buzzer. Bzzzt. Bzzzt. You saying to start the show, William? Are you saying to start the show? Yesterday was a long day. Hey, what can I say? Pull up a chair, Jack. Get comfy. You know what I'm saying? But William, you saying we start the show? You start? Oh shit, we got the raid. Oh, we got well. Firstly, that's we got the raid. Firstly, let me shout out Easy. Thank you very kindly. Apologies for getting up late.
My fucking man. No, I didn't. That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP.
The goats. The goat easy. Thank you very kindly for the raid. And obviously with William, we got the, William's got his own clip, and I think it's fitting.
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it.
John, his name is William Grammer. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, Mangoes. Welcome in, Half-Full. Welcome in, Reexamination. Welcome in, Jack. What's good? What's good? Welcome in, Bobby Ballbags. That's a fun name to say, Bobby Ballbags. Wait, why the fuck did Speak send me to LGB Rack or Teriak? Wait, hang a second. I'm the original Teriak. How can I be the LGB Teriak? It makes no sense. Did someone steal my names? Is that what's going on here? Unbelievable, Jim. Unbelievable. But welcome in, folks. Welcome in. As I was saying, I just it's a eloquent balance. You know what I mean? Because you wanna get up like as late as possible. So it's like you're as fresh as possible, but then you also want to you don't want to get up too late. So you're not kind of flexible. You know what I mean? It is what it is, you know? Hello, William, my old friend. Because we still don't know if you have pink. Oh my god, see this guy Avarice. You see this guy Avarice. Spreading rumors and shit, and now everyone thinks they got pink hair. Unbelievable, Jim. But to be real though, Avarice, if you're listening, the reason why I'm not doing the cameras is because I wanted to make sure that the Wheel of Madness wasn't just some like, because you got a pretty face kind of thing. I want to make sure that the show itself, independent, would actually work, and I think it does, man. Because like even in terms of like, I don't know if it was the last one, but the one before. Wait, was it the last one? Yeah, last Wheel of Madness. Like I was basically like, I think there was a good hour where it was just basically solo. You know what I mean? Me and Jet, well, not solo. It was always Jet, of course. You know what I mean? I was calling you Thay. Gay. Or gay. Gay. You know what I mean? I think that's one. I think because like the GAE, the GHEY is the gay, and then the GAE is the gay. You know what I mean? So like the GHEY is the, you know, like that's almost like the gay way of saying gay. You know, it's like okay. You know what I mean? Whereas the GAE is kind of like, what's the best way to describe it? Kind of like this dude.
And well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
The biggest gayest man. Please, clap for him. Clap for him. He is the biggest gayest man. Pretty face. Ha. King, don't be lying. My shit's beautiful. My shit is beautiful. King, look at this. Look at this. Try to say no to that face. Try to say no to that face. That face can only be matched with that face. You know what I mean? Maybe a little this face. Maybe a little that face. Maybe a little this face. Maybe a little that face. You know what I mean? But yeah, enough memeing aside, as William was saying. Let's start the show, chat.
Let's start the show. 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 Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is gonna be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. But first, I don't know what you heard, chat. But Big opportunity here. All right. He's doing a thing with Rob Noor where it's no prep. Nothing like that needed. Okay? What was it? What day is it, I think? I think it's like January 15th or something. Oh, it's probably in the thing. But let's get into it.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Red actions drop, the room goes live. No prep. Enter one stance breaks. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just a bait. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is nowhere prep debate.
Like, and that's one thing you got to
Everybody,
appreciate.
welcome back to the channel.
Oh my, shut the fuck up. That's one thing you got to appreciate about Easy, like for realsies. You know what I mean? Because like think about like my songs. You know what I mean? Like the Griff song, all this kind of shit. Like the only time like it sounds like Profesh is because it's like it's a parody. Do you know what I mean? I'm like taking the piss out of like someone who's doing Profesh. Do you know what I mean? So like I said, man, sick beat and even a sicker concept. Can't wait for it. Can't wait for it. You know what I'm saying? Williams and Kings saying every second Thursday, 2 times a month, baby. Also, Bobby Ballbag saying Teriyak's feeling froggy. Not only am I feeling froggy, I'm also feeling doggy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, boys? We got it all. We got it all. We got it all. You have to go work, call fellas, see you guys around. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that guy? Also, yeah, fuck, I forgot to explain shit. We have got the daily goal. If we get to $50, 50 anything, like 50 euros, 50 pounds or whatever, we will open the panel as well. Let the chaos unfold, as they say. Teriyak, the 15th is the first show. It's the first show, it's the 15th. Yes, sorry, my bad. Like I said, I just woke up, okay? I haven't even got my coffees. I haven't even got my waters. I'm dehydrated. You know what I mean? But like I said, okay? If I had more time, I probably would have titled this one a bit better than Wildcard, but definitely would have had because this is probably the best. Well, when I say the best, is I think like the best be difficult, but like one of the best. You know what I mean? Bet you got your vape. What prep does the vape need? Like the vape is literally this guy. You know what I'm saying? Like even my own chat, my own mods trolling me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, for reals. Yeah, one sec. Let me get this in because this is one of the greatest videos. One sec. Right. And again, of course, it's from our boy Easy. You know what I mean? Like that's without question. You know what I mean? Like I said, I even have debated wait, what the fuck? What's all this? Yeah. See, right here. This is one of the best videos on the internet. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And we'll be getting into this why. Because if I was saying, Teriyak, why is this one of the greatest videos on the internet? You know what I mean? And that's because ancient Greeks. It always goes back to ancient Greeks. One of the greatest man, apparently, who ever lived was a boy Socrates. Well, the debate kind of like sparks where it's like, oh, was Socrates actually Socrates, or was he Plato Socrates, all this kind of stuff. But either way, the main premise of the Socratic method is to be able to ask the questions. You know what I mean? And I think this video, that like I don't even know how easy he finds this stuff. It's beautiful. You know what I mean? But like, it just, there's so many questions in this, and that's what makes it so much funny. But let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Well, let's just.
Y'all knew where it was going to go. We had to obviously go for the roast. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Mrs. D. Says, I finally caught a live stream. Yeah, the hours are whack. The hours are whack, but it actually works. You know what I mean? It's like, it's if I was to say to someone like, oh, like these like are my working hours, you'd be like, bro, that's crazy. But it's like, it kind of works though. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of slaps. You know what I mean? So it's like funk. You know what I mean? A lot of people say, oh, fuck. I don't like funk. Funk's weird. Funk's, you know, funk's not mainstream. It's like, bro, I'm telling you. But yeah, sorry, we're saying is already teriyaki. So pause them. You're the pause champ. Yeah, like I said, let's get into it.
Let's just watch what's going on here. And then you'll understand why this made it into the goofy audits.
Come to mommy.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
In case you can't tell, let me just help you out.
Help us, Easy. Help us. Help us, please, Easy.
Can you tell yet? Here, let me see if I can get a better product for you.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait.
Can you tell what's going on yet? This is Grace enjoying a afternoon at a drag bar.
I wanna wish you a merry. How many drinks is this bitch in? I'm gonna espresso shot and 3 Bloody Marys.
Oh boy.
What time is it? I mean, that bright sun seeming to be directly above her, you know, it would signal that it's probably, you know, sometime around noon, but hey.
I want my money's worth.
It looks pretty early in the day, I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you. Her name is Shay, but the Lord, don't make me cry. No, we're not in crying territory yet. Stop it.
What?
No.
Is going on? Like, first of all, why would you be crying? And then why are you doing this thing? It's like, no, we're not gonna. What do you mean we're not gonna cry?
No, we're not in crying territory yet. Stop it. No.
And like, this is gonna be the weird thing where it's like, what emotion is going on right now? That's basically, like I said, there's so many questions.
They noticed me crying. It's over.
Grace is like, how old? How old is she now? 23, 24? Hanging alone in a drag bar.
For chat.
Aye.
Yeah, Dad, you could take her dog. You trying to get Lab to meet with me?
Kill the dog. The dog is dead.
Oh my god.
I'm hunting it down and
The
killing
side
it.
edit with Ben.
I'm
Oh
enjoying
my
this,
god.
the Venus
What is going on?
interactions. Crying drinker, you know what I mean? Like, I drink and I cry.
Like, what the? Oh
In
my
this
god.
moment right here, You don't ever want me to review you because I always pause at such worst moments. In this moment,
gonna
right
learn
here, what
today.
you see is a girl trying to be a boy, and a boy trying to be a girl. Do you not
You tell me,
understand
Z.
how fucking whack this is right now? A 24-year-old hanging alone in a drag bar with the fucking drag queens over here. This isn't even a trans. This is a dude that knows he's a dude and willingly dresses like
I'm a dude playing another dude playing a chick.
a chick for fun, for funsies. To come
Yeah.
fucking dance at this fucking weird bar that's doing this in the middle of the day. This is not only goofy but depressing as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I was crying because they were saying my dad chose a good place here, and like I love my dad to bits, and like Venus. Very nice meeting you. You're so nice. I love you. You're correct. Tequila, arriba! Let's go. Cheers.
This is the staff.
What?
This is
Dude,
the staff,
bro.
bro.
What?
He's hanging out with the staff right now. Cheers, staff members.
I just gave her my Latina card.
Like, first of all, what kind of a business? Like, bro, there is more staff in the place than there are customers. There's 3 fucking bartenders, a fucking tranny dancing. Do you know what I mean? And like, there's 2 customers. There's 4 employees, 2 customers. That's the first thing. So the business itself doesn't make any sense, right? And then it's like fucking like 10 o'clock in the morning outside. You know what I mean? But this isn't even the worst part. Because like with this, despite the amount of questions that we already have, it's about to get worse. It just gets worse and worse and worse. But depending on what way you look at it, better and better and better.
Woo! I feel very loving
boy.
towards Venus and this whole part right now.
boy.
I can. I'm good on the ice, baby. I've been doing this since I was 8 years old. That's literally so cool. I met a drag queen who is confirmed in the Catholic faith, who has a favorite saint,
What?
a patron saint,
What?
Saint Martin de Porres.
What's going on?
Because
Oh my
A
god.
confirmed Catholic.
she watched a TV show about Saint Martin de Porres. I'm gonna cry again. Like, that's so cute.
What?
It's literally cute. No laugh? Why? What happened?
This stupid bitch.
Don't worry, easy. I got you.
Stupid.
You know what I mean? Like think about this. It's like we're laughing, going into crying, going into laughing. Like, what the fuck is this, bro? Like, what emotion is that where you're constantly going back and forth? Like, who goes, I'm gonna go to a bar? Like think about it. Like, okay, right. Okay. Hear me out, boys, right? I'm kind of retarded, right? Yeah. My mom took Tylenols, all that kind of shit. But like, imagine if I was like to Williams, like, you know what, William, I think for the next stream, I'm going to go to a bar and get shit-faced and then cry into the camera. Do you know what I mean? It makes no sense.
The psychosis that's flowing through this bitch's brain is insane. What the fuck are we doing? What in the fuck are we doing here? Whoever made this video that decided to put her blowing her fucking nose into it every 2 minutes, you're an idiot.
You're a fucking
I feel
idiot.
Other people's emotional status. This was a great idea. I had a great time.
What the actual fuck?
Like, do you guys understand? This is the middle of the day. This is the middle. Get your screenshots here. Screenshots here. Screenshots.
Step right up, step right up.
Yeah. This is the middle of the day. 20-something years old getting drunk in a drag bar by herself. This is insane, bro.
Sober up, loser. Hey, Lalo.
Oh,
literally
bro, here we go.
Go
Here we
fuck
go.
yourself. Go fuck yourself so fucking hard. Go fucking shove a 8-inch black fucking dildo up your fucking tight fucking rectum.
Is this like the 5 stages of dwarf? 5 stages of dwarf. Holy shit. Is this the 5 stages of divorce? You know what I mean? Where it's like just like going through the 2 things. It's like she's like laughing and then she's crying and now she's getting angry.
Go fuck off. I don't want to see you. Go away. I'm being a real human being experiencing real emotions. Fuck off. Go fuck off with Lab and see if you can get your tiny gross little dick in her. Okay? I don't want to fucking see you, nigga. I will fucking punch you on sight. On sight, you hear me?
Why is it always like the most weakest white chicks that always drop the N-bomb?
Yo, she's insane, bro. This is all. I don't know if you guys know who Lalo is, but Lalo is like the one that used to simp for her all the time. But Lalo's been doing his
Easy
own
got the
thing, and he's
receipts.
probably like doing better than she is now. So like, you know, she's upset. And Lalo recently chose Lav over her, so she's a little upset.
Fuck off. You fucking touched me while I was unconscious. I don't want to fucking
what?
see you. I want to see your fat ass. I don't want to.
Whoa, that's a crazy accusation. You touched me while I was unconscious? She just said Lalo touched her while she was unconscious. That's what she just said. What?
Fuck off. You fucking touched me while I was unconscious. I don't want to fucking see you. I want to see your fat ass. I don't want to see your fucking autistic eye signals. I don't want to see any of it. Go fuck off. Fuck off with Lab. I hope everybody watches it. I have no problem. I'm hanging out with Venus, and I don't want to see your fucking autistic ass. I don't want to see you anywhere near me. I don't want your fingers anywhere near me. I don't want your gropey little fucking.
By the way, just so everyone at home knows, Venus is the trans dude. Or the dude in the dress is called Venus because Venus has a penis.
Brown hands anywhere near me. Fuck off forever.
Oh, shit.
I love how there's not one person around that's even like looking at her right now. Everyone else is just like, what? Probably thinking, well, that crazy fucking person in the corner over there. What the fuck are they doing?
Easy.
Venus? I'm hanging out with Venus?
Yeah, Venus has a penis, but easy. There's only like fucking like 2 people in the place. There's more people working at the bar than in the actual business. You know what I mean? This is such a weird concept because everyone in the video is like suspect.
All right. You know what? Go,
Here- oh,
go
here we go.
fucking do. I
Round
stay
2.
with Lab. She's gonna be a bitch to me in real life. I
Let's
know.
get
She's
ready
a
to
fucking
rumble.
nasty person, just like my dad. I love my dad. She's a fucking nasty person. Go fucking hang out with
And now
her.
we're back
man.
into
I
the
hope you
crime.
Get all my viewers. I don't want to meet up with her. She's gonna be mean in real life.
Like a
I don't
circle.
want to see her. I don't want to see her. She's gonna be mean to me. I know it. I know it. I don't want to see her. She's gonna be mean. I don't want to get treated badly again. I don't want to. I don't want to. Lalo groped me. Love's gonna be mean to me. Just go hang out with each other. You're perfect.
Shut the fuck up with this fucking phony fucking. You're gonna be mean to me. Shut up. Nobody fucking believes this shit, right? They're stupid, bitch.
They're stupid.
Hi. Sorry. I told you I'm emotional drunk. Yeah.
What's wrong?
My parents are going through divorce.
Oh, here we go. My parents are
Here
going
we
through a
go.
divorce. They've been going through a divorce since you've been on the internet, you dummy. You're just thinking about it now? And then the trans fucking dude comes in. It's okay, honey. Why do you think I dress like this?
Stop.
But like I said, just think about this. Think about this fucking video, okay? Right? The dude in the dress here, this is a middle-aged dude who goes to a bar. Like again, even the bar owner can't even get away from like the suspectness of this video, right? The bar owner owns a bar that has like 2 customers in it all day, right? And one of it is Grace. So like already, like the business owner, he's he's in a similar place to Grace right now. You know what I'm saying? The bar staff are like, bro, I literally have a job where I do nothing. And my job is to do nothing. This is bullshit. So even the bartenders are in a bad place. The dude in a fucking dress. Like, imagine, it's like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a middle-aged man, and I go to a bar that has no customers in it all day. I dress like a woman, and I dance. You know what I mean? Like,
yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
do you know what I mean? And then, like, the creme, the piece de resistance is that, like, all of those people that I've just mentioned, the bar owner, the staff, the trans, like, Grace is still like like Grace is the one where it's like you're just like, what the fuck? Like Grace is like the worst out of all of that I've just described. Do you know what I mean? Exactly, Jack. What a mess. But like, think about that for a reason. The dude, the middle-aged dude who dresses like a woman and dances in a bar during the day is feeling sorry for Grace. It makes no sense.
No big deal. I do this all the time. I would sing a song. Yeah, I would sing a song. Like, Christmas is so sad, you know? I grew up.
Christmas is so sad, you know? I went on the internet and told everybody I fucked my dad, and I...
But like, Easy does get the best pauses. Like, look at that face. We could turn that face into a meme, chat. Shall we do it?
Told everybody that I gave him a fake blowjob, and now my life's ruined, and it's all my fault, but Christmas is so sad.
With a big family, 5 siblings. I'm sorry. I just feel it so hard when it's snowing and stuff.
And then this happens.
So nice for Grace. She is visiting us all the way from
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
I'm happy for you. I wish nothing.
Bro, what is going on? What is this world?
Would she go down on you in a theater to remind you of the mess you left when you went away? And were you thinking of me when you fucked her?
Hear me good, nigga. I'm here to double down. That shit is a 2-pack of ass. The fuck are you talking about? That shit stink.
That shit stinks. What the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck off a microphone forever and always.
Again, shout out to my boy Easy. One sec. Get the link. Let me get the link. Bada bing, bada boom, folks. But yeah, Jack, that's what I'm saying. It is one of the best videos on the internet. Because at all stages, are you just like, what is going on right now? Do you know what I mean? The bar, suspect. The employees, suspect. The trans, suspect. Grace, the most suspect. Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine like the middle-aged dude who dresses up like a woman each day is in a better place mentally than Grace. Do you know what I mean? Golly. Well, folks, more of our boy Easy. Let's get into it. But like I said, oh wait, this is on 3-minute one. One sec.
What I did is I clicked into it to see if there was like what the transcripts was and what it says, it's just stupid funny. Just watch. I don't know why. I thought it was funny. The little bit I did see.
Only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation. Yeah, because of inflammation. Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation. Yeah. And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans. Because
of inflammation. The one said, yeah, two OnlyFans.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation. Yeah. And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans. Yeah. Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid bitch.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, they stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You sir, stupid.
She starts crying. They look like they're gonna say something. This stupid bitch.
No one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You sir,
It really is beautiful comic time and the whole like, you know, like sad strings, you know. I just didn't realize that my actions had consequence. This stupid bitch.
This stupid. 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 The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid.
The grandma's the best part.
Stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid bitch.
Stupid bitch.
The fucking the white knight comes in. This stupid bitch.
I think the grandma is the best part though, for reals. Where is it? Bro.
This stupid.
This stupid bitch. Oh shit, just back. Like I said, it takes some time to make the coffees, but like I said, 1 sec. Let me go through Donald's. My shout out to Skippy Africanus. The $5 says it's the oldest profession in the book, aka the Institute. Why the sisterhood rallies for some reason, rallies behind to protect it. But let me play a clip for that one, Africanus. Appreciate you, Kanye. And we got Independent Thinker coming and saying, here, fucker, take my pennies. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, bro, like the $2, the $1, like I do greatly appreciate those as well. Because like all those stuff like add up. You know what I mean? So it's like we're up to 12 out of 50 already, folks. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I want to shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Shit.
Shut up, bitch!
Get into the fucking thing. So, like I said, we're going to run a bit behind, but we're going to speed up to 1.25. But this is the legendary Andrew Wilson versus Pikachu. Let's catch them all.
The reason Islam makes worse societies is because They have a doctrine for cousin marriage. Now, notice Daniel didn't probably believe, right?
One sec, let me just-
There we go. I'm loving this
Here
energy.
we go.
Loving this energy. Now you have to listen to me for a second here.
Daniel, the floor is all yours for your 15-minute opener.
Let's go.
Thanks for being with us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
One second. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Just a quick,
Oh
quick
my
note.
God.
I want this to be a civil debate because right now there's a massive Zionist campaign to generate as much hostility between Muslims and Christians as possible. If I can say something nice about Andrew, I respect him for not being a shill for Israel. I think we can be civil, but also very critical of each other's religions without it turning vicious. The only ones who benefit from a Muslim-Christian civil war right now is Israel, which is stoking hate so that they can continue their genocide of both Muslim and Christian Palestinians while they bleed America dry. Let's keep that larger context in mind. So the first slide, which is best for society, Islam or Christianity? Next slide. The answer depends on which standard we use to judge, traditional or secular liberal values. Traditional values include belief in God, prayer, marriage and gender roles, opposition to degeneracy, and commitment to nation and shared culture. Secular liberal values include individual freedom, gender equality, sexual autonomy, scientific progress, and economic advancement. If we judge by traditional values, Islam beats Christianity hands down. If we judge by secular liberal values, Christianity comes out on top. The reason for this is that Christianity, since the Enlightenment, has been reformed and adopted liberal values while eroding traditional ones. This is because Christianity is more open to evolving in a way that Islam isn't. My opponent, Andrew Wilson, claims to be a traditional Christian, but we'll see if he'll debate like a traditional Christian or like a blue-haired libtard. If he debates as a traditional Christian, he should defend Christianity. He should defend Christianity as understood before modern liberal reforms. For example, even though he's Orthodox, I doubt he'll defend Byzantine Orthodox norms, such as theocratic monarchy, the monarch's authority to define church doctrine, slavery, book bans and speech restrictions, death penalties for blasphemy, apostasy, and pagan worship, restrictions and bans on loaning money with interest, minimum marriage age of 12, bans on divorce, mandatory veiling of women with unveiled women labeled as prostitutes, lashes for fornicators, punishing married adulterers by cutting off noses or sewing them into sacks and burning them alive, execution for homosexual acts, limits on Jews through bans on Jewish proselytizing and building new synagogues. If we look at a timeline of Christianity, for 1700 years, Christianity upheld its pre-modern norms of slavery, female subordination, monarchy, punishments for blasphemy, executions for adultery. After the Enlightenment, Christians began reforming their religion to match secular values, and that liberalizing process continues today with the acceptance of homosexuality, LGBT rights, and modern feminism. Even though he's a conservative, Andrew already accepts huge chunks of this liberal reform. He's fine with abolishing slavery, rejecting monarchy, ending blasphemy, and adultery punishments. His conservatism simply draws an arbitrary line at a later stage, roughly 1950s America. But libtard progressives follow that same reform trajectory, just a few stages or steps further. Andrew isn't defending traditional Christianity, he's defending his preferred arbitrary stopping point on a progressive path he already agrees with. In other words, the difference between him and the libtards is quantitative, not qualitative. Just a dispute over where to halt the same ongoing cucking to secular liberalism. So Andrew's conservatism is not principled, it's arbitrary. Given this, I predict Andrew will debate like a blue-haired libtard today and use a pro-liberal strategy against Islam. Because again, Christianity can't beat Islam on traditional values for the simple reason that Islam isn't amenable to reform the way Christianity is. So he'll likely attack Islam exactly like a blue-haired alphabet person would by calling Islam backwards on marriage, gender roles, and scientific and economic progress. But if Andrew attacks Islam using secular liberal values, he faces a dilemma. Because tomorrow he's debating an atheist on whether Christianity or secular liberalism is better for society. So any pro-liberal standard that Andrew uses to judge Islam today, tomorrow that same liberal standard can be used by his atheist opponent to judge Christianity. For example, if he says Christianity is better than Islam because it gives women more rights and promotes more scientific progress and health, the atheist can argue that secular liberalism does even more of those things. Andrew knows this, so against the atheist tomorrow, he'll likely revert back to a traditional Christian stance, highlighting issues like LGBT, incest, and low birth rates. I'm not singling out Andrew. All Christian debaters code switch. They know Christianity isn't as based as Islam on traditional values, nor as progressive as secularism on liberal values. Christianity is stuck in the middle between traditionalism and secularism. So to win against either Islam or secularism, Christians have no choice but to code switch depending on who they're debating. Putting aside this conceptual problem with Christian apologetics, how do we know that Islam is better for society than Christianity? Again, it depends on what values we adopt. Muslim and Christians generally subscribe to traditional values. In fact, all humans, due to biology, inherently value things like belief in a creator, marriage, family, and community. So let's see whether Islam or Christianity is better at promoting these things in society using the abundance of empirical data available. Let's start with a bird's eye view using the World Value Survey, a global project measuring beliefs, values, and cultural changes in over 100 countries. Their World Cultural Map from 2023 groups countries by religion. Protestant European countries are yellow, Orthodox is red, European Catholics are green, Latin America in light blue, and Islamic countries in gray. On the x-axis, countries that value individual self-expression and autonomy are further right on the graph. On the y-axis, countries that are more secular are higher up. The ones that have more traditional values are lower. So you can see in the bottom left, there are the Islamic countries that are more traditional, whereas the Christian countries are more secular and value individual autonomy. How about belief in God? Muslim countries show higher religiosity and belief in God than Christian ones. For example, Pew Research asked people in different countries if they believe in God. For nearly all the Muslim countries, the number was 100%, to such an extent that Pew concluded that nearly all Muslims surveyed believe in God. Another Pew dataset shows Muslim countries, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, at the top of global belief rankings, while Christian countries are split with Kenya, Ghana, and the Philippines high, but the US, Spain, and France low. What about religiosity? On this map, all Muslim countries are dark purple, showing the largest share of religious followers. Christian countries, except Latin America, are much lower, like the US, Europe, and Russia. Pew studied how important religion is to people's lives. And for Muslim countries, they're dark yellow, indicating 80 to 100% of people saying religion is very important to them, while most Christian countries are much lower in gray and blue. The 2024 Integrated Values Survey confirms this. In majority Muslim countries like Indonesia and Egypt, over 97% say religion is very important, whereas in Christian countries like Mexico, the US, Russia, and Germany, religion matters far less. Another key metric is religious switching. Pew shows Christianity in red has the largest net loss of followers, while Islam in green has the highest net gain from conversions. I think you're pretty behind on the slides. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Now let's look at family and gender roles. Muslim societies have higher rates of marriage than Christian societies. Notice how the percentage of married individuals of both Muslim women and men, indicated by the red and blue arrows, is higher than Christians, since Christians are more likely to delay or forego marriage. We can also look at divorce laws. Christian countries mostly allow no-fault divorce, while Muslim countries often have fault-based divorce or other limitations on women. When it comes to fertility, Pew Research shows that Muslims are at 2.9 globally, whereas Christians are at 2.6. And even when you break it down by region, Muslims in Europe, the Asia Pacific, and Sub-Saharan Africa have more children than their Christian counterparts. Muslims also have the largest families by household size, at 6.4 members per household compared to 4.5 for Christians. Due to both higher birth rate and higher net conversions, Islam is the fastest growing religion projected to meet and exceed the Christian population in 25 to 50 years. How about sexual behaviors? Research in American Sociological Review show Muslims, due to religious conviction, are less likely to have premarital or extramarital sex than Christians. Some Christians might claim this is only due to self-reporting bias because Muslims are less likely to admit to engaging in these behaviors, but we can account for this by benchmarking against other variables like medical abortions and death rate from HIV/AIDS, which directly correlate with extramarital sex. Data shows abortion rates are highest in Christian regions, and death from AIDS are highest in Christian countries in Africa, Russia, and Latin America, but lowest in North Africa, the Middle East, and other Muslim regions. Regarding acceptance of homosexuality, Pew shows Christian countries are far more accepting, even after controlling for economic factors. Regarding attitudes towards gender equality, World Value Survey asked whether men make better leaders than women, do men have more of a right to a job than women, etc. They took the answers to these questions to create a grading system which shows that Muslims are far below Christians. Now, if we were a bunch of liberal simps, we would count this in favor of the Christians. But since we're all red-pilled, we recognize that the Muslim countries are based and the Christians are simping. Same when it comes to other gender equality metrics. Christian countries, whether in the West or Latin America, Russia, value gender equality more than Muslims. That's a bad thing for many reasons. Looking at other societal health metrics, research shows Christian countries have much higher rates of alcohol and drug abuse. Controlling for economic differences, Muslim countries have lower homicide rates than Christian countries. Stephen Fish's book, Are Muslims Distinctive?, shows per capita murder rates are significantly lower in Muslim countries. Female homicide rates are also lower. Rates of rape and sexual violence are likewise lower in Muslim countries and highest in Christian countries. Multiple studies show that the suicide rate for Muslims is much lower than Christians. These stats show how Islam outperforms Christianity in upholding religion, marriage, family, and community, making Islam better for society. We can examine why Islam consistently excels in these areas. First, Muslims are much more attached to religion than Christians because Islam is more compelling and intuitive than Christianity. For example, monotheism is easier to grasp than the Trinity. Islam is also more historically preserved. Carbon dating confirms that the Quran Muslims read today traces to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. By contrast, the Bible has evolved through layers of editing and reflects the theology of Paul far more than the teachings of Jesus. Islam also better preserves traditional life and family through a clear, comprehensive system of Sharia. Christianity, by contrast, offers only broad, highly malleable principles that different Christian groups interpret in conflicting and often contradictory ways. A Christian rebuttal could be that even if Islam excels at traditional values, it falls short on secular ones like individual freedom, self-expression, and scientific or economic progress. Christianity, they could argue, wins overall because it blends the best of both worlds, preserving core morals while still enabling the modern achievements of the Christian West: more freedom, science, technology, and higher GDP. This argument has fundamental problems, however. First, is Western prosperity due to Christianity or secularism? For example, how much of Western greatness comes from pre-Christian traditions like Greece and Rome? Furthermore, if Christianity drives prosperity, why haven't the oldest Christian nations like Ethiopia and Armenia matched the West's success? Likewise, recently Christianized societies like El Salvador and the Philippines have no comparable prosperity. Finally, why do more devoutly Christian societies have higher poverty and violent crime than more secularized Christian ones? Therefore, it's far from clear that Christianity is the secret sauce to scientific and economic progress. But there's a deeper problem. Mixing traditional and secular values never works. It's like mixing paint and paint thinner. Whenever societies try to combine traditional and secular values, traditional values get abandoned. This is actually what has happened in the West, which was deeply Christian 200 years ago, but now has become the center of atheism and secular decay. This didn't happen overnight. This happened because Christians 150 years ago tried to mix traditional Christianity with the secular idea of progress. This happens because traditional values are based on duties. Preserving religion requires imposing duties on people to worship. Preserving family requires imposing duties limiting sexual freedom and providing care for children and the elderly. Preserving a nation requires duties to uphold shared norms, honor national symbols, or limit immigration. So preserving traditional values necessitates all these duties. The problem is duties are hard work requiring personal sacrifice. Because of this, duties necessarily restrict individual liberties while also generating inequality and discrimination. This is a problem for secular liberalism, which strives to free people burdened by duties. So the secular liberal system gradually eliminates duties to maximize individual freedom. This is done through two means: moral progress and scientific progress. Moral progress means, for example, liberating women by telling them they don't have a moral duty to serve their husbands. Scientific progress means inventing AI companies for the elderly so that little Bobby doesn't have to spend time talking to grandpa. Usually we think of progress as a good thing, but clearly progress can seriously damage society, because if you get rid of duties, this will weaken institutions of religion, family, and nation. The decay has been ongoing in the West since the 18th century, when liberal ideology kickstarted moral and scientific progress. Consequently, yes, the West has the highest GDP, but religion, family, and nation are weak, and people live as atomized individuals pursuing endless pleasure through tech-driven consumption.
Holy.
If you watch tech elites shaping Western society, you'll notice their transhumanist vision, Neuralink AI, etc. This is the logical endpoint of unchecked moral and scientific progress. The question is, which religion can stop this? Christianity has already adopted liberal
oh my
secularism.
God, this dude.
Sorry. And reformed itself by those standards. Even the most conservative Christians, like Andrew, won't take the radical steps needed to turn back the clock 200 years and stop the inevitable transhumanist future. The most radical thing Andrew calls for is banning OnlyFans, maybe putting Christians in charge of America's government so that they can ban abortion, trans kids, and introduce public prayer. This won't stop, this won't slow down, let alone stop the freight train speeding humanity toward destruction. Islam, by contrast, offers the Sharia comprehensive moral and legal, a comprehensive moral and legal framework that governs every dimension of life: individual conduct, family structure, community obligations, and social order. It does not merely tweak the secular liberal system, it represents a fundamentally different paradigm. And because Islam preserves a duty-based morality rather than dissolving it, it retains the internal resources to resist the liberal atomization and technological dehumanization.
Hurry the
Thank you very much for that opening from Daniel.
Jesus. Anyway, like I said, I want to address, I fucked up with the first dono goal. We actually technically did hit it, so that's a mea culpa on my end. So L's in chat for Teriak. Also, first of all, shout out to African. Well, shout out to J Kim with the $3 super sticker. And we got Skippy Africanus with the $5 says, "Is ass hats elephant in the room? You evicted for baby Flanders?" Like I said, unbelievable, unbelievable. Thank you very kindly, sir. And like I said, let me play a little quick meme clip for that one. Appreciate you, Connie. And because we reached the goal, and because we're about to because like I said, I told you I was going to like time it perfectly. Because we got Andrew Wilson coming up, let's get a little intro video.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their And that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop, you know what I'm saying? So like I said, to get into it, but just give my perspective, and that's why like I basically I'm just gonna let the intros roll and all that kind of stuff just to clarify. So like we're kind of saying that it's like dude literally filled out as much capacity as possibly could for his fucking intro, went on, but on the surface it seems like the typical kind of like Islam thing, but there's some traps and some tricks in this, because like essentially what Pikachu wants to do is he wants to put Andrew in an awkward position. He basically negates the Quran quote attacks by saying, well, this is what the Bible supposedly is against, and you're not against the Bible. So he's doing this on purpose to prevent the future move of Andrew trying to quote the Quran to them. This is a move that the Mohammedans like to make. And then basically the reason why he's trying to put him in an awkward position here is because he's basically going to try to force Andrew in a corner where like he's going to try to get Andrew to start defending liberalism instead of Christianity. And if he can get Andrew defending liberalism for the entire debate rather than Christianity, then Habibi, his dastardly plan comes to fruition. But that's why I played the clip. We know Andrew's an absolute beast. You know what I'm saying? So in terms of the anti-Zionism, right? Like the whole thing of like him kind of saying with the Jays and all this kind of shit. It's like that's basically like the like why they do it. It's like, oh yeah, like you have this enemy, the Jays. I mean, and we're your friends, and it's like that's what they do. They pretend to be your friend and say, oh, it's actually really the Jays that's the problem, all that shit. And they start saying, oh no, it's the Jays that like caused Muslims do all this kind of like nonsense thing. His kind of main critique is that like this is what Christianity is in the Bible, and this is not allowed to change. But then it is also his critique of Christianity is Christianity morphs and changes. You know what I mean? So it's like in terms of the offering of Christianity, you have both the liberal and the conservative can both be a Christian, because if you want to be conservative, then Orthodox Christianity, baby. If you want to be a liberal, you can do one of these weird Protestant churches. You know what I mean? So, and to be fair as well, the just to say the Andrew meme was funny. Not gonna lie, but bro, completely ruined the joke because there's so many fucking slides and so much gish galloping going on. Anyway, so like the whole thing here is that like key thing is that the Bible quotes aren't church authority. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, the reason why it does this is to pre-counter any Quran quotes that don't seem too good and all this kind of shit. And then he's like making claims that like Andrew's against monarchy, and then he's also not against monarchy. It's like this basically false equivocation fallacy where he's saying that Andrew's actually really liberal, he's not actually a Christian. And then, but he's also saying that like if Christianity, like the actual Christianity that Andrew apparently is too liberal for, like that's actually base Christianity. But what he's actually putting forward is just like the same thing, whatever Christianity shares with Islam and Islam backs. That's basically what he's going to paint Christianity as, and then he's going to paint Andrew as liberalism, try and force Andrew into defending liberalism. So it's basically like that's the thing that they're trying to set up here, right? It's basically a false dichotomy. And then, like I said, after the main thing when you just start doing all the data, basically it's just like gish galloping, just doing a mass data dump. And then, like I said, like for example, like one key thing to this is like just because it's more marriages doesn't mean it's the more good, because it could be like more Muslim marriages is bad for Christians. They want more Christian marriages. So that's basically the rundown in terms of the intro. Like I said, William, I'm doing my best not to talk or to shut the fuck up, okay? But let's get into Andrew.
I've got the timer set for you, Andrew, on your first word.
Good job, man. The fun thing about debate is you get to actually get in the mind of your opponent. What? What happened? Oh. The fun thing about debate is you get to actually get in the mind of your opponent. You get to study and dissect the things that they say and believe. After watching Daniel for hours, a few things became obvious. The first, he's a far better Muslim apologist than I am a Christian apologist, that's for sure. But he's far weaker on politics than myself and the nature of the world. The second is that he's an above-average debater, but he ain't quite God tier. See, If I were Daniel and fighting from his worldview, I'd point out Christianity is fractured and weak, that Christianity is totally incapable of fighting back against the degeneracy of our time. Its impotence has led to social categories of degeneracy at levels nobody could have predicted, especially with the advent of the internet. I would point out Muslim societies don't work that way, that Muslims have feminism and degens under control, that everything in modern day Christians in the West are fighting for against degeneracy, Islam has already achieved in their lands. That's what I would do if I were Daniel. When talking about which is better for society, Islam or Christianity, this becomes a powerful argument. But I'd go a step further if I were Daniel. I'd also say my opponent will argue like an atheist progressive. That Andrew Wilson, the guy who promotes anti-feminist and egalitarian doctrine, is going to sit up here and act like an egalitarian progressive and cry about Islam being mean to the women and cry about Islam not being very nice to the gays. Well, you were fucking wrong. Sadly for Daniel, while this tactic would normally be effective against a sewing circle Christian, I'm not part of that cast, sir. Now, let me get into my argument for why Christianity makes better societies than Islam, and it's pretty simple. Islamic societies breed an inbred population. Next slide, please. Muslim inbreeding has been occurring at a high rate for about 1,400 years since the early Islamic period, encompassing most of the land still occupied by Islam today. It spread from the 8th to the 15th century, moved into Persia, North Africa, South Asia, where it remains and has created some of the dumbest fucking human beings on planet Earth. The most common type of inbreeding is first cousin marriage. The rates of first cousin marriage in comparison to Christian nations is staggeringly high, even in comparison to regions occupied by Arab Christians. When a nation has both Christians and Muslims, Muslims are often double or higher than Christians. Example, India, Lebanon. Next slide, please. Muslim inbreeding. Oh, sorry about that. Pakistan at 65%. Oof. 65%, meaning more likely than not, you're having sex with your cousin, and if you're not, you're the weird one. Oof. Okay? For the low IQ members of MDD, that means these people are more likely than not having sex with their aunts or uncles' children. Whew, Saudi Arabia, 50 to 58%, with an average 76 IQ. Who would have thunk it? UAE, 54%, 82 IQ. The crown jewel of the Arab world, you are more likely than not to be banging your first cousin. Iran, 40%, 80 IQ. Yemen, 45%, 62.9 IQ. Qatar, 30%, 80.8 IQ. Now, we're going to continue, right? Oman, 36%, 78. Syria, 39%, 74 IQ. Turkey, 25%, 86 IQ. Jordan, 32%, 80 IQ. Egypt, 32%, 76 IQ. It goes on and on and on, and it just never gets better. Next slide, please. Thank you. Compared to Christian countries, let's take a look. Usually less than 1%.
We like to keep it
now
100.
I wonder why Christians build better societies, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's keep going. We want to pull up the slide here, moving right along. As countries become more Christian, inbreeding declines, right? We can see this from church intervention in Spain, 20 to 30% post-Reconquista. Catholic Church banned cousin marriages for commoners, papal dispensations sold for royals. Italy, similar high rates in the medieval period. The church enforced bans over the century. France, high medieval. Canon law prohibited marriage within 4 degrees of relation. Modern Western Europe, it's not just the cultural norm, but let me tell you exactly how much of a cultural norm it is. Even in European nations where marrying your first cousin is legal, they don't do it because of the ecclesiology. Isn't that wild? Africa shows the more Christians and less Muslim the societies become, the better they do. Let's just take a look at Nigeria. Okay, we can go down the list here. 50% Nigeria, 20 to 30% first cousin marriage. Isn't that crazy? Now let's move right on down. You can see South Africa, Muslim 1.5%, very low on to negligible in the national prevalence of cousin fucking. Whew. You can look at the list. It's pretty comprehensive. We can continue to go, right? The bottom 20 least productive sub-Saharan African countries. Wouldn't you know it? They're all Muslim. 99% Muslim in Somalia. Very high. 60% first cousins. Anybody ever hear a joke about Somalian IQ? Let's look over at Niger. 99% Muslim. 60% cousin marriage. First cousin marriage. Let's take a look at Muslims. When we're taking a look at Malil, it's a 90% population. High cousin marriage. In other words, everywhere Islam goes, the IQ goes like this because they all are fucking their cousins. Not joking. Go over to the next slide, please. I want to show you this is a famous case. These are called the rat people of Pakistan. It's a condition known as microphallus. I think I'm pronouncing that right. I have no idea. And it's caused by excessive inbreeding. When's the last time you went to a European country and saw that? You don't see it. Inbreeding, yeah. Now, hang on. Next slide, please. As we continue, let's just take a look here at the casual link between cousin humping and low IQ. Basically, there's increased homozygosity, I think that's how it's pronounced, for deleterious recessive genes, and it is the strongest causal link for why the IQs are so low. Genetic risk. Inbreeding raises the chances of inheriting 2 copies of harmful recessive genes. Brain development impact. Harmful genes can impair neurodevelopment, reducing cognitive potential. IQ reduction evidence. First cousin offspring lose 3 to 4 points on average, and closer inbreeding can cause larger deficits. They've been at it for 1,400 years. Whew. Higher prevalence equals greater risk. Populations with widespread cousin marriage show more individuals with lower cognitive performance. Generational compounding over successful generations. Harmful genes accumulate. One of the big Muslim copes you'll hear from Daniel tonight. Well, it's only 1.5% for genetic problems for normal people who aren't having sex with their first cousin. Well, that's true. He says it only doubles to 3%. That's very low. No, it compounds. See, if you hump your first cousin and then those kids hump their first cousin and their kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, down the line, guess what happens to your IQ? Guess what? You'll never guess. Anybody got a guess? It goes down. The negative consequences of a low IQ. 80 IQ versus 100 IQ person. Income 50 to 70% lower. Welfare dependency 4 to 6 times higher. Literacy less than 10% at less than 85 IQ. Obesity up almost 2 times. Chronic disease up to almost 2.5 times. Life expectancy less than 70 IQ or 75 IQ down 5 to 10 years. Why? Because, well, you might just look down the barrel of that shotgun when you're cleaning it. Moving over, arrests and incarcerations 3 to 8 times higher. Violent offenses 4 to 6 times higher. Teen pregnancy 3 times higher. Child neglect and abuse 3 to 7 times higher. Intergenerational poverty 4 to 6 times. Almost every study available shows that IQ entering the low 80s, Muslim countries, affects nearly every aspect of life in a negative way. Economic prospects, criminality, mental, physical health, happiness metrics, and both at the individual and societal level. In fact, study shows that when a country has a sub-90 IQ average, they find it difficult to have basic innovation. Infrastructure, professional class, and other basic needs of a functional society. Is that sounding familiar yet? Now, here's the thing that's interesting. Modern societies don't require everyone to be a genius. Just look at me. But they do rely on a distribution of abilities, and you can see their roles below. 70 to 85, basic job, practical skills, routine labor. That's Islam. That's almost every Islamic nation, ladies and gentlemen, 70 to 85. Sometimes up to 2 standard deviations lower. Whew. 85 to 100 would be skilled labor administrative support, 100 to 115 professional middle management, 115 to 130 engineer, scientist, doctors, specialized roles, the things they desperately need that they get from us. 130 plus innovation, leadership, high-level problem solving. Next slide, please. Inbreeding itself over generations causes massively compounds that lead to negative consequences. And you can see the risk curve there. You see how the genetic defects increase every single generation. Moving over, I just want to point this out on the last slide. Islam took an ethnic people that were at the heart of being the top of civilization. And through generations of Islam and inbreeding has turned them into the lowest IQ, some of the stupidest people on planet Earth. Literally. You think I'm being mean. I'm not. They're literally some of the stupidest people on planet Earth. Everywhere Islam goes, inbreeding increases and societies become worse. Where Christianity goes, inbreeding decreases, so societies do better in almost every material way. Let's just point out here, as I wrap this up. 1 second. So it's clear here that my argument summarized, though this isn't its entirety, is that Islam creates huge societies with large swaths of people with IQs so collectively low, they would be considered developmentally challenged, borderline retarded here in the West. Not kidding. Due to this side effect, force doctrine becomes the order of the day. Because the technological difference in capabilities of each people group is so vastly different, think Apollo mission compared to Starship Enterprise, Islam must literally bank on the benevolence of Christians to not wipe them off the face of planet Earth. They are basically, the feminists of the East, totally reliant on the goodwill and benevolence of global Christianity, not to just not exterminate them. Okay? And take their resources, always appealing to the mightier force for their existence and the benevolence of that very people group who Daniel today is arguing doesn't make better societies, which is a laughable proposition. Even absent the degeneracy of a people group must be able to competently defend itself or bank on the benevolence of the people group, which can. And almost everybody's going to prefer the society that can. Imagine the irony here of arguing against the very Christians you find inadequate morally, yet bank on their moral benevolence to not wipe your low IQ fucking asses off the face of planet Earth.
Thank you very much for that.
And again, this is beautiful. Like Andrew, you can tell, like Andrew is excited. He's having fun. You know what I mean? So beautiful. Like I had a moment like this when I debated Millennial Mike in terms of we don't need to save marriage to save the birth rate, right? And it's one of these things in terms of the way, like we kind of discussed, like Daniel actually had like he used every single second of his intro. Like he came at this like with maximum fucking effort. And like I said, he had the whole deceptive thing of, I'm going to push you into the liberalism box. And I'm going to put liberalism in front of you before you can even talk about Christianity. And then also, I'm going to like say that, well, like Christianity is basically Islam. You know what I mean? So I'm going to do those shenanigans. And then I'm going to hit you with all these datas. And by the way, you're not allowed to quote the Quran to me. You know what I mean? And like that's like, because I've done that setup, you're not allowed to, you basically, it's not that you're not allowed to, sorry, I misspoke. It's not that you're not allowed to respond to me or quote the Quran to me, but it's basically useless because what you quote your holy book to me, I'm going to quote my holy book to you. So it's this whole thing of like you think he's being an idiot and he's like doing the whole thing, but no, that's like a precautionary thing. So it's like stops the whole like quoting the Quran to him. But our hero Andrew here, like instantly within, and like this is why like Andrew going second, it was beautiful kind of like layup. Because he basically kind of says at the beginning of his thing, disarms Daniel's argument to the liberalism. Says like, bro, like have you not seen the shit? Did you not see that clip that Teriak plays? The 1 minute clip where it's a mic drop where like Andrew's absolutely slaying on these bitches. You know what I mean? He ain't for this liberalism. It's nonsense, right? But like you can tell here where like Andrew knew that Daniel was going to do this. That the whole scripture thing it's a waste of time, like the Daniel, all this kind of shit. So what all Andrew does is he says, I'm just going to do, let's look at the outcome. Let's look at the nations, let's look at the data, and let's not do it in terms of like marriage and all the ideals that we want. Let's just look at like the negatives. Let's look at the things that like clearly like inbreeding is bad, clearly low IQ is bad. And once Andrew does that, like all this trickery and work that like Daniel's done gets thrown into the bin. Gets completely destroyed because now Andrew has complete control of the conversation. Like I said, this happened to me with Millennial Mike, where my opponent thinks he has the argument completely nailed and he has it like, you know, like max effort, all this kind of shit. And it's like, we're not talking about that today, buddy. You know what I mean?
Opening as well. I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our friends at Maine First Project for sponsoring DebateCon 6, as they also believe in the values of free speech and fair debate. Maine First Project is fighting for conservatism in New England and beyond, so check out their link in the description box below. We are going to jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. Just a quick reminder, folks, please be sure your phones are on silent, and also please do refrain from recording or streaming any footage other than if it's TikTok length, that's fine. But we're going to kick it into 5-minute rebuttals. First with Daniel, the floor is all yours.
So this falls exactly into what I predicted. You argued like a libtard. This falls into exactly what I predicted. You argued like a libtard. How? You're saying that success is on the basis of IQ.
It's like the Kieran thing.
Well, how are you going to argue tomorrow
That's
when you
retarded.
debate with an atheist that Christian IQ is higher than secular atheist IQ? In fact, the atheist IQ is much higher than Christian IQ. So your entire standard for judging Islam applies just as much to Christianity. And tomorrow when you're debating the atheist, you'll have to concede that your Christian religion is associated or correlated with lower IQ. Therefore, atheism or secularism is better for society because it raises IQ. So that's one point. Point number two,
this is
where in
another
the
good thing with
Bible
the faces and all this kind of shit as well.
it restrict cousin marriage?
That all helps
This,
with
as you
optics.
acknowledged, is a later papal decree. It was not a part of Jesus' teachings. Jesus didn't come out and say, hey, if you want to have a successful
Those of you
society,
in the audience, I do want to ask you to keep it down so we can hear the speaker.
Jesus didn't say, oh, hey, if you want success and you want to have a prosperous society, you shouldn't marry your cousin. Jesus never had this apparently essential Christian teaching that is the key to success on earth. That's your whole argument against Islam, and it's found nowhere in Jesus' teachings. It's found nowhere in the early church fathers' teachings. This is something that came later. And also, when it was decreed that cousin marriage is considered to be incest, it wasn't on the basis of IQ. This is something that you have adopted from who? From atheists, from secularists, from those who are doing secular science to discover these medical problems or IQ levels. So your entire standard for judging Islam is not a Christian standard, it's not a biblical standard, it's not an Orthodox church standard. This is coming only from atheists, from atheistic science. Second of all, if IQ is such end-all be-all, Christian societies, if you bring up a country list of countries by IQ, many Christian countries are on the bottom there. I don't know if you consider them to be true Christians because they're not white, but they're also at 80 IQ, 70 IQ, 70 IQ. Look at sub-Saharan Africa, look at Latin America, look at the Philippines. It's also comparable with Muslim countries. Do you consider them to be Christians or not? Also, go back to the Middle Ages. IQ was much lower in the Middle Ages in Christian societies. Why that has changed is because of the Flynn effect. IQ has increased globally over the world, across the world, because of the Flynn effect. So if you have a problem, again, with lower IQ, look at medieval or Middle Age Christian societies. And also, here's another big problem. IQ is also linked with race. So if you want to prioritize high IQ, you should discourage interbreeding between races. Why should higher average IQ from Asians or whites or Jews or whatever race that has a higher average IQ, Christianity encourages or allows interbreeding between the races. That will result in a lower IQ. So you should be against that,
this is a complex thing when you get into the genetics and all this kind of shit, but it's done in a way to, like, you basically ask them such a very complex question, but it seems simple. So it's like a simple example is like if I was to say, oh, what is the meaning of life? Or if I was to say, define truth. What is truth? You know what I mean? Three word question. Seems simple enough, straightforward, but it's extremely complex. You know what I mean? So it's like, this is the same kind of like thing that he's doing here. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, like if you have a high IQ, then you should discourage interrace and marriage. And it's like, because you want to keep all the high IQs together, but it's like, in terms of the inbreeding would then lower that IQ back down. You see what I'm saying? So you see the problem or the issue?
Over time, lower the average IQ of society. So that should be something that you need to oppose to be consistent. Interracial marriage or interracial breeding should be contrary to your point or contrary to your position. Also, yeah, I mean, I'm just shocked that your entire argument about why Christianity is better than Islam is a cousin marriage argument. That's like shocking because it just works so far against you. So if IQ is the end all be all of what makes a society good, then Christianity loses to atheism and secularism. Like, case closed. So like, and many Christian societies are low IQ, as in the same way as certain Muslim countries. The thing about the difference between me and you is my values are based on marriage, family, tradition.
You can tell like Daniel knows he's cooked because he's literally saying shit that's like completely contradictory to the data that Andrew's pointing out. He's like, oh, like if we compare some Muslim countries, if we compare, like, let's say the top Muslim countries, the average IQ, to the bottom Christian countries, well then, like, these Muslim countries are doing better than these Christians. Like, yeah, you're doing better than the worst Christians. Let's look at the best Christians. You know what I mean?
Traditional values of that nature, not atheistic values of IQ and intelligence.
We're going to jump into Andrew's rebuttal as well. The timer is set for you. 5 minutes, Andrew.
Libtard value. Don't fuck your first cousin. Libtard. Let me just point out that Daniel Kikikaju didn't actually rebut any of my arguments, not a single one. My argument was simple, and I'll repeat it here again. The argument is that your society has to rely on the benevolence of mind to exist because of your general IQ. You see, remember how I told you the 70 to 85 is basic jobs, practical skills, routine labor? That's most Muslim societies, sir. Doesn't matter if you point out 2 exceptions to the rule. Even in those societies in which Christians have a lower IQ, guess what you find? Their interbreeding rates are going down, and when you compare them to the same Arab population where they're inbreeding, that section of the population, the IQ is always lower. So what's my argument here? My argument is that Christian societies are better because they lower inbreeding, which collectively takes your IQ so far down the rabbit trail that you end up having to beg the higher IQ individuals for protection from them. You have to bank on their benevolence. Imagine this guy is banking on the benevolence of Christians who have a high enough IQ to basically eradicate all of the Middle East. There's nothing they can do about it. And they're banking on that benevolence while telling you all that you're immoral. You're immoral. This is not an atheist argument. Far away. Well,
because, like, here's the thing, where, like, Christians, and technically Muslims would agree with this as well, force doctrine. They 100% agree. It's like, yes, that is true. Right? And, like, the Muslims think force doctrine is like, ooga booga, we have, you know, more men and more manpower, ergo we win. It's like, It ain't that simple, my friend. We're to judge two nations, right? And populations are roughly the same, but let's say one is just slightly bigger than another. To say that, oh, the one that has the more population wins would be folly. It'd be foolish. It'd be a rushed conclusion. You know what I mean? Because when you look at like warfare, typically, like for example, like a nation like Japan is versus China, let's say, like when you compare, let's say, the technology, or even just like Germany versus Russia in World War II, how that played out. Like you would have thought that like Russia would steamroll Germany because Russia's such a big nation, all this kind of shit, and such a big population. When you look at the fact that Russia was communist compared to the German National Socialism, it wasn't like full blown communism. It means that like Germany had the technological edge. They had better technology and they had better information. Those are two key things in warfare. You know what I mean? So a great example is if you ever played like a real time strategy game, like or Age of Empires or any of those kind of games, you'll know like the fog of war. Like this whole thing, like where like the screen will be blacked out or the map will be blacked out until you put like units on the map and all this kind of shit. And this is why certain territories are important, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Just something to think about. I don't want to sidetrack too much, but let's get back to it.
The argument here is based around what it is that we're discussing. And what are we discussing? Which makes for better societies, right? Christianity or Islam? How can you claim you have better societies, sir, when half of your societies are so inbred, their IQs are like borderline retarded? How? How could this possibly be of benefit? And you know what they do when they go to other countries? They keep doing it. They keep doing it. Now he says, well, if you value IQ more than all other values, who said anything about that? The debate is not about that. It's about which makes for better societies. Now, which society would you rather live in? Would you rather live in a society of donkey pull cart? Right? Donkey pull cart? Because we're not smart enough to make car. We're not smart enough to even have infrastructure because we're at 70 IQ, 80 IQ, borderline retarded individuals. That's a society. Who's moving there? Who's moving? Nobody. They're all moving here. Why? Because they want the societies that Christians have. By the way, let me point a couple other things out. No, Christians are not stupid. Yes, their IQs are much higher, much, much higher. Even in non-white areas, they're much higher, sir, because they don't inbreed. And it's very frowned upon. Go figure. And interestingly enough, let me just point this out, that Christians have a much smarter enemy. Much smarter enemy. You're right, they do have a high IQ. You need high IQ people to combat that with these values. Islam can make no inroads. They don't have the technology. They can't mount an invasion. They can't even make a fucking power plant, right? How are they going to do that? Daniel, what's your big plan? His big plan is to bank on the fact that there's enough suicidal empathy in the West to keep on importing Muslims. That's about it. That's it. That could be his only plan. These people can't make armies. That requires massive organization and mobilization. You think that these people could ever attack the West? That's a laughable prospect. He started with Zionism. He has 10 million Jews in his backyard. They can't do shit about it. Nothing. 1 billion versus 10 million. They can't do anything. They launched their entire missile payload. It does nothing because of the IQ difference in these regions. The IQ difference is so...
That was a beautiful line there because like Daniel was trying, like I said, trying to do the subtle kind of like... have to describe this in the right way, like the sinister kind of like thing of like, oh yeah, like we're anti-Zionist, right? You know what I mean? It's all the J's, right? We're your buddies, right? Like that whole kind of like aspect. And Andrew's like, motherfucker, who are you talking about trying to talk about like force doctrine? You just can't even like deal with Israel. You know what I mean?
Wide. That if they even tried to collectivize, it would still be done and they know it. And they can't collectivize anyway because it requires a high enough IQ to follow orders. Okay? So that's my argument. My argument basically is very simple. You have to have a high enough IQ to have a society to begin with. Christians make it by lowering everywhere they go. You fucking your family members. My God. Back to you, Daniel.
With that. With that, we have 60 minutes of open dialogue. Though the open dialogue is broken into 90.
Yeah, but just to go back to that point real quick, like on a point that was like in terms of IQ, like why intellect, tactics, information, technology, why that's so important in terms of warfare, because like that is a large portion of the warfare. It's particularly like you look like drone warfare now. I mean, like the fact that like manpower is like quote unquote obsolete, and that's what we have like a quote unquote masculinity crisis apparently, where we have the gender war or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? But I digress.
Second segments, just to be sure there's no interruptions.
Well, actually, no. That's actually like right on point, because this is what like Andrew's saying. It's like when you look at like what is the superior society, it comes down to like intellect.
Daniel, we're ready for you for your first 90 seconds.
Sure. So he said I didn't address his argument that Muslims rely on Christian benevolence because Christians have such high IQ that they could just technologically eliminate Muslims whenever they wanted. Well, Christians are at the mercy of atheists. Christians are at the mercy of higher IQ atheists. Christians are at the mercy of higher IQ Ashkenazi Jews. Christians are at the mercy of China and Asia. If you want to make a might makes right argument, then we're in the same boat, buddy. Muslims and Christians are closer together in the same boat compared to these other groups. So this is a self-defeating argument. Also, AI. AI is going to eliminate this so-called advantage of IQ. AI is making it irrelevant. I don't know why you're laughing. AI is going to eliminate a biological IQ difference between different races, between different religions, between different countries. So that's a big problem for this kind of IQ argument. You're talking about people moving to the higher IQ West. Well, you have Christians from Latin America migrating en masse in the millions, 10 million over the past 5 years, coming into the United States. They're coming from Christian countries to the US. So you think that they're coming because it's a Christian country, or is it because of economic opportunity? And many people actually prefer to live in these countries. You have people in the US being passport bros and living in South America because they're tired of this shithole United States, unfortunately, what it's become, despite the high IQ.
90 seconds.
Why is that, Andrew? Explain it.
We'll switch over to Andrew. I want to remind you folks, please do self-regulate so that we don't.
Like when I say intellect, I'm not just specifically saying like IQ. Like what I'm saying is like techne. Like as in like when I'm saying like intellect, like I'm including like information processing, technology, ingenuity, like that. Like it's. I'm trying to give like a one word to it, but in terms of like this thing is like when Andrew says the force doctrine. They always say like, oh, it's just strength. It's just come down to strength. It's like it's not as simplistic as that. But when you look at the arguments that Andrew goes against in whatever with the chicks and whatever podcast, the reason why it comes down to strength is because on average men are stronger than women. You know what I mean? And in terms of relative size, it's the thing. And in terms of intellect, there's no disparity. You know what I mean? On average, the average woman, an average man, it's relatively the same. Even when you go to these low IQ areas, relatively the same with the inbreed and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean?
Have difficulty hearing the speaker. With that, Andrew, the floor is yours.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can make that argument. There are some high IQ Christian nations that move to even higher IQ Christian nations, but none of them move to Muslim nations. You're not getting anybody to move over there, Daniel, because you don't have civilizations. You can't create civilizations. He says AI is going to come along and solve it all. You got to be smart enough to use the AI, Daniel. You have to be smart enough to use the AI. Remember, 70 to 85. That's your societies. 70 to 85. Basic jobs, practical skill, routine labor. Doesn't sound like a bunch of automation, robot building, AI savvy individuals to me, Daniel. He points out the ideas of IQ. Remember, we have to have a basic minimum for civilization, about 98 to 100 to 115. They don't have it. That's the distinction in our civilizations. And it's because of one value. Christians outlaw screwing your own family members. That's it, simple. They outlaw it. It's no good. And even in places where it's legal, we must be adhering to the ecclesiology here, Daniel, because where it's legal, people still ain't banging their cousins. That's your societies, the ones that you build. And what you have built is a collective of some of the dumbest people on planet Earth who are at the mercy of Christians. And don't try to cope and say, no, they're at the mercy of the atheists. Give me a break. Everybody is at the mercy right now of Western nations and Western Christians, which are in them. And that includes Eastern Europe, by the way. So this is all cope.
Yeah, because like, look at let's ask Maduro. You know what I mean? Let's ask like what's going on in Iran. You know what I mean? Why is there a lot of like American aircraft in Iraq? You know what I mean? What's going on there?
He hasn't refuted any of the arguments. How can he possibly say these low IQ societies which Islam creates are better than the ones Christians do on this one principle? I want to hear it.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, so you don't need to know how AI works to be able to operate it. That's why it's a evening of the playing field. I don't know if anyone here has used AI, but you don't actually need to know how to program AI to be able to use it. This is something that is very obvious, how AI is going to make IQ differences really irrelevant in the future, and this is what all of the futurists are saying. Second of all, you have Christians in more religious Christian countries going to less religious Christian countries. You have, again, the sub-Saharan Africans, you have the Latin Americans who are Christian going into more secularized nations. So this is, again, an argument for secularism, not for Christianity. You say that there are no Christians moving to Muslim countries. What about all the Christians in Africa, in the Philippines, in Southeast Asia that go to Dubai, that go to the UAE, that go to Saudi? That is a counterexample to your really bizarre claim. You also, again, look at what makes a society great. I think that's the overarching point that is so hard to believe that a Christian would make this argument. I value marriage. I value children. I value having big families. I value belief in God. I believe church attendance or like religious attendance to places of worship. These are the things I find valuable, and I showed you how within Muslim countries, all of these things are higher, despite having a lower IQ, which I'll grant you. Do you say over or 10 seconds?
No, you're good. That was 90 seconds. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is really funny. Imagine the irony of saying this. Well, Christians are moving to more secular countries. So are Muslims. What are you talking about? The mass migration. No one's bitching about the mass migration of the Christians right now, are they, to Christian nations? They're bitching about it the other way around. Really interesting, too. He still hasn't refuted the argument. Notice he does everything we get in the. He says, we really value marriage to our first cousins. To our first cousins, we think it's great. It's fantastic. We really value it. It's like, no, that's not a value of mine, sir. And I don't think that that's secular to say. It's not a value of Christians. Do not want to have sex with their family members. And by the way, can you...
Because Andrew, this is again, like Andrew's heading him off at the pass. Like Daniel's trying to say, oh, we have like more marriage. And it's like, yeah, because of the inbreeding. You know what I mean? You take away the inbreeding, we got more marriage. And like this is the whole thing of like where they try to use statistics and like the a leftist example of what they do is they'd say, well, if we ban guns, there would necessarily be less gun crime, correct? And you'd say, like, this is where you have to say, you have to be learn to bite the bullet to say, well, yeah, but there'd still be the same amount of violent crime. There's still the same amount of violent criminals. See what I'm saying? So like that's what Daniel's trying to do here. It's like, yeah, but we have higher marriage. We also have higher inbreeding. And as Andrew does, like when it comes down to force doctrine, it's not just who has the biggest muscles. It also comes down to intellect.
You please explain,
technology.
Even though I've asked you many times, how it could be possible, sir, that you create better societies than Christians where everywhere Christians go based on their ecclesiology, their ecclesiastic authority, and the fact that they're Christians, inbreeding goes down, making sure that the IQ at least sits somewhere around can function. Can you please, for the love of all that is good, I don't even care if you Google it at this point, just contend with the argument. How are you making a better society with inbreeding and your Muslim values, which over 1,400 years have produced the dumbest societies on planet Earth?
Wait, let me ask the audience a question here. Sorry. Let me ask the audience a question. Are there electric cars being developed in Latin America? Are there new AI technologies being developed in Brazil and Argentina? Are they being developed in sub-Saharan Africa, these Christian countries? Because they don't have cousin marriage, do they, Andrew? So why aren't they developing all of these technologies, these amazing technologies, AI, nuclear weapons, fighter jets? I didn't see Brazil or Honduras producing any fighter jets, Andrew. Is it because they don't have cousin marriage? Why? They should be having this brain-blasting IQ in all these Christian countries. Why is that not the case? If Christianity is the secret sauce, Andrew, then tell me why these countries don't have those technologies. Explain it. Because the reason, I'll give you a spoiler alert, because it's not Christianity. It's not Christianity and cousin marriage that causes this discrepancy. And if you're so high IQ in the United States, how are you not able to figure out birth rate, fertility rate? Why are these countries going extinct? Why is Europe going extinct? Why is Christianity, these Christian countries in Europe the population is on a nosedive despite the high IQ? They can't even figure out how to reproduce at replacement levels. Gee.
The easy counter here, comrade. Daniel, is when you're looking for the best, the prompt is which is best for society? Christianity or Islam? Okay? Well, let's look at what the best societies would be. And we went through this yesterday with Andrew Tate. We had Andrew Tate. We got the crayons out and everything. I don't want to hear no excuses saying, oh, I don't understand this, Tarek, or this is too complex, Tarek, right? or this is not real, Terry, or any of that shit, right? Like, even Andrew Tate, like, we got the crayons out, like, this is like 101. This is geopolitics 101. There is 2 tier 1 countries. Like, I'm not even including China anymore. I mean, like, China's done. China's over. It is what it is, right? But, like, fundamentally, the top 2 countries in the world right now is Russia and America. America being top. You know what I mean? America is like at least like 67% Christian, I think. It's like, well, let me just verify that. I don't want to give you false news, right? Because like I know I like talk about like Dearborn, Michigan, and all that stuff, but like America's not in as bad situation as let's say Britain is, or mainland Europe. I mean, yeah. So about like 2/3, like it's saying here on Grok, as recent as 23 to 24, approximately 62%. So basically 2/3 of the American population are Christian. Well, 2/3 of the Russian population are also Christian. You know what I mean? So the top 2 countries, depending on whatever way you want to look at it, because I know there's people say, "Oh no, Mother Russia is superior," or we are the people who actually control, or Americans that, "Oh no, or howdy y'all, we actually control the globe." Like, depending on which way you spin it, like those are clearly the top 2. Everyone can agree those top 2. You know what I mean? We can get into a talk of China, but I don't want to detract from the conversation. Do you know what I mean? But basically, they like both is 2/3 majority Christian. So in terms of secret sauce here, it's like, yeah, this is the 2/3. Go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? But when you look at mainland Europe, it ain't looking so pretty.
Yeah, I guess IQ leads to extinction because it's correlated, right? The higher IQ you have, the lower the fertility rate. So it seems like the more Christianity you have, the more chances you have of going extinct. Andrew, explain that for us.
Well, if that were the case, you're in big trouble. Because if it's the case that your IQ stays the same and then collectively secularist IQ goes up, what's to stop them from wiping all of you out and you can't do anything about it? Your argument, unfortunately, destroys you. When you say, well, wait a second, what about these South American nations, right? Are they? Yes, they're way more advanced than your nations. Way more. Not even in the same universe more advanced than your nations. Yes. The truth of the matter is that the reason Islam creates worse societies. We can bicker about theology, right? Hey, I'm sure Daniel could probably get me on some points there, but you can't bicker on the facts. And he hasn't contended with the argument still. He's asked me a bunch of questions. Did you actually hear an argument, anybody? Because there isn't an argument. The reason Islam makes worse societies is because they have a doctrine for cousin marriage. Now, notice Daniel didn't say, no, you can't fuck your first cousin and marry her. No. He didn't say that. Because he probably believes that you should. He probably believes it's fine. He probably believes something about like it protects inheritance or something like this, right? The thing is, though, is like, can we please get an argument for how a society that doesn't at least have 100 IQ so we can have middle management isn't better than, well, donkey pull cart? That's what I want to know. And please, for the love of God, sir, when you say it's not because of Christianity, the entire historical record disagrees with you. When pagans were at 20 to 30%, guess what? It was Christians who brought that down. And by the way, in all of the Muslim shared nations with Christians and Muslims, they're always lower IQ than the Christians because they fuck their cousins.
In time, we'll go over to Daniel, 90 seconds as well.
Again, throughout Christian history, you had sub 100 IQ. Throughout Christian history. It's only because of the Flynn effect in recent centuries that you have this change. So all of the criticisms that you're applying to Islam apply to your past civilization. How did you have a Christian civilization with sub 100 IQ, Andrew? Was the Byzantine Empire a S-hole? They had sub 100 IQ. How did they have a civilization without having positive 100 IQ? You can't explain that. You could have a beautiful, expansive civilization and empire with sub 100 IQ because there's other values that are significant to human existence. Values like marriage, family, God, worshiping God. You don't need to be a positive 100 IQ genius to be able to love and be devoted to God. I think that is actually more of the Christian message than this kind of IQ chauvinism that you're presenting. This doesn't seem Christian at all. This really doesn't seem Christian. You keep talking about like donkeys pulling carts. Go to the Philippines, bro. They're Christians. Go to the Philippines, go to some of these African countries, go to Botswana, Christian country, they have donkeys pulling. So apparently their Christianity and their lack of cousin marriage is not helping them. So this is a really bizarre argument, and all of you can laugh and chuckle it and laugh it up, but it doesn't change how stupid this argument is. If you have, okay, if IQ is this end all be all of civilization, and the end all be all of progress, then why is
Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like with the mainstream media. You know what I mean? It's like, and again, like I said, just to be good faith on stuff, I'm going to use Trump as an example. You know what I mean? When Trump's telling us all, like, oh yeah, this is just about the drugs. Bro, come on. You're not going to talk anything about the stuff with Russia, but I understand why not. But like, we're not going to talk about like the real reason why you went into Venezuela, the real reason why all these helicopters are in Iraq. You know what I mean? Same thing with like Daniel. It's like, Daniel, like, why don't you want to talk about the cousin marriage? Let's just say it's bad. Just say it's bad, Habibi. But you can't. It is what it is.
the West going in a nosedive? All the things, Andrew, that you brilliantly, beautifully criticize about the West, the LGBTQ, the lack of marriage, that's happening in these non-cousin marriage countries. So clearly, having the highest IQ, so clearly IQ is not the end-all be-all.
Switch it over.
Let's take a look at the first straw man. Did I ever say IQ is the end-all be-all? No, of course not. Straw man still hasn't told us how Muslims build better civilizations when they produce 70 to 85 IQ individuals who are basically only suited for basic jobs. Okay, he still hasn't told us that. He can't tell you. He can't tell you that these are better civilizations. The reason that he can't is because they're not. They're clearly not. And the thing that's really funny about this is, like, let's just grant it. Let's just grant that, just for a second, we'll just grant Daniel's argument. We'll just pretend, well, you know, it's okay to have a bunch of 80 IQ people who can't seem to get past primitive technology and are just day laborers. But you know what? We don't do anything degenerate. Fucking your cousin's degenerate, Daniel. That's degenerate. Yeah, maybe you don't have hookers and OnlyFans girls, but fucking your first cousin is degenerate. So by the way, and let me just point this out, and this is really, really important to point out, he has not made an argument about how they produce a better civilization. Only I have. My argument is simple and still stands unopposed. Where Christianity goes, incest decreases based on canon law. Where Islam goes, incest increases based on their canon law. Therefore, where Christians go, society gets better. Where Islam goes, it gets worse. An argument would sure be swell.
90 seconds, we'll switch it to Daniel.
I gave an argument that you failed to respond to. I said that Islam, when we look at the statistics, when we look at all these countries on these metrics of marriage, birth rate, household size, belief in God, conviction in God, I thought we were believers. Conviction in God is higher in Muslim countries. Holding on to your religious practice is more in Muslim countries.
I thought we were believers, Habibi. Do you know what I mean? Ridiculous.
Look at the levels of drug abuse, alcohol abuse being lower in Muslim countries. These are all values that are good, and we see them associated with Islam, not Christianity. That was my argument. So you can't deny those statistics, so you keep claiming that I have no argument. I clearly do have an argument, and I refuted your argument. If IQ is the end-all be-all, your entire argument is on the basis of IQ. You haven't said, you just say, oh, marrying your cousin, effing your cousin, that is degenerate. On the basis of what? It's not on the basis of your Bible. It's just a degree. Yeah, laugh it up.
There we go, Habibi.
Laugh it up.
There we go.
Laugh it up, okay? Because as I said, you are arguing on the basis of a decree that was made. What is the actual moral? Can you make a moral argument, Andrew? Other than, oh, it lowers IQ? There are many things that lower IQ. Like I said, interbreeding with other races, interracial marriage results in lower IQ. So is that degenerate as well?
Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
Andrew, instead of repeating, oh, you don't have an argument. You have to respond to my argument. Okay, yeah, you've said that 10 times. Respond to the points that I'm making.
Well, I don't. Here's the thing that's funny, right? The points that you're making are in question form. Question form is not an argument. They're questions, not arguments. Perhaps you should go to a higher IQ school. The point is, here, and this is super important to point out, I have what's called an argument, which means I made an argument. That argument needs to be refuted. Now, I would be happy to sit here and answer all of your questions today, Daniel, but you requested specifically a forum where that's not the case, where instead we do 2-minute monologues, probably because I would tear you to pieces in a Socratic method, but I would have been happy to do that too. People always misjudge. They always seem to think, well, Andrew just steamrolls debates, and he's terrible at these long-form formal debates. It's where I fucking thrive. And let me just point this out. Has anybody heard an argument yet? He just says, well, there's better families and stuff. It's like, okay, but you need to give us a standard, an argument standard for why it would be that these have better societies than societies which can have, oh, I don't know, skilled labor and middle management at the very least. That's all I'm asking for. I'll concede. Hey, we've got some problems. We've got the OF, we've got the prostitution, we've got some pretty horrible things going on over here. And we have high IQ enemies that require high IQ enemies, right? And they're not getting it from Islam. So my question just is this again. It's very simple. How do you make societies that can even combat this to begin with when you basically live in the Stone Age in comparison with technological distinction? You live in the Stone Age. Islam will get AI? We already got AI. What are you talking about? So I just want an argument. That's it. I want to hear an argument for why Islamic nations are better than Christian nations based on the fact that they go, and everywhere they go, they increase cousin fucking and we don't, which lowers the collective IQ. I would actually like a refutation there at some point.
Okay, here is the argument. I'll put it in premise form so you can follow it. Take notes, Andrew. Premise 1. Okay, societies that encourage marriage, or religions that encourage more, better marriages, higher quality marriages, less being sluts, okay, less prostitution, societies that have bigger and more healthy families, societies that have more devotion to God, religions that encourage societies that are more cohesive, are standing for each other in a kind of nationalistic or communal way. That religion that encourages more of that is going to be better, is going to be a better religion. Premise 2, Islam does encourage all of those things I've mentioned, and the stats I presented, that's premise 2. Therefore, conclusion, by deductive inference, Islam is a better religion than Christianity. That is the argument.
That again is faulty premise. Because premise 2 is saying Islam does enforce this shit, but it's not necessarily the best at enforcing this shit. You have to make the argument of why it is the best at enforcing this shit. Habibi. Who you fooling, Habibi? You know what I'm saying?
The problem with your argument is that you say premise 1, societies that have higher IQ are going to be better. Premise 2, Christianity, because it bans cousin marriage, is going to lead to societies with higher IQ. Therefore, Christianity is better. My rebuttal of this dumb argument is that premise 1 is wrong. Premise 1 is a false premise. That higher IQ does not lead to better societies. And as proof, I pointed to the United States of America. I pointed to many Christian countries that have low IQ, and you haven't denounced those countries. I gave many reasons why your premise 1 is false. That is my rebuttal of your argument. Get it?
Yeah. Let's go through this premise at a time. First,
Andrew's Daniel's a bit he's a bit emotional. Get it, Andrew. Like you know, he wanted to scream Andrew into the mic, but his brain kind of spasmed. That's why he's like, get it.
The element of your argument would be that low IQ societies are better. It would be that lower IQ societies are actually better, Daniel, which is hilarious because remember, you rejected that as being a false premise. P1, he says societies require higher quality marriages. They fuck their first cousins. How could that possibly be a higher quality marriage, Daniel? I reject premise 1. I'm saying your argument's not even sound. How can you have in any way, shape, or it's totally invalid. I reject it as even being a sound premise. How could this qualitatively be better to have genetic deficiencies compounded over 1,000 years to the point where your civilization literally requires the benevolence of all other civilizations so that they just don't wipe you out because you're not technologically advanced to do anything about it. You're not technologically advanced. And by the way, when I say technology, I'm not just talking about like lasers and phasers and guns and things like that. Remember, things like philosophy, that's a technology, right? Things like language is technology. Things like social communications and businesses and infrastructure, these are technologies. You can't have these technologies when your IQ is 70 to 85. You can't. You need to have the administrative and skilled labor class, and that requires at least 85 to 100. Most of these places don't have it, but 100 to 115, that's pretty standard for these things. So it's like, look, how could you possibly say that the societies Christians build aren't better on a single principle, that we outlaw first cousin marriage? When you outlaw first cousin marriage, you see the collective IQ begin to increase, right? And you see that these technologies no longer unavailable. Technologies, medicines for children, things like this are now available. His argument, his entire argument is actually we should keep our society super low IQ because if we keep them low IQ, well, they'll have more qualitative marriages and stuff. What? What?
We have to switch it over at 90 seconds. Go ahead, Daniel.
Because like the problem with Islam. Well, actually, no. Let's talk about seduction first. The seduction for Islam is that. Especially to the men, because the men are the ones, the enforcer. The same way feminism is the seduction to the women's, Islam is like the seduction to the men that we're starting to see in Western culture. Where it's basically like, yeah, like you know, like you can have 4 wives. You can have you tell her to wear the burqa, you do this, you do that, all this kind of shit. Get back in the kitchen, woman, all that kind of malarkey, right? That's seduction to the men. But what you don't realize is that because they look at like women in that fashion, they also look at men in the same way, where men are just like labor. You're just like a BB. You're just a pair of hands. You know what I mean? In terms of the grand scheme of things. So, like that's the cost, let's say, of doing that deal. Do you know what I mean? With Muhammad and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? I don't believe in a no-win scenario. You know?
No, I didn't say having lower IQ means you'll have more marriage. You don't understand causality. So again, the question is, you had the vast majority of Christian history at sub 100 IQ. Your assumption, the premise that you're using, is that you have to have a over 100 IQ average in your society to build civilization and to be functional. But this is disproven by your own religious history. This is disproven by all of Christendom prior to 1800 or even 1900, the 1900s actually. So just like Christians could have civilization for 1900 years, Muslims have also had their civilizations that were also thriving, that also had conquest, that also had arts, literature, poetry, all kinds of beautiful things that we as human beings value. It's not just IQ. You're taking this atheistic argument, which is baffling to me. Why you as a Christian would have this kind of IQ fetishism? You're not a white nationalist. IQ is not the end-all, be-all of human existence. I am happy, I'm fine with having a 90 average IQ country that abides by traditional values, that abides by whether they be Christian or Muslim. I actually prefer the low IQ Christian countries that value marriage. They don't have degeneracy. They don't have prostitution. I value those Christian countries even when they have a lower IQ.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Bro, what the?
That's beautiful. They're living beautiful lives. Yeah, you can make fun of them. Oh, they have donkeys pulling their carts. You can laugh, but they're living beautiful lives as Christians or as Muslims or any other religious group.
Well, I guess ignorance really is bliss.
Oh, good one. That was a neat
slapping your dress. So look, let's point this out. Let's point this out. Let's point this out. Right? We just want to look. We haven't gotten personal with each other. We can go the rest of the debate. We both got a jab in. All right, that's fair. So here's the thing, though. Right? This is still not a refutation of my argument. The historical standard is Christians had lower IQs back in the day. Yeah, and they didn't build modern civilization back in the day. Modern civilization requires professional middle management, 100 to 115 IQ, right? 85 to 100 for skilled labor. What they're talking about is just basic day laborers. These people are very low IQ. And by the way, they can even make the claim that they're really choosing Islam anyway. They can't really think about it that hard, right? So the question becomes, right, as we're kind of diving into this, I just want to point out one more time, the argument is around a singular Christian principle. The singular Christian principle is that we're not allowed to marry our first cousins. That's in our ecclesiology. And I don't care if you're a Protestant, right? Almost no Protestants do this, right? No Catholics do this. Orthodox, this is forbidden as well. It's not that you couldn't find some sect somewhere, some small society somewhere which practices it. I'm sure that that's the case, but by and large and overwhelmingly it's not. With Islam, the opposite's true. By and large and overwhelmingly they do. So we're basing this on a singular principle, which is Christian, and that's what I want a refutation for. Why is marrying your first cousin for the purpose of building low IQ societies better than not doing that?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Again, it's not a causal relation. Islam doesn't mandate marrying your cousin. It's not like we're saying we want to keep IQ low, so marry your cousin. You keep getting the causal chain wrong about this.
No, here's the thing. And like I said, this is a genius fucking argument from Andrew. What Andrew's pointing towards is you're saying Sharia law is best law. The best law, Habibi. Okay? Right? And granted, okay, if we're to take that, we also have to take the doctrine that Sharia law is unchanging. It can never change. Meaning, you cannot ban cousin marriage. You cannot ban incest. Even though scientifically, objectively speaking, irregardless of what religion speaks, like to appeal to the secularist, one has to agree that banning it is a better outcome for society. And because the Muslims are already committed to the position of Sharia law is unchanging, they can never change that law.
The second point that I want you to address is that when we look at IQ increasing, that is associated with more atheism. It is directly correlated with higher levels of atheism. The higher the IQ goes, the more people become atheists. This is a bad thing. I would assume that Christians would agree more atheism is a bad thing. I think that, yes, modern society is not all it's cracked up to be. I don't know if you guys have been looking around, but it seemed like I've felt, at least myself, that over the past 5 years especially, first with the pandemic and now everything that's happening in the world where World War III is about to break out, I think the modern world is a dystopia. I am waiting for, nuclear holocaust to destroy us all. I don't believe in this absolute value of modern society, and therefore I don't agree with your premise that high IQ is something valuable in and of itself. There are many things to point out being wrong or bad with high IQ. Again, I prefer to turn the clock back 200 years, where Christians had these traditional Christian societies. Muslims had traditional Muslim societies. Yeah, you didn't have a laptop, you didn't have internet, you didn't have cars, but guess what? You didn't have to worry about your wife having to, being in college and sleeping with every frat boy in the university, and you don't even know her history because of feminism. You have like LGBT degeneracy. You have elderly who are being shipped off to old folks' homes because there's not a strong family unit to take care of our own elderly. Children are being shipped off to daycares because there's not a strong family, strong marriage, mom at home with traditional roles to take care of the children. I prefer the low IQ. I prefer the low technology society.
What
switch over? Andrew, 90 seconds.
Can I just point this out? That none of those degenerate things that he just pointed out, which I agree with him, are the cause of IQ. I think you're having the problem with the causal link, sir. Let's point this out. And this is really important to point out. One more time, he didn't contend with the argument. The argument is, how do you make a superior society which is better for society? And you know what? All you've done right now is just argue this. Literally, I'm Daniel Kikikachu, and I prefer a low IQ society. That's his argument. Now, look, I did not expect you to bite the bullet that you would have a preference for a low IQ society, and therefore we should continue to have sex with our family members to achieve said low IQ society. But over here on the Christian side, well, we're just not willing to do that. So here's what's really important here to remember as the argument structure goes on. Daniel is literally giving a prescription at this point. He's giving you an ought. We ought to have dumb fucking people. That is his ought. My ought is different. My ought is you being intelligent does not restrict you from Christianity or Christian ethics. And we look at the IQ differentials in Christian nations, and we can see firsthand that that is true. So the thing is these are not mutually exclusive claims. When he says higher IQ leads to secularism, I could just as easily say higher IQ leads to Christianity, because all the Christians are way higher IQ. So the thing is like, which of those moral values do you not prefer? Which of them? Which of these Christians don't want degeneracy? They're fighting against it as well. The only reason you've made these successful inroads is because your enemies are so stupid that you can conquer them. And anytime you've tried to conquer the technologically advanced West, you can only do it via immigration, because you cannot collectivize to spare yourselves from the very nuclear war you're currently terrified of, because your people groups are too stupid.
Over. Go ahead, Daniel.
How much time do we have, James, for this?
90.
This back
and forth. We have until it's about 30 more minutes.
Oh well. Okay, that's good. 30 more minutes. So, 30 more minutes of Andrew saying that Muslims are dumb. Okay, that's great.
Well,
I'll try to be more substantial.
You want this is the thing. Like by this, and this is like Daniel, like by him ending on, it's like, yeah, I prefer the low IQ. He's doing the in terms of his reacting to what's being said and the counter and the live argument. We see by the setup and the thing and all this kind of shit, but it's been completely unraveled by Daniel's become completely unraveled here. I mean, he's literally saying shit like, he's calling Muslims dumb. 30 more minutes of Andrew calling Muslims dumb. He's conceding that Islam prefers low IQ. Which is Andrew's point is Daniel's argument is he prefers low IQ. And this is an intellectual debate. I will let the audience decide. Do you know what I mean?
And I'll try to be more substantive than that. So just listen to this. Okay, so let's get into we have enough time to actually get into the IQ science. So first of all, Andrew, I'm not sure if you know this, but IQ is more highly correlated with race than it is with cousin marriage. So race, if you want to make this kind of IQ supremacist argument, then it will quickly become racial. And if you want to make that argument, just be very clear about it. Does Christianity, your worldview, promote higher IQ races and everyone being at the mercy of those higher IQ races? You keep making a might makes right argument that, Muslims are at the mercy of us high IQ Christians. Okay, well then there are races that are higher IQ than others. So are the higher IQ races practicing benevolence by not wiping out the lower IQ races? That seems to be what your standard, what your morality actually entails pretty directly. So that please address the race issue.
I'll give you a chance to respond, Andrew, but I do want to be sure that this doesn't veer off topic too far.
Yeah, so I mean, that's really simple to address.
And this is why, again, tactics, tricks, all this kind of shit. That's all they do. He's trying to turn it into a race argument now. And like, bear in mind, what are the original openings? This is what you need to keep track of in terms of debates. And I do apologize for pausing too much. But for breaking this down, because like when you look at like Daniel's strategy here, this is like a Hail Mary, like I've got nothing else in the tank, because his whole thing is that like he was going to be able to start talk about his data points and how his arguments matters, all this kind of shit. Now the whole discussion is about Andrew's argument, which is in terms of intellect, technology. You know what I mean? And now Daniel's just like out of nowhere trying to pull race into it. You know what I mean? You're the one that's making the claim that there's some sort of like causal link to race with this. Do you know what I mean? Because like realistically, when you look at it, like in terms of like race, there's nothing to telling me like if we were to just like isolate it, like what's the like there's a story of a really fucked up story, but it's like a story of a family that grows up with like in a super technologically advanced society, and it's kind of like the whole they have like the like home security system, all this kind of shit in place. Like this like really abstract like AI kind of level of like the home does everything for them, all this kind of shit. And the fact like this mother, parent, and the kids, right? And like this whole aspect of like being able to like where technology can kind of like subsume you and all this kind of shit. It's like that's the kind of like danger that like Daniel's trying to pose here. You know what I mean? But like if we were to have a similar kind of environment where we have like, let's say, an AI that's like basically training them, all this kind of stuff, but it's kind of like, actually a better example is Fallout. Like, the other way, like when you start out with Fallout, all this kind of stuff, it's like you're basically kind of like coming into this whole thing of where it's like an individualized situation. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing to tell me like if it's like a completely replicated environment that like you could raise kids into, that the color of their skin or their genetic like makeup in terms of melanin production has anything got to do with intellect. You know what I mean? Like when you want to look at like that's the whole like meme with China. Like the reason why like China is so good at maths, because before they come out of the womb, they already have at least a bachelor's degree in mathematics. You know what I mean? They already have like the 10 years experience, boss. You know, because they train them young. Like from a young age, they're testing them. They're throwing all this like complex shit at them because life is complex. You know what I mean? So it's like in terms of like that aspect, this is what like it comes down to in terms of like why IQ is so important, because it can overdo or outperform just raw physical force. And this is why force doctrine is so important, because we know that they agree with force doctrine. And like I said, to get to the heart and soul of why Andrew is going down the lines of cousin marriage, because the data is in. It's clear. If you ban incest, you will have a higher IQ society. That's objective fact. But Daniel, you cannot do that. You cannot ban that. Sharia law is unchanging. You cannot change Sharia law. You can do that shit in Christianity. If you want to say, oh, fuck you, Pope. You set up your Protestant church and you do whatever the fuck you want. Good luck to you. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? It's like in Ireland. Like we didn't really have mental institutions in Ireland because we have so much fields. So if you ever met a crazy fucker, you just told them to fuck off into the field, and then they'd like start walking around the field and they start fucking yelling to themselves. You know what I mean? It's like an open air. Well, one could say an open air mental institution. But William's saying, chat, where's the donations? We favore. Over there now are not a single donation. We're going to do a grift break. Okay? So let's get some donations going. Let's get the shekels going. You know what I'm saying?
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky
questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Massive shout out. Dana Ben, thank you for the $5. He says, Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Well, thank you very kindly, sir. We have about 40 minutes left in the goal. Like I said, I made sure it was $2 this time, okay? So, like I said, 4 $2 donations. That's all it takes, because I don't know what you heard, chap.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
And William will start speaking Italiano if you start breaking the spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, Bricky. Pull up a chair. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, we're at 22 out of 50. You know what I mean, for the open panel. So if you want an open panel, you know, maybe you're kind of like, oh shit, Bricky's in chat. Maybe I throw in a sneaky 28 or 30 or whatever. You know what I mean? And it would only be with the PayPal or Ko-Fi as well, just to let you know, because I gotta practice the grift too. The PayPal or Ko-Fi is 50% more. You know what I mean? So like in terms of like, rather than like because like giving you the like YouTube 30%. Just give it on the PayPal and you get 50% more. So it's like in this circumstance where it's like, oh, we need 30 basically to get the open panel. If you do it through PayPal or Ko-Fi, it only takes 20. You know what I mean? Because 20 multiplied by 150%, 150% is $30. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, shout outs to the PayPal, Ko-Fi, all that good stuff. But yeah, welcome in, Brick. Welcome in. Yeah, let's get back to the show.
It doesn't really matter if that's a correlate. You know what else is a correlate? Fucking your first cousin. That's a correlate. That's a massive correlate for lowering IQ. It wouldn't matter if it was inherent. Let's just say, for instance, that white people had higher IQs on average than the average Arab, right? Let's just say it for the sake of a hypothetical. It doesn't actually matter that much because we know one thing that's going to bring the IQ down: fucking your first cousin. So the thing is, since that is the case, and it's objectively the case, right, I can still make the prescriptor that your societies would be a lot better off if you had 85 to 100 skilled laborers, 100 to 115 IQ professionals, at least in middle management, at least. And you said it yourself, right now you're terrified of nuclear war. We are terrified of nuclear war all around the nation, right, or all around Muslim nations. You're probably terrified of Zionists who are right in your own backyard. I get all of that, Daniel, but your people group aren't smart enough to defend themselves against these people. Christian nations are. We're smart enough to defend ourselves from people groups who want to wipe us out, like yours, right? So that's what's important here. The reason why you need to at least have an IQ that's above, I prefer lower IQ, 70 to 85. The reason you need that is because you need to be able to defend and protect yourself. You can't have these strong families he's talking about if you can't defend these strong families he's talking about. You can't have these great values that he's talking about if you can't defend your own people group, because you're at the technological mercy of another people group simply because you won't restrict a single behavior. That sort of rigidity has destroyed these once great lands. He's right. They did have beautiful art. They did have beautiful culture. They had beautiful everything. And then Islam came along and allowed them to inbreed themselves into literal stupidity. So again, how do we not build these better cultures? I've refuted every argument you've had. All you do is make my argument for me.
Go to Daniel, 90 seconds.
Yes. Is on? Okay. So then also the other factor, you didn't really address the race issue and the logic of your argument that we have to promote races that have high IQ, or we have to accept that higher IQ races can dominate the lower IQ races. Guess what? You want to talk about Israelis dominating Palestinians because of low IQ. Guess what? Which race actually has a representative that controls every member of Congress, like a handler like an AIPAC handler. What race are the AIPAC handlers that are controlling Congress? What race are they? Are they white Christians? Actually, Andrew, because it seems like 300 million Christians can't take care of just maybe a handful, 10 million of that one particular race that has a death grip over your country. Maybe address that, Andrew, the elephant in the room, and then tell me about IQ. The other point that I want to make is that do I have to spell it out? Yes. Yeah, they're called Jews. They're called Jews, Andrew. It's all there, and there are only 10 million of them. There are 10 million of them, but they seem to have they seem to have a lot of control. Yeah, the thing about Israel is that they're able to dupe dumb Christians to support wars that are going to bankrupt America and cause America to really collapse, so that they will have wars in the Middle East killing Muslim brown people, because you Christians apparently, by your argument, Andrew, are too stupid to realize that they're being destroyed by this one particular group. Gee, that's really high. That's really brilliant, Andrew. So
actually, hang on, it's my turn.
I'm done.
Actually, it is really brilliant. Notice how Daniel is banking on the benevolence of Christians to save him from a higher IQ people group. Just like I said he would. Banking on the higher IQ benevolence of the higher IQ people group to save him from another higher IQ people group. Isn't that wild? It's almost like I predicted everything you'd say before you said it, because I did. This is very simple, right? His entire argument here that he's giving you right this second is, let's talk about how these higher IQ people groups are controlling you, the people I'm appealing to right now, to please stop them from dominating our entire region. 10 million against 1 billion. Dominated completely. And they have to appeal to somebody else to protect them because they don't have the requisite IQ or technology to protect themselves, and that's that. And that's why you have to have at least some sort of minimum IQ to have some sort of civilization, which can at least contribute to your own nations and people groups' protection. How could that be a worse standard? He wants to make it about race. He knows it's a red herring, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if your race has the potentiality for, like, let's say, 100.
Real quick, sorry, because I was just replying to a couple messages there. Bricky, like that's the thing. That's the innovation that I've gotten in terms of the grift. If we get $28, or like I said, like $20 on PayPal or Ko-Fi, we will be able to open up the panel. That's what the dono bar is. The daily dono bar for the film room is, if you want to open the panel, if there's interest, get the donos in, get the grift going. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, like I said, I got like stuff like with Andrew and like the debate and all that kind of stuff as well, like the philosophia, the wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Got a bit of wisdom to preach and to break down. But as we're like seeing here, folks, this is just a complete unraveling by Daniel. You know what I mean? But it started like so, and this is why you have to be very careful, because it looks like when you get to like when you see like clips at like this stage of debate, because we're what, let's say about 3/4 way through, and somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 the way through, right? When you're seeing clips from this, it looks like it's an absolute like this is easy. Like Andrew makes it look easy, but it's because, like I said, it's that kind of thing of like being able to predict where Daniel's going to go with it, and what like Daniel thinks his weaknesses are, and what Daniel thinks that I'm going to go for. And then being able to completely shift the dynamic where all that preparation, all that effort in terms, because remember his opening has like so much slides, and it's like literally down to the second, like he used every single second that he could in his intro. You know what I mean? Like I said, there was all this deception, elaborate deception disguise, and then like protection, countermeasures, and all this kind of stuff. So it was a very deliberate opening. You know what I mean? Or a deliberate way that he tried to come at this. But notice that he can't say, oh, it's like a more marriage and all this kind of shit, because that marriage is negative. You know what I mean? And this is where it's like being able to abstract it out and bring it down to the basics in terms of intellect. Like force doctrine, you agree, and then from there we got intellect. But shout out to Terry Towerhead with the 5. He says, please set up a kebab, meat glue kebab shop in Abu Dhabi. Thanks, Towley. Sayonara. Sayonara. Oh, sorry. Please set up a kebab meat glue kebab shop in Abu Dhabi. Thanks, Towley. Sayonara. Did I nail it? Did I fucking nail that or what? Did I nail that or what, boys? Real quick, let me get you a meme clip for that one as well. You know what? I'll give you the shredding. I'll give you the shredding. Are we having fun yet, boys? Like I said, I'm good at the accents. You know what I'm saying? Loki, what is Loki the god of? The god of mischief? The god of illusions? You know what I'm saying? Gotta be good at accents. We gotta be good at illusions. You know what I mean? Was that Teriyaki or Habibi? That was me. That was me. Konnichiwa, bitches.
IQ. Let's just say that was the case. It was just stagnant at that for some reason. Then why would we want to reduce it below that? Why? That's the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. So again, he makes my argument for me. Yes, he's appealing to the benevolency of Christians to save him and his people group. That should be the fucking... I wish you guys were smart enough to get it. If that was the case, that you understood this, right? That you're appealing to a smarter people group to save you from another people group. That's why you guys have to get your IQs collectively higher. And you just said you prefer lower IQ societies.
Switch it to Daniel.
I didn't appeal to anyone's benevolence. I just pointed out how you're being used, how you're being treated like low IQ donkeys by a higher IQ race. That was my point. Like, I know you want to avoid acknowledging the point that I made very clearly, but the audience does. The audience understood what I was saying about that. So no, it's not about benevolence of Christians. Muslims don't need the benevolence of Christians to protect us. We've had a thriving civilization. And if Christians really want to win in this kind of argument, this kind of might makes right way, you're losing because of birth rates. Simple as. You're losing because Muslims are not only having more children, more people convert into Islam as opposed to leave it. Whereas with Christianity, there's a massive swell of apostasy, people leaving Christianity. For what religion? Partly Islam, but the much bigger proportion.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Al's in chat for Teriyaki. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Where is it? Where is it?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
You know,
It's like watching a bunch of retards trying to fuck a doorknob out there.
You know what I'm saying? Al's, yeah. Can we get some L's in chat? Can we get some L's in chat for Teriyaki, please? We need at least more than one L in chat. That was unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable. Oh my god, I'm a retard. I'm a retard.
They're leaving Christianity. Why is that? Why? It's partly because of a secular education. So this is, maybe you need to appeal to the benevolence of the atheists, the Jews, these other non-Christians, because your religion is bleeding out. I showed the chart. I showed the chart in terms of religious switching from Pew. Instead of grandstanding and trying to puff out your chest, address these real problems. Because it's not going to be, there's not going to be a Christianity in 100 years if trends continue. And part of it is because of IQ. Ironically, part of it is because of IQ, because higher IQ is associated with higher atheism. So yeah, you're going to have people who will enjoy electric cars, maybe even flying cars and AI, but they're not going to believe in God.
Seconds, we'll switch it over.
But just imagine like that, because remember from the intro, like Daniel had this whole mastery set up where it's like either Andrew's going to say that he's a blue-haired liberal or Andrew's going to say that he's Muslim. It's I got him, and now Daniel's talking is saying, trying to make an argument that, you know, low IQ society is the way to go, baby. Do you know what I mean? Do you not see like how much of a masterclass this is?
What's really
also, shout out to Modern Day Debate for putting this on, and also shout out for them because this was like members only kind of thing. So shout out to them for making it public as well, because my broadcast as well.
Interesting here is just pointing out that once again he's making the same exact appeal. The appeal, we're not making an appeal. We're not making an appeal. Islam has fantastic civilizations, as he's up here crying about how a nation of 10 million has enslaved all of them, according to him, right? How sophisticated can your civilization possibly be when 10 million people in the middle of a desert, right, are so technologically superior to the entirety of your civilization that even when your people groups have nuclear bombs, they don't feel threatened by it? This is a big problem. Again, this is not to talk about whether or not Jewish people are superior to Arab people, white people are superior to black people. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with one thing, which is the prompt. Which religion promotes a better society? Which religion produces better societies? And once again, I'm going to make this argument. It's pretty easy. If you think that people would have a preference, if you could ask them, which preference do you have? Do you have a preference to live in a society where 65% or more of the people are inbred? Or do you prefer to live in a society where that's not the case? And you're a Christian, I think you would answer yes. And I think if you were an honest Muslim, you'd answer yes too. And why? Well, it's because you still want medicine for your kids. You still want to be able to drive on roads. You still want to be able to have basic infrastructure, skilled laborers, professionals, things like this. And it's not that there's not many Muslims who aren't. There are. But there's not enough to meet the demand because they produce really stupid societies. And it's because of this reason. So it's like he just keeps on begging me to answer his questions about degeneracy, which has nothing to do with the debate. We're talking about which society is better.
Yeah, degeneracy has to do with society, bro. Degeneracy has a lot to do with society. It's like pretty much your entire platform talking about degeneracy ruining society. So like the technology that the West has achieved, you're saying that, well, look at all these Muslims, the biomass is at the mercy of all these technologies, the fighter jets, the nuclear weapons, whatever. But that technological progress is victimizing all of us. We're all a victim. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim, Christian, Jew, Hindu, we all are facing this massive transhumanist behemoth, this hegemony, and it's threatening to destroy the human race. Do you see the interview that Peter Thiel did with the New York Times? And he's talking about like the Antichrist, and he's being asked by the interviewer, do you think the human race continuing is a good thing? And then Peter Thiel, he's this billionaire, actually paused for a second, and it took him a while to answer. And when he finally did answer, he said that, well, you know, the human being in its current form, I don't know if that's something worth preserving, because they're transhumanists. They want to see a future where human beings are bionic, you have genetic engineering to actually have...
And what has that got to do with Christianity, bruh?
Tailor-made babies based on people's preferences. You have uploading the consciousness to the cloud with Neuralink, Elon Musk's Neuralink, all of these crazy technologies that are going to be imposed on us. Remember the whole thing, you will own nothing and you will be happy, get in the pod, eat the bugs. Remember all of this agenda, especially after COVID, that they're rolling out? That's because of technology. That's because of high IQ people like Yuval Harari, this Jewish genius who is telling, hey, you don't need to own anything to be happy. We're just going to give you porn and we're going to give you drugs and you're going to live in the pod, and that's going to be the future. That affects all of us. So it's not just Muslims who are the victims of this technological future. We are all victims of that dystopia.
Let us point out here that this is very important again, that everywhere Islam goes, regardless of the people group, the IQ goes down because of this. Let us also point out that that's not racial. That's every group. Every group that goes into anything to do with Islam, you end up with the IQ collectively lowering due to inbreeding. In order to oppose these very same technologies that he's proposing, transhumanism, things like that, you have to be able to make structured arguments, have reason. You have to be able to actually engage with these people. And if you can't do that, if it's the case that they have such a technocracy full of phaser guns, you got no fucking chance anyway. You have to at least have a high enough IQ to protect your people group from the very people you are claiming right now have a technological edge, which is Star Trek compared to the Apollo 13. So if that's the case, he still hasn't told you how having a low IQ is actually going to demonstratively help their people group at all oppose these types of technologies when the very secularists they claim are just gaining an IQ, because us dumb Christians, we just can't help it. We become secularists the second we get too smart, right? That's a big problem for them again. They would still need to value IQ being raised just enough to protect their people group, even if it was the case that Christians became secularists, even if that was the case. So always his argument goes back to low IQ equals benevolency of other people group, because you can't defend your people groups. You can't defend your peoples. You can't do it. We have an ocean between us, and only one of us is capable of attacking the other. And that's because of the massive distinction in technological prowess and organizational skills, which you're going to find with.
And this is the beauty of Andrew's argument, because he knew that Daniel was going to say, you can't, let's not attack the books. So Andrew goes, okay, we're not going to do the book things, not going to do like this in terms of the print. Okay, let's look at outcomes. Because the same way that you won't defend your book, you also won't defend the outcomes of the societies that it breeds. You know what I mean? And it's like, all you do is you just attack and then bully and then try to take over. And we're not doing that anymore. Today's not that day, boys.
Intelligence, and it's not a thing which is valued by Islam by his own admission. How could we not have better societies based on it? How?
Switch over. Again, the benevolence argument. The only reason that you, Andrew, are able to have a platform on YouTube is that the benevolence of a bunch of atheist, God-hating secularists. That's the only reason you have a platform. They could ban you tomorrow. They say, yeah, this guy is flying too close to the sun. He's a little bit too hateful, and they ban you. Your entire ministry, your entire outreach is based on the benevolence of these God-hating atheists, people like Elon Musk, people like Peter Thiel. This is a problem for everyone who believes in God, not just Muslims. And I want everyone to recognize this fact. If IQ is the end-all be-all, the way to maximize IQ is transhumanism. It's to actually genetically engineer human beings to have higher IQ, because IQ has a genetic basis, right? So the number one way to raise IQ is through genetic engineering, transhumanism. Tomorrow, if Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and the people who are controlling Christian countries and the globe, really, if they say that, hey, we're going to eliminate Christianity because actually it leads to lower IQ and we have to adopt atheism.
He can't even attack,
and anyone who
bro,
says,
he can't even attack Christianity, right? Do you know what I mean? He can't even attack Christianity. This is a joke. What's even going on? And mad shout out to Terry Towlhead for the $5 says, I can't believe how disgusting Daniel's sanctimonious penchant for miscreant in humanism is. Inbred cognitive dissonance. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is why we got the Giorgiani clip.
You know, this is diseased brain thinking.
It is diseased brain thinking. Their brain is diseased. Habibi's brain is diseased. You know what I mean? It's there's like I said, when you look at Daniel's opening to what he's done the whole debate, his whole argument was supposed to be like, I'm gonna prove that Islam is the best for society, and he's now arguing that we need to have low IQ societies. That's how much of a clusterfuck this has been for Daniel. Appreciate you kindly, Terry.
That they believe in God or believe in Jesus is actually a radical terrorist who's spreading hate, and the Bible is full of hate, and we have to ban this in order to reach our utopia. Okay,
oh shit! Actually, yeah. To get back to that, like, he basically, it's like, yeah, like he's like these people are not Christian.
That's going to happen at the hands of atheists. So Christians are also at the mercy of the same kind of IQ fetishists who want to transform the human race. Wake up, Andrew, wake up. Stop this stupid argument.
If I ask you one question, I'll yield my time to you. You can ask me one. Are you willing to answer it? How is it, Daniel, and I'll yield my time to you, that even if it's true that right now YouTube and these oligarchs can deplatform me tomorrow, and that is true, that me having a lower IQ is going to be somehow help me in that situation? That's my question. How is it that having lower collective IQs would help us against transhumanists, Daniel?
So the answer to my question has been this whole time that there are other values. So yeah, I might be stupid. I might be lower IQ than someone else, but I enjoy my life in other ways. I find value that is the answer to your question. To worshiping God, going and spending time with my family, having a wife who loves me. I don't have to worry about her cheating on me or having this long history at college or whatever.
I don't have to worry. That is the mask slip there, boys. We got him 4K HD. We got him 4K HD.
Or having this long history at college or whatever. I don't have to worry about her cheating on me or having this long history. My family, having a wife who loves me. I don't have to worry about her cheating on me or.
That's what I don't have to worry about her cheating on me. That's why. And that's what I called it. This is the thing with all these fucking Durkas. And I'm saying Durkas because, like, apparently I can't say Muslims. But the people that, like, are fundamentalists and they're like Sharia law or nothing. You know what I mean? Those motherfuckers. It's like the only reason is because they are afraid their wife will cheat on them. That's what it boils down to. It's always a fear. There is some fear. You know what I mean?
Or having this long history at college or whatever. Having children that actually respect me and who will take care of me in my old age. How
does a high IQ preclude you from that?
Because it leads to atheism.
No, so
it's correlated with atheism.
So here, let me show you the circle. Hang on, let me just show you the circular argument.
I'm making an independent argument.
Yeah, I know, but let me show you the circularity.
These values are important.
Can I show you the circularity here?
Okay,
so your circularity of your argument is like this. Having a lower IQ for me somehow means what? That I'm going to suddenly have better ethics? I'm going to suddenly be a better person? I'm going to suddenly be more benevolent?
Yeah,
hang on. You haven't demonstrated that that's the case. And by the way, I would argue, in fact, Christian ethics are so overwhelmingly good that secularists who have no ethical system borrow ours. And so the thing is like, look, ultimately, you haven't made an argument. The circularity of your argument is just this. Look, you need to have a lower IQ. Well, how does that help our people group defend itself if we do? Well, it doesn't, but there's other values more important. Okay, does a higher IQ preclude you from that? Answer, no. No. So that's the problem with the circularity, dude, that I'd actually like an answer to. And then, to be fair, because this wasn't a back and forth, I'm willing to answer yours directly, too.
Well, excuse me, sorry. Can I get water, James, actually?
He's literally like rocked. from that. I told you, like, that's usually the mask slipped. You know what I mean? So, I don't have to worry about her history. Like that's why like he moved on to that rather than I don't have to worry about my wife cheating on me. That's when like the moment where the truth came out, and you can tell like, it's like he's even gone dry throat now as well.
Really, my throat is pretty dry here. So there is like a negative correlation between IQ and religiosity. There is a negative correlation with IQ because as you get higher IQ. This, you know, you can go read Jonathan Haidt, for example. You can read Joseph Heinrich, for example. And in their books, they point to how higher IQ is correlated with more liberalization, more secularization, more atheism, more, you know, freedom for all, which causes the kind of degeneracy that you and I speak out against. So there is actually a bad consequence to a population with higher IQ because you'll get more atheism. So that's one problem that you can point out. And I'm just saying that, look, let's not be IQ fetishists. Even if you think cousin marriage is degenerate, disgusting, oh, you're fine. But still, higher IQ does not correlate with better societies. It's leading to a problem that is unsolvable, okay? This is a problem of higher and higher technologies that's going to cause us to live in a dystopia, a transhumanist dystopia. That is a problem for everyone. It's not like an own against the Muslims. It's an own against the human race. Peter Thiel, with his ugly, smug face, is laughing at us, at Christians, at Muslims. They're laughing because they have this demonic antichrist future that they're planning for us. And it is based on technology.
Yes, Habibi. They're laughing at this. It is Zionism. It is... Do you know what I mean? Like that's basically it. Like, oh, we're your friends. And then...
Yeah, but this doesn't really respond again to the argument. The question here, when you say that it is true that IQ can have correlates to atheism, but we were talking about societies reverting to the IQ mean, the mean. The mean IQ of the societies you produce are between 1 to 2 standard deviations lower than the average Christian nation. The mean. Now, there is no correlate that Daniel will be able to show you that having average IQs leads to secularism. It doesn't. It doesn't. Show me the correlate if that's the case. You can't. And the average IQs in these nations, which is just between 100 to 115 professionals, middle management, it doesn't preclude them at all, or doesn't force them to secularism at all. We're talking about the means of society. The mean IQ of 2 standard deviations lower in many cases precludes you from having any sort of civilization, really. It really does. Just basic infrastructure and things like this. So Daniel would need to show you how having a 100 IQ, an average IQ, is going to lead everybody to secularism because societies revert to the mean. It doesn't. It doesn't lead to secularism. It's a lie. You have to have these higher IQs, much higher. Otherwise demonstrate it. And if he can, even let's just say he could somehow, then his prescription is actually just that he wants to keep the world at 70 IQ. That's crazy.
And that's basically fundamentally what it comes down to. Now, folks, like I said, it's coming up to that grift time. So we're only 2 away. We're only 2 donations away. And if you want the premium meme, you know what I'm saying? If you want the premium meme, is she going to be coming down the mountain? You know what I'm saying? So we got 10 minutes, folks. We only need 2 donations. Could be $2 donations. Let's get her done.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness! Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Shout out to Lazo. Thank you, Kanye. And with those 2 donations, we hit the YouTube goal. And when we hit the YouTube goal, we get a premium meme. And you might be wondering, what is a premium meme, Terry? This is a premium meme.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Black folks. And yeah, Lost making it rain as well. With the $5. Let me give you a little Pepe for that one. Appreciate you. Thank you very kindly, sir. But yeah, folks, said it's kind of like we're moving on from the theology and we're going on to the dating. You know what I'm saying? Just like with the Wheel of Madness, we got different themes. We're on the Whatever podcast, and oh my lord, this is the one thing that pisses me off about bitches, man. Oh golly, you know what I'm saying? And just before disclaimer, there may be a little bit of
That is mahogany.
There may be a little bit of mahogany going on, right? But this whole thing that bitches do where it's like they just call you gay. You know what I mean? It's like it's a ridiculous concept because like any dude that calls another calls a woman like a lesbian. You know what I mean? Like it falls flat in its face.
I really believe that I don't eat pussy.
You claim to be a labia guy. Like boob
Big
guys,
labia.
boob guys want boobs in their face. Ass guys want ass shaking happening near their face. So I just think it's rage baiting. I think you're trying to
Not
set
rage
up
bait.
I think you're trying to set up something where the women will say, "Oh, don't you want to please your woman? How dare you not eat box?" And then you can Uno reverse it on them and say, "Well, it's not wrong for you to say that, but it's wrong for a man to demand his girl to suck his penis." So, you know, me, I'm a steak and potatoes kind of girl.
Listen, I'm a steak and potatoes kind of girl. Bitch, stop. Okay? But notice Brian here, you know, like
You know what I do
eloquently,
to-
you know, because like she knows, like she's like saying, "Oh, you're gonna do this thing." It's like, yeah, what? I'm gonna use logic. Is that the critique? I'm gonna use logic here.
The steak and potatoes, I destroy it. So,
You destroy penis?
what if she has, like, no, that's not what I mean. What if she has world record labia? World record labia, and she's like, "Please, Brian, it's all I've ever wanted. I only listen to Pearl Jam." Please, like, you told me you wouldn't put your
And
face
she's
in it?
natural. Ooh.
I mean,
He's folding.
so is this like, would you do it for the perfect woman, basically?
No one's perfect.
But she
that
just has giant labia?
labia
Is
is
she-
world record.
Is she virgin?
Yes.
And like in this hypothetical, can we grant that she would never cheat on me?
Yeah.
Uh,
She's the one you chose. Like, you're already
that-
with her. You
that's
trust her.
more appetizing, but I still
Appetizing.
have some some hangups with it.
Okay.
So yeah, some hangups. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's kind of gay to not eat pussy.
And here we
Why-
go. Here we go. You know what I'm saying?
I just had a question. Does
Oh,
Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not
sure.
heard. You know what I'm saying? It's always the bitch with the tits out doing the makeup. Do you know what I mean? More makeup than a fucking clown. Do you know what I mean? Those goofy bitches. But our boy Brian here, he does not fret. He's like the sensei. You know what I'm saying, in the dojo. And every time there's gonna be, you know, a white belt or whatever, yellow belt, whatever the fuck they call it, comes in to challenge the black belt, they think they can take the guy out, you know what I'm saying? They think they can rock with the big boys, you know what I'm saying? But like that's where the sensei comes in, flips the ankle and goes, and they fall flat on their face, you know what I'm saying? So all Brian has to really do here is just basically say... Meaning what? Because essentially this becomes a dynamite field for this bitch. Because the only way... she basically essentially has to bite the bullet of being a homophobe or she backtracks. You know? So it's a bold strategy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Let's see if it pays off.
Why would that be gay? Why is it gay to not do that? Is it lesbian to not want to give
Suck
a man?
dick?
Yeah, is that lesbian?
It's kind of gay, yeah.
Why
if
would
you don't want
why would
to,
it be gay?
I think it's a little gay too. I think when guys don't really like vagina as much as other guys.
No, love vagina. Vagina's great.
you
but-
don't if you don't want to eat it.
If you don't want to eat it, I
That's
think
not
it's
true.
a little gay.
Oh no, this is kind of getting a little rapey a little bit. Like you're gonna force somebody. So I think
Force who?
yeah, a little bit because I think people, whether you're a man or a woman, I know you're laughing, but I feel like you're gonna be like, oh shit, I just said some retarded dumb shit. I think people are allowed to have. I think what's that?
You're gonna say something really serious right now.
Can you talk
You're
into
gonna
the
like
mic,
say
please?
something really serious right now.
Well, I think people are allowed to have
You're
sexual
like
boundaries.
being totally serious, and we're like totally not serious. You know? Like, Brian, you don't even go here. You know? A bitch is my fucking apartment.
Whether you're a man or a woman. And so I don't think that makes you homosexual. It's kind of interesting. Like, you guys are both more liberal, and you're like, probably like, yeah, pro LGBT, but like, you want to use gay as an insult. I find that kind of.
I don't think that's an insult. I just
Yeah,
don't think
you're
that you're
definitely-
fully straight. If you don't want to eat a woman's vagina,
But the implication there is a man who has a sexual boundary is.
And now, like this is the whole thing of like, oh, I just think that that's gay. I'm not saying it's an insult. I'm just saying that you're gay. All right. Now, the key, like, you know, like, next step, if you want to really grind the gears in terms of like, well, then like, why would you then try to out me if I actually was gay? Let's actually grant. I mean, if you want to be bold enough to even grant the thing, I mean, it's like, well, let's actually take your argument for granted. Like, if I was gay, then like why would you then be? And then you basically make her look as though, oh shit, you know what I mean? Because that's a huge no apparently in the gay community.
Is a homosexual.
I don't think they're fully straight.
How would that?
Because the only men I've ever known
logically
who didn't
that-
like eating pussy were bisexual or kind of gay.
Yeah,
Because
that logically
you're
that
not
makes
as
no
attracted
sense.
to a woman's body. You don't look at it and think, I want to eat that up. Like there's something that's a little less sexually. You have less of a sexual drive when it comes to looking at the opposite sex's parts and putting your face on it. I mean, that's kind of giving like you're less straight than other people.
Yeah, but you're using
I mean,
gay
like
as
like the key distinction here is not whether or not you eat box, for lack of a better terminology. You know what I mean? The key terminology or the key distinction here is like penis and vagina. That's straight sex. I mean, that's quote unquote straight. You know what I mean? Like licking a clit or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing as like, oh, like lick my elbow. For all intents and purposes in terms of like actual sex. So saying you're not willing to lick my elbow, you're gay. That's basically a reasonable equivalent of what she's saying.
Of an insult.
I didn't mean it as an insult, but I just think it's gay.
I mean, I
if
don't
you
really
don't eat
care.
pussy, I think it's kind of gay. I wouldn't want to date I would think
Like
that a guy
genuinely-
who
when
was
you
like a
say
little bit gay.
Are you?
No, I'm
using-
genuine.
And-
I'm genuine. I think
and
you're a
there's
little bit gay.
there's
Like
the thing, and I wouldn't want to date a guy who wouldn't eat pussy because like he'd be gay. I wouldn't want to date a gay guy. Do you know what I mean? It's like the whole Mean Girls thing. Do you know what I mean? She even has like the whole like the fur thing. You know?
You're genuinely not
Like, you're a
attracted
bit
to a woman's
homo. You're a
vagina
bit
if
of
you
a
can't
homo.
eat it.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so logically, this is completely incoherent. I think people are allowed to have sexual boundaries. They're allowed to not do certain things sexually, and this would have no bearing on their sexual orientation or their sexuality.
So do you still like playing with a woman, like with your hands?
Absolutely, yes. In
Okay.
fact, a woman should come first, preferably multiple times, and certainly before you. And if you can achieve that through hands, or if through hands ideally, but shit, if you even want to employ toys, you can, or just from intercourse.
Okay, as long as it's not just about you putting
Well, independent thinker. This is what I'm saying. This is why it's like, yeah, the goofy bitches, but it's just like the like. This is why, guys, like this is why I do the side by side comparison. It's the same message. It's the same kind of thing that I'm showing you. It's like this whole thing of like you might kind of like want to, underestimate Daniel. You might want to underestimate this goofy bitch. You know what I mean? But you saying, bro, you're licking up another person's body fluid. Like you could say the same thing about like your saliva and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? That's the minefield that we're in terms of this dynamic. But like I said, Brian's a sensei of the dojo. You know what I mean?
your dick in and getting your
Motherfucking
nut.
black belt.
You know what I mean? Like,
no, it's not a
to me,
selfish. It's not a selfish thing at all. In fact, I want my girl to. I want her to come before me. If she can come multiple times, she's going to come multiple times.
Okay.
However, there's ways in which that I guess you could give somebody an orgasm that would be a sexual boundary for you and not wanting to do. So if a woman, don't get me wrong, receiving oral sex is great. However, if a woman doesn't want to do that, I don't think that makes her a lesbian. I don't think that has any implication as to her sexual orientation if a woman doesn't enjoy giving or doesn't give oral sex.
do you think that, would you feel like they were less attracted to you?
No, not necessarily.
If you
And
dated
it's
a
not a
woman
deal
who
break-
just
it's-
didn't want to suck your dick, would you be like, I kind of feel like not as, you know?
No, it's not a deal breaker. Don't get me wrong. Receiving oral sex is great. I'm not going to turn down oral sex. Giving it, on the other hand, is a bit different. But yeah, I don't. If a woman doesn't want to do it. I don't think it makes her a homosexual or more of a homosexual.
Homosexual.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Would you consider that they maybe might have like low libido?
No, not at all. I think you could have
What?
a really high libido, but have a sexual boundary. Like, for example, a woman could have a really high libido, but not want to engage in or have receptive anal sex. That isn't an implication on her libido because she has a sexual boundary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if... Scoot your chair in.
Okay.
Yeah, scoot
You're
the chair.
sitting too far.
But
I know. I'm soft spoken too, so it sucks.
But I just don't see the. I don't see how it would logically imply that you're gay, or more gay, I guess.
I think that just comes from hearing two gay men. They're realizing they were gay story. Both of them was, oh, I went to eat a girl out, and I did not think that was delicious. Like, it was not hot to me. It wasn't something that turned me on. It was.
What the fuck do you think it's gonna taste like? You know what I mean?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Fuck you gonna what? You thought it was gonna taste like bananas? The fuck you talking about, you goofy bitch? You know what I mean? Ridiculous.
Gross. And they're like, and that's what helped me realize I was gay. So I think that's where that story comes from, and it's true recounts. But I didn't mean to offend anyone. Like, if you don't like eating pussy and you have a sexual boundary, have your boundaries. Everyone deserves their boundaries.
And I think my beliefs kind of like stem from something similar because I'm like partially like bisexual, but I don't think I would enjoy going down on like a girl because it's like slimy. I don't know.
Wait, so you would understand?
I would say like I would say I'm more straight than bisexual because I wouldn't go down on a girl. So I'm like, oh, I lean more towards men.
Same.
I like men more. because
Okay, sure. I mean, look, if a woman, as a woman,
Vaginas,
you want to give
you
oral
know.
sex, that
Bro, and a dick is not slip. What? Is your tongue not slippery? What is going on? I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I was like so distracted by this bitch. I forgot about this bitch. Oh my god.
okay, cool. If you don't, I don't think that makes you less of a woman. I don't think it makes you homosexual or you become a suspected homo as a woman. If you don't suck dick, like you can be 100% straight. I don't know.
You're straight. It's okay. We
You're
believe you.
straight, yeah. Maybe you don't like.
Ah, please. Please. Oh my god. The whole condescending, patronizing.
This stupid.
This stupid much. It's okay, Brian. It's okay. Like the whole Mean Girls thing, it's like, oh, bro, you could just picture her saying it. You know what I mean? Doesn't even go here. You know what I mean? Like that would literally be her response. If I was to call in, had have called into that show just randomly, I was able to hack the fucking whatever the account or whatever, and I was able to get my camera in, and I was basically like roasting speech. Like that would be her reaction. But like, it doesn't even go here. You know what I mean? Like that would basically be her reaction.
Like bodily fluids. I don't like bodily
I'm
fluids.
fine.
They gross me out.
I think it, I mean,
So
I
one
think
sec,
people-
if bodily fluids gross you out, then you would have an equal disdain for sucking dick. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. How do we reach these kids?
again, are allowed to have sexual preferences, sexual boundaries. I'm sure there, for both of you, there's probably certain sexual acts that you're not inclined to participate in, and that should be respected. And it doesn't have anything to do with your sexuality.
It cannot, maybe. Like it cannot, but it also could be an indicator.
Yeah, but we could say this thing could be an indicator for anything.
Right.
But I guess to your thing, Alina, I don't do it. I have, like, fucking, it was the
Bush
It was
administration.
the Bush administration. Maybe I think it was 2007, the last time I gave a woman oral sex. Yeah, it's been a fucking long time. It's just not my preference. I think also you definitely can't do that with, I mean, my advice to men, if you're inclined to do it, you can't be doing that on a one night stand, or even some chick who you're just started seeing her because you haven't vetted her.
I agree.
Because the reality is, a lot of the way y'all move, not all women, but y'all be fucking other men. And women,
A man.
and women and men are different. If I fuck a chick, if I fuck a girl, and I shower, I'm good as new, basically. Let's remove STDs from this conversation.
Okay.
If I shower in soap or whatever, my fresh and clean, Outcast. So fresh and what's that? How's that fucking
fresh
song
and
go?
so clean, clean.
So fresh, yeah. I'm good if I shower because men's parts are external. Women, you're not really supposed to clean up. You're not really supposed to like do.
She needs that rag on a stick. You know what I mean?
You're not supposed to soap up there. You're gonna throw your pH balance. You'll fuck your shit up. So if a guy comes inside of you, and you deal with a new guy the next day, because a lot of y'all women, I'm not talking about anybody at this table, but I know how some women move, and y'all be fucking multiple men at the same time. If one dude comes inside you, that shit lingers, and you've just created a fucking cocktail of cum and pussy juice, and it throws your fucking pH balance off, and that shit is fucking stewing in there. Another man's seed is stewing in your pussies. And,
Okay.
And so it's the reason for a man to be like, have a different, like a revulsion to this, is because we can't with certainty guarantee that you're not fucking around with other men, especially in 2025 going into 2026. Y'all deal with multiple dudes. Y'all fucking multiple dudes. And so I'm not taking that risk. Maybe you can make the argument if that's your girlfriend and you know she
Hey, hey, OG, leave off the burritos. Leave off the burritos, okay? Come on, give him a break. Give him a break. The white answer your own question because she's not going to give you an answer. You're going to get a bunch of feminist gobbledygook. You're gay. That's basically the whole argument here. So, like I said, if you're going to do that shit, then okay, let's get dirty.
For sure she ain't fucking around. Even your girlfriend could cheat.
Well, I think for one though, but with a man, you have your pre-cum like oozing out all the time. Like that's terrifying. For all I have to say though is, can we just?
That's terrifying. But I mean, she's got nothing. She's got nothing in the barrel. You know what I'm saying?
Mention how atrocious and terrifying it is that women will let a man come inside of them when they don't know them. That's scary.
It
This
happens.
is terrifying to me. I couldn't actually imagine that some woman would let someone on their first night meeting come inside of them and then want to go have sex again.
I mean, if the girl's on birth control,
That is sick.
they be letting.
That's
I
disgusting.
mean, yeah, they're letting guys hit it raw. They're letting all this stuff, right? I mean, I'm not even talking about STD. That's another.
But if he had a 7-pack and he made 7 figures a year and he was 7 foot tall, wouldn't be that disgusting, would it?
Component here too. Also, the big argument here is they've actually found that men who engage in oral sex, so men who go down on women, they have a way higher likelihood of getting throat, neck, and face cancers.
What?
Yeah, so men who give women oral sex, you have a way higher risk of throat, neck, face, mouth cancers.
Why is that?
HPV, mostly, I think.
So is that where it stems from for you? Is it like a fear?
I mean, it's a couple different factors. It's who was that? Michael Douglas? Is that the actor? He had throat cancer. I think it was Michael Douglas.
Belinda says it.
The name wrong. He got throat cancer, and he was like, "Yes, from eating pussy." He was like, "I was eating so much pussy, too much pussy," and this motherfucker got throat cancer. And yeah, I don't know if you want to pull that up. And so that's one concern. The other concern is, look, also there is a smell, there's a taste. Some women it's minimal, some women it's almost nothing, some women it's noticeable. And then also, if it is your girlfriend and you're blasting inside your girlfriend, then it's like I don't want that in my even if she
Then it becomes a question that unfortunately we need to ask.
Are you gay? Were you gay? Like, what is gay?
What is gay? You know what I mean? And yeah, William as well. Keep the simping to a minimum, folks. You know what I'm saying? William's like was it? Don't like stir crazy. But the police guy is like, keep the simping to a minimum, folks. Yo.
She's loyal.
Yeah.
Even if she's loyal and she's a virgin, and
She's a virgin that you blasted inside
and
of.
I'm coming inside of her, I don't want my own seed. I don't want
Like
that.
backwash. It's like backwash. You know what I'm saying? Moving on, even in this fucking panel as well, we have the wage gap. We had the Kathy Newman interview with Jordan Peterson, but we are still having this conversation. 10 years later. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, folks.
Wage gap doesn't exist.
Yeah, it does.
There's no wage gap.
Yes, there is. You can look it up.
No, it's bullshit. There's an earnings gap, but there's not like a sexist gender wage gap where women, in the same field, they're getting paid less. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it is. No, it isn't.
The pay scale, do you have it? Yeah, that's the one. So the uncontrolled gender pay gap, 82 cents for every $1 earned by men. Controlled gender pay gap, this measures median salary for men and women with the same job and qualifications. Women earn 99 cents for every $1 earned by men. I believe, is this pay scale, this website, or do you know? Yeah, so Basically, can you explain to me what your sense of the gender wage gap is?
It was like that. Like it's only a few cents now.
No, but
it's like
what
20 cents.
is it?
Well,
what is it actually
men are just
looking at?
men have more opportunity. Like
That's not true.
Women weren't allowed to own homes. Like
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Women could own homes at every point.
Women
in
weren't
time.
allowed to own land. No, they
Yeah, they
weren't.
could.
No, they couldn't.
Yeah, they could. Women could own property
No.
and
Since
own.
the beginning of America, no.
Yeah, since the beginning of the
Women were
United
not.
States. Yeah.
No.
So okay, let's say you're a man.
This is why we need the likes of Rachel Wilson. I should have had a Rachel Wilson clip loaded for this segment here because holy, you know what I mean? Wait, actually, William, do you know if Rachel Wilson has like a 20 to 30 minute clip, or if there's anybody that has like a 20 30 minute clip that we can review of Rachel kind of like basically summarizing the book, or kind of like an interview. Like if you can find any interviews of Rachel, I'm just gonna post the message there. Interview Rachel Wilson interview about her book. Because like I said, I think that would be a good review as well. But yeah, back to the things.
And you have 2 daughters and no sons, and you die. To which man who is not your blood relative does your property go to?
Well, I mean that's different.
So
women weren't allowed to buy and own
can't-
land.
Well, they could if they have money. You're telling me.
Well, but they didn't exactly.
You're
So that's
telling
the
me-
that's where
hold on.
it all started at the beginning when men had more opportunity, and it has slowly still been a thing because that has still affected the way society is run.
You're telling me America, the founding, well, not the founding, America, the great capitalist nation, you're telling me in the 1800s, 1700s, some wealthy widow or some wealthy woman, either for however the means in which he got this money, goes to a property owner who's trying to sell their house, he legally can't sell it to her because she's a woman? That's completely ridiculous.
Okay.
Because like just the main thing, like she's like the whole thing. Okay. Because like all she does is the feminisms. I mean, the script. It's the same thing. It's the same. Like that's why I done the Daniel debate beforehand. You know what I mean? Because I want to say it's the same thing. They're just reading off the script. Like there's no actual like counter logic here. But like this is why men and women aren't equal, and I'll do it from the perspective of the female. Any female can technically like marry a king, and boom, she's the number one chick. And like we've seen all like the like these from especially the British, like how many of these bitches get fat and all this kind of shit. They don't give a fuck. They're number one bitch. They're the queen. Any bitch can become the top bitch. But the dude, the king, it's only one dude. You know what I mean? So, like I said, in terms of this dynamic, this is like feminism things, all this kind of shit. Like women have that kind of cheat code where it's like, yeah, I've like no education, no potentials in the workplace, all stuff. But I'm in a yacht in Miami. You know what I mean? And yeah, he cheats on the weekend sometimes, but like it's literally meaningless. I mean, he's the guy. I'm the one that he always comes home to. I'm the one he tells his deepest secrets. I'm the one who has access to all the bank accounts, etc., etc. I'm the one who has all the security. I'm the one with the kids in the private school, etc., etc. You know what I mean? And like people say, it's like, oh, like that's like the problem of like liberalism and all this kind of shit, but one couldn't make the case in terms of like how that manifests in terms of religious is like the whole arranged marriages kind of thing. It's all transactional. It's the same kind of thing. So it's like I said, trying to translate for both sides. But like I said, this goofy bitch here, like this is just all script.
I mean, look, women have been disadvantaged in some ways historically.
Well, yeah, when everyone
but that's
was
not
when America started, people were given plots of land, and who were given those plots of land, and who was given that sum of money to start? Men.
And their families, by extension, their families.
Men, but the men are the ones in charge.
Who founded the country?
This stupid.
Who founded the country? Men.
And who get to have that and make the choice of what they own, where they go, what they do, and where it goes.
Have debt. Women couldn't have debt, which is kind of a privileged position to be in. Like
that's like saying somebody that's like saying, yeah, like you didn't have life, but you didn't have death.
Not really.
It really is.
It kind of is. Like you don't get anything, but that's good because you don't owe anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think women, to some degree, had a privileged position in society. You might say it was like benevolent sexism or benevolent protection or whatever. But yeah, overwhelmingly, I would say women, I don't know, you have to take it in the full context of the historical disadvantages and advantages that the respective sexes had. But really quick, just bring it back to the wage gap. What is the wage, like, so the wage gap that you're citing to, that number, 82 cents, that doesn't factor in all these variables. It's literally this like feminist retarded math. Like it's literally retard math where it's like, we're not gonna consider the multivaried nuance and the complexity of the massive economic structure and comparisons between men and women's income and wealth and blah, 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 all this stuff. It's not factoring in any variables. It's literally just looking at, well, let me ask you this. Do you think it would be a good way to analyze this specific topic by simply only looking at all the money that men make and all the women, all the money that women make?
No.
Like, wouldn't you, if you were doing a study on the wage gap, you would want to perhaps look at, do men work more hours than women?
I would research all of the highest financially holding positions that there are in America. And then I would research how many of those jobs are held by men and how many are held by women.
Well, that's
and then I would research how much the men are making and how much the women are making. And that would determine it. And determining by that, there are less women in those places and the women make less.
And this is how, like I said, I can cut through this so easily. So it bases, okay, so because it's not a 50-50 outcome, that means it's sexist, right? And she goes, yes. And I go,
this stupid.
Because let's look at the NFL, bitch. Like 90% of the players are black. Does that mean the NFL is racist against white people? You know what I'm saying? Goofy fucking logic.
You should stop while your head on that one. So that's a different thing. So we can do an analysis of the gender breakdown of like high paying jobs or CEOs. However, you do acknowledge that most men, most women who are in the workforce don't have super glamorous high paying jobs. So you would have to look at kind of everything. But do you think it would be fair to do a determination, like try to determine if society is sexist by simply looking at all the money that men make and all the money that women make and comparing it and drawing a conclusion from that?
If it was an equal amount of men and women and their
Yes.
fields were balanced, I guess.
The fields are definitely not balanced between men and women.
Well, that's what I'm saying is the pay gap is more relevant the higher up jobs that you have. Like the lower that your job is, the more commonly men and women will be paid the same. But the higher up and more like the CEOs and like the people who are making more and more money, that is where the pay gap is bigger between men and women.
That's perhaps a component of it, but would you agree?
And that's all I'm saying.
But would
men
you,
have more opportunity to make more money in these higher positions.
Don't really agree, but would you agree though if the commonly parroted gender wage gap, that number, here, I mean, I'll give you the cards. I'll lay my cards on the table. That number, it doesn't factor in hours worked. It doesn't factor in type of job. It doesn't factor in geography. It doesn't factor in seniority. It doesn't factor in level of educational achievement. It doesn't factor in overtime work. It doesn't factor in hazard pay. It doesn't factor in, I think I'm probably forgetting like maybe a dozen more variables. So do you think that it's statistically coherent to do an analysis without factoring in variables?
No.
Okay, so that's what the gender wage gap is. All men, they're not looking at any of these variables. Men make this much money, women make this much money. Don't you think that's kind of retarded?
I don't really support the use of the R word like you're using it, but
Okay.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Excuse me, ma'am. I don't mean to be rude, but are you retarded? It's like,
That is mahogany.
you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, don't you think that's really stupid?
Oh God.
I would have been like, okay, bitch. But like, to see the way I say, okay, bitch, and like say it really fast. I was like, okay, bitch. You know what I mean? And like, then basically kind of say, it's like, okay, do you think that's really, really silly? Like, would you call that person a silly Billy? You know what I mean? Like do the whole like reverse patronizing back to her. You know what I mean? When she was doing the whole like oh, it's okay, Brian, you're straight. It's like that whole shit.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't show everything, you know? That's why earlier I wanted to see
Okay.
the statistics of the, you know, of the violence against men, because you do need to see more details to really see more about what's real.
Yeah, but so
Always.
how about this? Do you acknowledge that there is a gender gap between men and women? Men work more hours than women.
Oh, I'm sure that's true, because men are expected to provide in America or in society, you know? In most societies, men are expected to provide.
Speaking of, this gets me into my final point on the gender wage gap, but a lot of these variables that we're talking about, so men work more hours. Okay, well, so if you start controlling for hours worked, the gender wage gap that is alleged to exist starts to shrink. And then as you start adding in more variables, you control for the type of job, you control for geography, you control for all these things, it shrinks to the 99 cents. Now, that's just doing an economic assessment. Men should pay on first dates. Men should provide and protect. Amelia, you agree. Kaylee, you agree. Lynn, you agree. Tavi, you agree. Samantha, you agree. Natalia, who's taking her schizo meds, agrees. Just kidding. Joke.
Let's be nice. Let's be nice, Brian.
Well, let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
Good Lord, Brian.
Agree. Do you agree?
That men should pay for dates?
On first dates.
Yes, if he asks, for sure.
Have you ever asked a guy out on a date?
I've never.
Convenient. Men should provide, protect. Every single woman at this table says men should pay on first dates. Men should provide, protect. I would argue the wage gap, even removing all the economic factors like men work more hours, men work more overtime, men work more dangerous, dirty jobs, men are more likely to have injuries and death in the workplace. Women's own dating preferences are the sole, wage gap's bullshit. Women themselves, with your own stated standards, men should provide, men should pay for dates. You create a social pressure on men to be more motivated.
Men actually created that.
Yeah.
No.
They men used to trade somebody's father would trade with somebody else's father, their daughter, for their cow.
No, she was technically she is correct here, gentlemen. And I know it's like that's like how dare you, Teriak? You know what I mean? Like everybody, like when I say it's like technically she's right, you know, firstly a lot of you would say
Beta!
I mean, but hold up before you start calling me gay.
And
as
well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest
gayest man in the world.
Okay, I'm not gay. I told you, I'm delivered.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
I don't like men's no more. But like, not like for realsies, like it was technically men that created this because like it was men that led to that enabled the feminism. You know what I mean? But like that's the next level move where it's like actually Brian, if I was there, but Brian, she's right. It was, man. Because we enabled this feminism shit. We need to repeal the 19th, you know what I mean? Et cetera, et cetera. And like you're like, yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah. And you play like the role of Satan.
Or for their land, or for whatever.
When's the okay?
Back in the back.
We're talking right now.
Well, I'm saying, but everything leads into what it is now. That it stems. Yes.
Dowry, that shit is bygone.
It's not though, because this is the new form of it.
No, that's ridiculous.
It comes from
Completely
something
ridiculous.
that men created. Y'all decided women were up for trade, and that women were worth a certain thing that you wanted to value.
Are you feminist?
Sure, I don't know.
Do you believe men and women are equal?
Do I believe men and women are equal?
Yeah.
Like, how? I mean, I think men and women both have their own superpowers, and we're both beautiful, divine beings.
Should we be treated equally under the law?
I mean, I would say yes, except for, as we were just talking, like women have something that legally is theirs that they have to go through that men don't ever have to go through. So there's different laws that I think should apply to different people.
Okay. Do you reject gender roles? Do you think gender roles are sexist?
No.
Okay. All right. So I guess finishing up on the wage gap conversation then, I believe that because of women's preferences, no man, no patriarchy is forcing you to insist or want for men to pay on first dates. No patriarchy is insisting that men should provide for you. The reality is the reality is women have an inherent biological evolutionary urge for provider and protector. And you find it.
And like, here's the thing. Because and like this is the contradiction that Brian's trying to highlight. But unfortunately, this bitch is like taking it all personal, all this kind of shit. But he like, cause she's doing the whole sisterhood, like yeah, if you come after one of us, you come after all of us. And he's like saying no. He's saying when you look at women in society, you have to generalize and you have to look from the average perspective. You know what I mean? You have to like look at women as a collective, and what is the main message when you talk about like a lot of this kind of like women's rights and like women's political movements. What are they talking about? What are they advocating? All this stuff. And the main argument, like in terms of the feminism, that the worldview that she holds, is that she wants a world where men and women are paid the exact same amount, so that her partner, person that she ends up with, is basically equally yoked. So she's getting paid the exact same amount of money as he is, no matter what is going on, no matter what the skills or traits or dedications or sacrifices made, all this kind of shit. And while getting equally paid for that, he's also expected to provide for the meals, provide for the household, all this kind of shit in terms of the family, right? So in terms of like that dynamic, like that's an unequal expectation. You know what I mean? Because you're saying it's like we're equal, but we're not equal. Like the same, but different. You know what I mean? They're either the same or they're different. Either or. Exclude the middle, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Is it same, or is it different?
Repulsive, the idea, most women, I'm going to speak, yes, there's some women who are going to be fine with what I'm about to describe. The idea of you being the breadwinner and the man stays home and takes care of the kid, somewhere deep down, that's disgusting to you women. Somewhere deep down, that's not acceptable to you. A guy whose only ambition is to be a stay-at-home father.
Look at her shaking that.
That is an issue for most women. Not saying all women, most women. And I think it's evidenced by the
Not all. But most. Now, can we at least agree on that?
Amazing.
fact every single woman here says men should pay on first dates.
Can we take a poll though? Of
I don't
everyone
care.
here?
Every single woman here circled men should pay on first.
Can we take a poll? I guarantee you, if that was like, if she was surrounded by a bunch of dudes, do you think that she'd be like, oh, can we take a poll here?
Well, they should, but I think
Great.
that, but I don't think it's bad if a man wants to be a stay-at-home dad.
Would you split the? Oh, okay. It's not cool. It's not cool for you to go 50-50 on a first date, but you're fine with the man staying at home. How's the guy going to pay on the
Mamma
first date?
mia. Mamma mia. Be favore. And this is why I tell you, you weed out these goofy bitches, because these bitches are going to evolve and they're going to learn the traditional script. Because the problem is she's just reading off the script, but she's reading off the feminist script. But there's also the right-wing script or the conservative script or the MAGA script, etc., etc., etc. But it's the same, for lack of a better word, dangerous partner, material, individual, whatever the fuck you want to use, right? You want to weed this shit out as a dude. So by me saying you're paying for the first date, despite the fact that apparently now, for argument's sake, she's saying that she's willing to accept a partner that she provides for, apparently. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. You weed these bitches out as a dude. Because, like I said, she's going to change the script. She's going to have the MAGA hat on. And, like I said, the Nicki Minaj on TP USA. Remember when I was saying Nicki Minaj is going to be in the white robe singing Oh Happy Days? That was Nicki Minaj at TP USA. She was at the UN giving the speech about Christians in Nigeria. 3-4 months ago. Go look it up, boys.
Well, if somebody asks you on a date, which
Women
like
don't
her, I
ask-
would never ask a man
Right,
on a date.
Great. It's so convenient for you.
Actually, I mean, I've hit on guys. Like I've asked.
It's
them to
not a
hang out
convenience.
sometimes.
Yeah, some of these bitches do. Some of these bitches do. And this is why I say these bitches have hit on me. And I've had to develop a strategy to say, fuck these bitches. They're a bunch of time wasters. They're a headache. You know what I'm saying? Hey, no, Shazzy, you're not this bitch. This is what I'm saying. Like anytime we say we hear bitch and there's a woman involved, it's like, oh my God. And like I said, I told you at the very beginning, you can go back and check. I said it. There was going to be a lot of accusations of.
That is mahogany.
And like I said, I'm willing to accept that. You know what I mean? I'm willing to accept those accusations. Because we're super serious, Shazzy. We're super serious over here. You know what I mean? I'm willing to accept. That's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. I'm willing to play the role of the devil for a noble purpose. Because like this is like as a guy like this, it like introducing this into your life, just even as a friend is oof. I mean, like that's a risk. Let alone, okay, this is going to be a partner where I'm going to share. Like, are you going to give this like autonomy over like life or death situation? So if you're on life support, you're going to give this ultimate authority over whether or not they pull the plug, bruh. Yeah, I know, Shaz. Yeah, I know, but you got to keep me on my toes. You got to keep this leprechaun on his toes. You know what I'm saying? Because the clarification, like I said, and the whole kind of like world in terms of like getting clipped out of context, all this kind of shit, you know what I'm saying? We got to come correct. That's why William's like, there ain't no simping in chat. You know what I'm saying? It's like the bad boy scene. One sec, I'll actually look that up for you, William. I think I need to get a clip of that.
Not with the same frequency.
No, but exactly. If a man
Like you
asks
said,
me to
women come
take
up
me
to you.
out, duh, you're gonna have to pay.
They
You're the
know
one
what
who
to
just
do.
asked me to take me out. Why would
but
I pay?
You can't map on my experience as somebody who has like a very popular podcast to like the average guy who has an average job.
Well, yeah, because it's unequal. Women have, it's a different dynamic, and it's just what it is.
But I'll tell you this, an average woman who, like just an average woman, she's going to be asked out like dozens of times in like maybe a month, even in a year. You look at an average guy, he might get asked out once, twice, maybe 3 times his entire life, maybe. And I think most average men maybe never get asked out ever their entire lives. So you can't map on my experience where women come to me because I have some clout and map that onto the average guy who doesn't have any clout. Like it doesn't work like that.
I agree. Most guys aren't going to be asked out.
Yeah, but that's a different, because I kind of don't agree with that. I actually I don't believe in I don't believe that men and women are equal. I don't.
But
I don't believe in a lot of things, so I feel like certain dynamics happen, and that's what it is. Women, there's going to be, I feel like men are like, how do I say this? I don't feel like we're equal in rule. I don't feel like we're equal in rule. I feel like we're equal in value. I feel like we're human. We all deserve life, stuff like that. But I feel like certain things should go to the woman. Certain authorities should go to a woman, or certain authorities probably should go to a man in this case. So that's a little tough for me. But I feel like, as I said, like you are, like you said, you've got some clout. You've had that, this is that, and the third. But that's the average woman, regardless, and that's not a woman's fault. At the end of the day, like, if a man is going to approach her, it's because that's just in a man's nature. They like to accrue multiple. Women don't.
Well,
are there women that do? Yes. But no, that's not really wired in a woman.
That was a bit of a sidetrack, though. I guess finishing off on
my bad.
The wage gap thing is ultimately, I believe the wage gap could be explained away entirely by women's own dating preferences. You are creating a mating pressure in men's direction that doesn't exist in the reverse. I've never had the expectation for a woman to pay for an entire date. Most men can never go into a date ever expecting the woman's going to pay for everything. Maybe you can do 50-50. But generally speaking, not all women, but a majority of women do prefer men to pay for first dates. So that creates a pressure on men that doesn't exist in the reverse. Men also have the burden of initiative, just like you said. Whoever asked should pay, but you've never asked a guy out. Convenient. Women don't initiate like that. So even if the standard was, well, men shouldn't pay, but whoever asked should pay, if you never approach men, I mean, we're talking about the same thing here. I think the other component is, how do I frame this? Ultimately, because of women's traditional sexist gender role expectations of men, you create the wage gap. Men are more motivated to make money. Men are more motivated to make money because women expect to be provided for. Women, like, if the bottleneck, if the barrier for me as a man to get laid is I have to be financially attractive or provide or even pay on the first date, that's a financial burden on me that doesn't exist on you. So, am I more attractive if I'm wealthy? Am I more sexually appealing if I'm wealthy? Do I have better options if I'm wealthy as a man, not as a woman? Men don't really care about that.
And like, this is where like Brian doesn't get enough credit, because like he's actually kind of like, once he gets into the rhythm, it's like he's actually dishing out a lot of nuance here in terms of like there's a serious problem here. And like I said, she's already kind of sitting back, she's uninterested, all this kind of shit, and it goes to waste. But Shazzy says, sorry for sleeping on the job, caught me beat up. No worries, Shazzy, no worries. Like I said, winter season, that was nice and cozy, you know what I'm saying? But me and William out here, like I said, we're out here working the fields. You know what I'm saying? There's a little leprechaun out here with William. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I got that scene from Bad Boys. This is basically William. You know what I'm saying? Where he's like the simping thing, you know?
Who the fuck are you? I'm Mr. Bennett.
This is weird, like with Belinda when he sees Belinda simping. Who the fuck are you?
I'm Reggie.
I'm Belinda.
What you doing here? Came to take out Megan. What? I came to take out Megan. How old are you? I'm 15, Mr. Bennett. Motherfucker, you look 30. Show us my ID. I don't have none on me. You don't have no idea. Get your ass up against that wall.
Get your ass up against that wall. You know what I'm saying? Get your ass a timeout for that simping. Shout out to William. Shout out to the mods. You know what I'm saying? The unsung heroes. They don't get enough credit. What can I say? For the Belinda. Belinda wants one of these, you know? You dick. Hey.
Generally, I don't think money, if you're a fucking clown, maybe it helps a little bit, but you're still going to struggle. But will it give you a bit of an edge? Yes, it will help a little bit. I think other things are probably a bit more important than money. I think looks and personality are probably going to take you further than strictly just money. But if you're obscenely wealthy, obscenely rich, that's going to give you some degree of access. But women's own preferences, women's own, it creates a massive pressure on men to be more, men are just more motivated to make money. If you want dick, does your job or your money situation have anything to do with your ability to get some dick?
No.
Now, to be fair, broke men can get pussy. Usually they got to be charming or good looking or something else, or just, I don't know, be in college, I guess. Be young. That helps, you know, because young women probably don't care that much about money. Like if you're a college girl, you don't care that much about money. Maybe some of them care. Most college girls, they know the college guys are broke or, you know, don't have money, right? But if I'm not willing to pay for it, if I go on a date with a girl and I'm not willing to pay, that's gonna maybe fuck my chances up of getting a date, getting a girlfriend, getting sex, whatever. Men are very romantically.
But you need to be willing to make that sacrifice. That's the thing. Because you see William, like I'm at least going to convince William. Because you see the way like Belinda's saying, no, like Anto, you need to pay in the first date. Automatically, do you know what I mean? We filtered out Belinda. It's a foolproof system, guys. I'm telling you, I will save us. With the logos.
Sexually motivated. I think they're more romantically and sexually motivated than women are.
Yeah.
Maybe that's due to testosterone. Maybe that's just...
That's highly debatable.
That's just I think men are more...
The romantically, that's a little debatable. That's a little debatable.
Perhaps romantically, but I think there's no doubt that men are more sexually motivated.
Like I said, it is what it is. It is what it is. But more craziness. Absolute madness.
Sometimes I wonder if I'm a feminist or a traditional woman, but let me just explain to you what I've experienced and what I believe after I've experienced it as a 28-year-old who has lived with a man and had a baby. So I play the whole housewifey role already. If you're like, well, you never got married. Yeah, thank God, because I would have gotten divorced. And thank God I never got married. I was the one who didn't want to get married because I was like, there's no way. Because tell me how this makes sense. I grew up in a very traditional household. And so naturally, I wanted a traditional household. And I chose a traditional man who also grew up in a traditional household, meaning that the women take care of the kids, cook and clean and take care of the house, and the men work. And I lived it. But we also live in the modern day world. So when I first met my ex, I was 50-50. 50-50 on bills, 50-50 on food, and I cooked and I cleaned. The first couple months living with him, I was like, I feel like a slave. I remember doing the dishes every single day, and I'm like, I literally feel like a slave. Like, what the heck? This wasn't the dream that I had in my head about having a household, having a family, living with a boyfriend. So then I would work less. I eventually quit my job. And then I remember being shamed, like, oh, you just want a man to take care of you. And that's some things that people have said to me during that time. Then eventually, when I was pregnant, I was like, since I'm already doing all of this, I actually don't want a man. And I'm going to do it by myself. Eventually left that person, did my own thing. Then years later, we came back together. And I was like, I am not going to be with you unless you pay all the bills if you want a household family together. So then that leads me back to the traditional. However, I finally decided that, yes, women can work. And you can go 50-50 on bills, but that means that the household chores will go 50-50. When my ex was like, hey, we need more money, I said, hey, get another job. And he did. If you're a stay-at-home mother or wife, right, and you get home and you tell your man that you are tired, no fucking shit, you're tired. Because I want you to also think about this too. And this is a common thing that I see with people in my life, right? Look up how much it costs to hire a full-time
Open up a buffet.
Wait, is that the same bitch? Bro, that would explain so much if that was actually the same bitch from the clip.
and living.
Thank you, Daddy.
On. When I've been a working single mother, partly why I went back to
Here,
my ex
you can pause
was
it.
because I was like,
We kind of talked about that, where it's
Yeah, we've
like
already
the
talked
jobs and the. I stepped away there, but what, Latrice? I guess your thoughts on that?
Because I'm wondering why are we so focused on being monetized for something that we chose to do? I don't understand.
On God.
I don't understand.
What's that?
You choose any job that you get paid for. No. I chose to be a mom, but that doesn't mean that I should be earning some type of income because I chose to bring life onto this planet.
And I'm just not going to choose a relationship dynamic like that.
But also, you said you feel like a slave doing all those things. But what are you gonna do if you're living alone? You feel like a slave washing your own
I was
dishes?
doing all of
no, that's for real. No, seriously.
because I was doing all of his stuff. But see, like that when he was working and did like multiple like jobs, like I respected that. That's not why that relationship ended.
Why didn't you use a dishwasher?
We didn't have one.
She didn't
Like
have a
this is the
dishwasher.
thing. That, oh my god, washing it. It takes like 5 minutes to wash up a plate and a pan. Like really, that is crazy. You know what I mean? Let's say if it literally took you a whole 5 minutes to wash your own plate and a pan, all you're really adding on is just X amount of plates times family members. So it's an extra couple plates. So it's literally like 10 minutes maybe out of your day to wash the dishes. 10 minutes to load up the dishwasher. Instead, you don't have to wash the dishes. 10 minutes. You know what I mean? And let's say another 20 minutes to do the whole laundry shit. Because all that is just gather up the clothes that like everyone has a basket in the room anyway. Oh my god, how dare you? The misogyny, the horror, the slavery. You know what I'm saying? Even the black chick is like, what? You really gonna do the slavery card with me on here, bitch? Hasty ass bitch. You know what I mean?
Fuck, that's
Sorry,
crazy.
yeah.
It doesn't take a lot to do wash dishes.
Question for the two other moms at the table, right? So, you want a guy to pay for a babysitter if he's going to take you on a date.
Yes.
So that guy who you were recently dating, I think you said it was a month.
Mm-hmm.
How many dates would you say you went on? Like 5 or something? Or
Yeah.
did he pay for the babysitter every single time? Like for all the dates, most of the dates?
Yeah. I don't want to talk about my last relationship.
Oh my god.
No, I genuinely.
Cry
I don't
me
talk about
a
him, but I can talk about-
fucking
I don't
river.
need details about the guy. I'm just
Yeah.
asking because you say, well, guys should pay for the babysitter.
Yes, but like in a
Did
normal
he-
dynamic, yes, they do that. Yes.
Wait, the guy you were just seeing for a month.
Yes, but I'm saying like in a normal dynamic, and any guy that I date, they.
So he
do that.
didn't?
He didn't what?
He didn't pay for the babysitter?
No. Yes, he did.
Oh.
Yes.
But like
That was the answer.
to the women who are mothers here, should a man for a first date pay for the babysitter?
No. No.
No? What do you think? What do you think?
100%
Would you
no.
ever ask? Would you ever ask a man to pay for the babysitter?
No, and here's why I wouldn't ask him because
it's not his responsibility.
that's one. No, and here's the second
this side of
thing
the
that I
table.
want to
Sorry,
add to
Lynn.
that
And
is
that's their
because of the fact that
relationship,
if
mine will. So.
hold on, because if my focus was to see if this man is going to pay for my babysitter, then obviously the focus is his wallet and not what he's like. It doesn't make any sense. That's your child, not his. So he shouldn't be coming out of pocket for your child.
No, it's a way that I weed out people who are serious about me or not because my time
Serious?
is valuable.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a
Yeah.
question.
Mhm.
So I believe, because I'm a prince, right? That if I go on a date with
You're
a
a
girl,
princess, but
if
okay.
hey, okay, easy there.
Yeah, you asked for
fine,
money
whatever.
earlier.
Well, hey, you still haven't gotten your wallet, so I think chop chop. But anyways, post haste. Go. Anybody
What?
gonna get?
He's asking for money again.
Oh, you asking for?
Money?
I would like some money.
So okay. Let's say I'm my thing. I will only go on a first date with a girl if she gets wax. She has to get waxed before the date.
Everywhere. How would you know?
So
Well, I mean like lower body and.
I just don't think that is
an argument because the reason that I do that is for safety for my son and I and my time and my resources. Yes, not safety in the whole DV thing.
But you got money, girl. You got money. You're a
But time and
successful
resources,
businesswoman.
how do we
How
feel
does it
about the
make you
men?
And no, because I'm weeding out people who
And
are
like
serious
this
about
is
me.
like a complete piece of shit move. Like this is like dropping a nuke on whatever the current like I don't want to talk about what current thing, so I'm gonna do the whole oh my god, like the dramatic, like imagine when she goes like, oh, I don't want to talk about my pre-thing. Imagine like imagine a telenovela. Do you know what I mean? It, like the whole studio would have went dark and the spotlight would have been on her, and then the violins would have started like slowly echoing in. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? And now it's going to be all about her and blah blah blah. And it's like, bitch, we get back to the point. This is a podcast.
Not. And usually,
Me too. If a girl's really down for me, she's gonna wax.
And
for
we
shit.
can
that's your
argue
preference,
that
and I think
men
you
are,
should have that
and we
preference.
can argue
But
that
you're
men are
like,
equally
yeah, would you be
serious.
like-
if I had a partner and he's like, I prefer women that were waxed.
No, not a
as my
partner. First
I
date.
would
First date.
wax.
First date, girl. First date.
First date. First date.
Yes.
I'm going back to my same
But
thing.
okay, so how about this? Here's the.
You guys aren't gonna
You seem
change
lovely.
my
I don't think it would
opinion on
work out.
this.
But
It's not
hypothetically,
going
just
to
hypothetically,
change.
Lauren. Just hypothetically, Lauren. If I were to agree to take you on a first date,
Yes.
actually, this would be a huge L for me. But whatever.
I wouldn't even
Well,
go.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if I pay for the babysitter,
I already know who you
but
are.
would you pay? Would you wax your shit? Would you wax if like as a trade-off?
A trade-off? I'm confused.
Yes, girl. Yes, girlfriend.
No,
Would you wax your shit?
I'm confused.
Okay.
First date.
Can I
Wait.
ask
Hold on. Let me clarify. First date. First date. Let's say it's not me. It's some guy you like, and he's like, "Hey, babe, absolutely, I will take care of the babysitter. But what I would like for you to do, por favor, will you wax your shit for me?" He doesn't say it like he says. It more
Well, are
polite.
we effing? Because why else would I be waxing? So if we were and that's his
Who
preference,
knows
then
how the
yes.
night goes? One
Then
thing
yes.
leads to another.
I don't know. That's his
one thing-
preference.
But would you do it?
Yes.
I have a question.
I mean, she's gonna wax the pussy.
What if
She's gonna wax
what if the male had a kid? Would you,
That was my
like what if
question, yeah.
what if that
That's a
man
good one
feels
right
that
there.
I was about to
I want
ask
to be
her.
serious about somebody, so to be serious, I'm
So like the key thing that's being missed here, and that's why I think like my value, my translation here between the two would be, like what this bitch is trying to do is say is like there's certain expectations that we have. You know what I mean? And when we talk about, oh, I just vibe with this person, it's like this person just like meets my kind of like, let's say, arbitrary standards. I mean, just to avoid the whole like, is it objective? Is it subjective? Like these, like whatever your expectations are, they're just like meeting all of them without you even having to instruct on stuff, right? Which is like that's the go with the vibes kind. That's what like the vibes like actually translated means, right? In terms of like what Brian's counter to this is, or like the not even Brian, I guess in terms of the main counter to this as in an abstract way would be, that's great and all, but what happens when they start failing to meet those expectations? Because we all want to aim for consistency, but no one is ever 100%. You know what I mean? So like we'll like inevitably you'll miss a day in church or whatever. Like shit happens. I mean, it is what it is. But what do you do in those moments? Is the relationship over if you ever reach one of those moments? So when you're like judging person of who I can, again, like give like the ultimate authority over the kill switch, the pull the plug. You want to be someone who's like, even when you reach those situations where the expectations aren't being met, that you can still have like, let's say, a disagreement, or you can create a solution. You know what I mean? Come together. I mean, rather than go apart and like say, oh, the relationship's over, all this kind of shit, because you're basically building the family. Like this is like a serious shit, like for real, you know. So, but a lot of like these women, it's like they have like they're basically living someone else's lie. I mean, she's living something what they think it should be, rather than what they actually know. You know what I mean?
I want you to pay for my kids' daycare.
Question. Yes, you're fucking genius. You are a genius.
I've been raising my hand for
Thank
it.
you.
Taryn, Deadly P, fucking genius. Here's the question. You have one kid.
And I wouldn't.
Hold
He
on.
has to.
You
Why?
Wait,
So
hold
you're
on.
not
Wait, stop. Let me ask the question.
Yeah.
You have one kid, he has one kid. Crosses each other out, neutral.
Yeah,
you
maybe
pay, he
maybe
pays
we'd
for.
split the sitter. We'd be like, hey.
Oh, one
That's
sitter
actually a good
can-
idea.
that's
So-
right.
Yeah, I'd be like, let's split the sitter
Okay,
because
here's the
sitters are
question. Here's
expensive.
the question.
Uh-huh.
What if she wants to go on a date with a man who has a kid? Should she pay for his kid?
Yeah, no, because the reasons why that I have a man that pays for a sitter is because if I'm gonna have his children, then
But she's
he
not
is
gonna have
going
his
to
children.
provide.
If I'm gonna go into the coal mines and get black lung for this woman,
But this is what I want.
if I'm gonna go
This
into
is
the
what I
fucking
want. I
coal-
don't give a
if I'm gonna-
shit about what anyone.
But this is the thing. This is the problem. And again, the mask goes off. This is no, Brian. You don't understand. This is about what all I want, Brian. I don't care about what you want, but also I want a partner. You know what I mean? This is why it's like, man, it's like you need to do. It's like, nah, like you need a leader. This makes no sense. Like, what am I getting out of this? Like, and this is why it comes back to the question. Like I said, I know it's a premium meme, but I gotta play it.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
You know what I'm saying? Mic drop moment, but it's the same thing. Like all it is in terms of the woman is like me, and it's like you can say it's like, oh, it's misogynistic to say that woman can't think like that, but it's like, no, you misunderstand. What I'm pointing to with that mentality is that it's like that woman is never going to become a mother because it's me. It's woman, not mother. You know what I mean? But in terms of that aspect of mother, you have to be able to put yourself out and think for something else. Think for that higher power. That's the whole concept of God. Why such a problem that we have so much atheism, you know? Welcome in, Auntie. Welcome in. And welcome in, K2 too. Get cozy. You know what I'm saying? Pull up a blankie. We're talking about a bit of dating. You know what I'm saying? Because I noticed I was doing I was covering the politics, I was covering the philosophy, I was covering the religion, all this kind of stuff. But I was like, I haven't really done any kind of dating stuff as well. You know what I mean? So threw it into the mix. You know what I mean? Because usually I think I've done whatever stuff, but it's only really been the debate with Andrew. You know what I'm saying? Got to be able to kind of showcase the sisterhood versus Brian. You know what I mean?
If it's the 1940s, I'm going to, well, fuck the night, whatever. If I'm going into the coal mines and I'm going to get black lung, or I'm going to do some deep sea diving and get what is it called when you go up too quick? When you're
Accelerate.
the bends. You get the bends. I think that is it. What's it called, Nick? Nick, come on, you're smart. Nick, you're fucking smart, Nick. Figure this shit out, Nick. Just let it.
Hey, Senor Emmett, thank you. Grazie, signore. Thank you for helping Port European get some numbers. Appreciado. Thank you. Vi favore, signore.
Per favore! Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, chat. And we have Rotten Tomatoes, Gaping Gash, and A-Hole, or Gash Nahole, I guess. Can't remember. Thank you very kindly, sir. Appreciate you. And with that, folks, that gets us actually enough up to open panel. So for the last 45 minutes, folks, we have an open panel. One sec. Let me get the links going. Uno momento. Let me play the clip. Actually,
Manifesting
play it
your
out.
brain.
Might as well.
The bends. If you go up, I'm a fucking. You know these deep sea divers. These guys die early. It's so stressful on your body to fucking the pressure or whatever bullshit. I don't even know how to describe it. I'm going fucking deep sea diving on some offshore oil rig.
Yeah.
Fucking fixing underwater welding. I'm a diver.
And he says, "Hey mate, just saw my membership was out. My man. Appreciate you." And the panel links posted because we did reach the goal, which means we open up the panel, baby. Let's fucking go.
20 years.
I don't
I'm
know.
telling you, these guys died 20 years earlier than they otherwise would. The stress of being that fucking pressure or whatever. I don't even know what the cause is, but they die 20 years younger. And some of them die on the job and shit. You got to pay for my motherfucking babysitter.
And that's his whatever.
So that's his baby.
Yeah,
He
that's
has
the
to
word.
pay.
I don't know.
Is that
I
what
kind of
you
lost
said?
you 5 minutes ago because we went down like a whole rabbit hole.
I'm
But
just saying,
if,
I'm in the
if that's
coal
a guy's,
mine getting black
I
lung.
think women can have standards, and I think men can have standards.
If I
So if
am
that's
going to
his
go into the
standard,
coal
then go
mine,
for it,
if I'm
babe.
going to
Go
if I'm
for it.
if I'm going to go into the coal mine and get black lung, the least she can do is like pay for the date.
No.
The least the woman can
That's
do.
his choice. Like he wanted to.
It's
do
your
that.
choice to get fucking have a kid.
Yeah, and I'm.
Because like when we talk about like what is normal, you know what I mean? Like what should be normal in society in terms of like expectations. You know what I mean? That's what I'm kind of coming at. Like that's the word that I think could kind of get that middle ground, get that synthesis, get that like that kind of like not necessarily a solution, but on the course too, or could inspire a solution, a workaround. Because like fundamentally, in terms of like the expectation here, is that if you're saying that it's egalitarian and men and women should be treated equal, that means when it comes to the day, 50-50, or it's something that like we know that you don't want. You know what I mean? So it's incompatible.
And I'm not actively dating. I chose my life with my son.
I'm just saying, if I got to climb the Burj Khalifa and wash windows, she can pay for the first date. I'm just saying, if I got to run into the burning
Do you
building,
want a woman to pay for the first date? Is
yeah,
this
if
an advocacy?
I'm gonna have this crazy podcast where all these girls are stressing me out and
Yeah.
like I get death threats.
Okay, so someone
If I
invitations
get
on a
death
first
threats-
date.
If
That's
I-
what he needs
yes,
right now.
yes,
He
when
needs
I-
a little princess treatment,
Yes.
and he needs to be
In
taken
fact,
on a
after the
first
show, I'm
Yeah.
expecting one of you is gonna have to take me to In-N-Out and buy me a hamburger or some bullshit.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'll take you. Not a date. I will just pay for
And
the
there we
food.
go.
I'll
And
allow it.
there we go.
I'll
See,
use you
call
for
me
the food.
matchmaker.
But
He's getting his
In-N-Out is
princess
fire,
treatment,
though.
guys. Wow.
I'm just saying, if I got this crazy podcast that's stressful and that, you asked why I was getting fat earlier. This fucking podcast, that's why I got fat.
That's
fucking
why I
the stress
meant
of this
the
fucking
sugar-free
podcast.
cookies.
This is this fucking gig is stressful in ways you probably can't imagine. But I would say, look, I don't know what else. I'm a fucking cop. I'm a cop, and I don't know. I'm fucking. These people resisting arrest and bullshit. If I'm a cop and you know what, that day somebody resisted arrest, yeah, the girl got to pay for the date. How about that? I'm a
ask her to go
lumberjack
for
and I got a splinter.
Yeah.
She pays for the date.
Yeah.
I am a plumber. Well, those guys always dealing with the shit. If you're a plumber, the woman always pays because you're dealing with shit literally all day. Like if I'm a plumber, she got to pay. What else? What's some other jobs that men have? What else is there?
You know what? If you're
Bricklayers.
doing like a hard job, you're probably getting paid
like good money?
She can still pay for the shit.
Oil
The-
rigs.
I like it when a
lumberjacks,
woman sings. I
construction
kinda like it
workers,
if a woman
plumbers,
sings, I'm not gonna lie.
electricians.
But don't you criticize men for
linemen.
simping?
So?
What is
so then why do you encourage women to do it?
Yeah.
Wait, huh? What was that?
Because it's a role reversal. Because this had been the treatment y'all been receiving for generations.
Not me.
And I'm over here. These men.
I
y'all-
just need to know where's
Where's
your
the
villain
flowers? And
who set that
origin
system up?
story.
Get me some fucking
I need to know your
flowers.
villain
Get
origin
me some
story.
fucking-
What started this?
Look, I'm just saying, I appreciate if a girl sins. Like she should be all over me. She should be a little bit obsessed. Not in a scary way where I'm like this.
You
she's
just
gonna-
said you had women stalking you, so.
Well, I don't like that. I like
Yeah.
a healthy obsession. But like, I'm gonna have to get a restraint. No, I don't want a restraining order. But like, if a girl's kind of obsessed, I can get behind that. I can get behind that a little bit, but not like a creepy.
not-
Like, I will accept if she has a shrine of me. That's okay.
Where do we stand with that? Where do we stand with that? I want to hear both perspectives as well. So, like, Auntie and Shazzy, feel free to answer. Like, would you be willing to build a shrine for your man? And gentlemen as well, independent thinker, I want to hear from you. K2 as well. Chat, let me know your thoughts. Building a shrine for your man. You know what I mean? Because like the whole thing of like a dude doing it for a woman, that's just too weird. That's just yikes. It just don't work. You know what I mean? And we got Conavera over on Twitch. Again, like I said, just to remind you as well, like we're multi-platform here, baby. Mr. Worldwide, Mr. International, Mr. Digital. But Conavera says, makes me think of Helga from Hey Arnold. Ooh. But Helga had other issues. I'm just saying in terms of the shrine. Just like in terms of the shrine. Auntie saying the shrine is too far. That's our god. Ooh. Good point. Good point. Brian is gay for a start. The woman on panel were dragged up, not brought up. LOL. But I don't think Brian's actually gay. But I think you're kind of coming at this from the what I call the marketing approach. You know? But I think like in terms of the dynamic, it is in terms of like the treatment for the particular person for the particular belief. You know what I mean? So it's like this whole thing at the Olympics where like you basically have dudes kicking shit out of women and getting gold medals for it in boxing. Sometimes you gotta let them make the mistake. Like, are you sure you want to do this? You know what I mean? Belinda doing the, you know what I mean? Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Okay. Like I said, I'm just asking the question. Just asking the question. Nah, both weird. Okay. I don't want my woman to worship me. She should be worshiping the Lord. Okay. I wouldn't make shrine. That's worship. Like, I wouldn't make. Oh, okay, yeah. And Helga was pretty. What, bro? Put the chubs away.
Saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You have a fucking chub right now.
Bro, Helga, bruh. Jazzy says if a woman is treated with respect, she would build a shrine. Shit. Shazzy coming down with the wisdom.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
You know what I'm saying? I think Belinda agrees. Grip saying, which guest is trans? There's always one on the podcast. Boom. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Not even close. Not even close. You come in here on the day of my daughter's wedding, you think you're gonna get me with that shit? Bruh. Bruh. You know what I'm saying? You can't hide those hands from me. You can't hide those shoulders. That lack of chest.
Lauren, you are 29. Do you think you'll be better looking at 39?
Yes.
49.
Yes.
59.
Yes.
69.
Yes.
So better looking at
bitch.
69 than 29.
Yes.
Better. Okay, hold on. Let me just repeat. You will be more physically attractive, better looking at 69 versus now, how you are now, at 29.
Yeah.
Okay, and then are you better
stupid.
looking now, or were you better looking at 19?
Now, for sure.
What the fuck? God damn. The fuck?
Excuse me.
This girl's burping and shit. Shit. You can't. Even in private, you can't do that. Are you doing that shit in public?
I said, excuse me.
I believe a girl should. Well, a girl should never fart in front of a man.
And can the man do it in front of the girl?
Yes.
No. I will always
Yes.
do it. I'm just like you.
Of course he
I like
can.
you too.
Of course he can, because farting is funny.
This.
You know what I mean?
If you're a girl and you got to fart, I don't care if it's negative 20 degrees, you got to at least step outside the room.
I mean, yeah, that's respectful for both
Go
ends.
somewhere else. You got to step outside.
Yeah, but the presupposition of the question is in terms of like clarification is that it's like nothing kind of changes, like there's no kind of like weight changes or like anything major in terms of that. Do you think it would be better looking or worse looking? You know what I mean? Like I said, in terms of clarification back and forth. That's why I think I'd be a good guess, but I don't know if I'd be able to last. Cause at one stage I would hop up on the seat and start saying, "Why the fuck you lying?" You know what I'm saying? A lot of these chicks lie, man.
But if you're a dude, yeah, you can let them rip in front of your
Well,
girl.
men's farts are smellier, so they should step outside.
Yeah. I subject every boyfriend to a Dutch oven.
Oh my.
Yeah, fart in their face.
Oh.
Yikes.
Wait, a Dutch oven is what I think it is, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
The blankets.
Yeah.
Whoa, dude, totally, man. That's rad, bro. That's the counter to like like these bitches. I mean, just like okay, you want to be like, you want to talk like a bro. Let's act like a bro. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the fart jokes going.
This.
You want to go nuclear? Let's go nuclear.
Test. That's the
Okay.
test.
Door keeper.
100. Will you be better looking at 100?
Yes, I just
Okay.
think, yeah.
That's interesting. What about you? 19, better looking in 10 years?
Same here, Shazzy. Same here.
29, 39?
Yes.
50, 49?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I've done this with you. You know my answer.
But it all depends on
Okay.
skincare.
What about you? Better looking at 31?
That one's sus as well. I don't know if it's Antifa or if it's trans, but it's septum sus as fuck. Sus as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, link is pinned as well. Like I said, we only got 30 minutes left though, but like I said, if you wanna hop up and like I said, offer your live commentary, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, seriously, it's cold as fuck. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
41?
Yeah.
51?
Yes.
Better at 51 than 20 now.
Yeah,
You'll be
my
better
skin's gonna
looking.
be so much better. Like I'm all into
Do
that.
you know about
like,
wrinkles and
yeah, and I literally do stuff to prevent that. That's why my family, they look hotter than they did when they was older. I mean,
Holla.
like,
61, 71 better
yeah.
looking?
yes.
Okay, what about you?
Like,
You're 19, better looking at 29,
yes.
39?
What? Bro, she's 19? Oh, Lord. Yikes. Bro, this is 19? Holy shit. She looks like a 40-year-old Asian chick. Golly. Yikes. Yikes.
Yes.
49,
Yes.
59.
I think that's where it stops.
39. I agree.
Menopause.
I mean, my grandma, you couldn't even tell.
And like I said, the fact that we have a panel full of chicks here must necessitate, because of DEI and it's YouTube and all shit, that we have to have a gay rights activist. So let me introduce my gay rights activist.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Independent Thinker, expert in gay rights. Welcome to the show.
What up, fuckers?
Now tell me,
Ex
is
expert.
this the way? Or is this gay? Like, what are your thoughts in
What's
terms
that?
of like the Whatever podcast in general? Like, do you think it's a net benefit or net negative?
Oh, I think it's definitely a benefit. It shows you how these girls or people, I guess in general, are in today's society, man. It's an eye opener, you know. It's showing the degeneracy of today's society.
Because like to me it's like certain kind of, let's say, human nature, but also like particularly kind of like female nature, all this kind of stuff as well. But it does like I said, kind of like there's a reason why, like, even on the Wheel of Madness, like I have like a dating section and all this kind of shit, purely because it's an important discussion to have. Like, even like Proverbs, like I think it's like Proverbs 5 is talking about, like, you know, like this is like you gotta stay away from these bitches, right? Then it goes on to, like, I think it's like Proverbs 6, and then like it starts talking about something else, and then it goes back to the talking. It's like, and another thing about these bitches, you know what I mean? So it's like that you gotta stay cautious, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said though, man, I respect what they're doing on the Whatever podcast. It opens your eyes to show how these bitches work, man. You know. And I mean the dudes, and you know, they wouldn't be where they're at without the dudes simping, you know.
But I mean, like, that's a certain aspect to this as well, because it's like you'd say, oh, like what, like, okay, Teriak, how, like, you say, like, you're coming up with this thing of like how to filter out the women. Why don't you have a filter system for the men, or why don't you tell women how to filter out the men? It's like, because it should be easy for a woman to tell if a dude is worth investing in or not, because that's fundamentally the one thing I agree with in terms of like the prostitute or the OnlyFans thing is, oh, you need to think of a business. And it's like, yeah, like technically you're right. You do need to think like a business person. Are you going to invest your effort into this individual or not? Like to judge a man, it's like, does he keep his word? Does he stick to his word? Do you know what I mean? That's like the like bare bones, like the easiest way to put it. But again, balance out with DI, we have another gay rights activist.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Halfway Game, and welcome to the show.
What's up, y'all?
What up, Damon?
What's up? So honestly, what I feel about the show, I mean, I don't mind it. Like, it does give a lot of pointers about the dating world, like right now, modern time. There are a few things that do bother me about it. Like, they're relevant, I guess, to the new world of dating, but for some reason they're not relevant to me. Like, the type of questions that he asks are always the same throughout every episode, and I guess that's why sometimes I skim through it just to kind of get a lot of pointers of the women versus his questions. But sometimes he'll be on a question for like a good minute because a woman just doesn't get it, and it drives me insane.
I mean, I feel that he's just showing their mentality when he does that. And even the repetitive questions, you know, yesterday's show, this year's, you know, this today's show type of deal, same questions. I kind of like that. It really shows where they're at. You know, like when you say like list of countries and shit like that, it really opens your eyes and showing how society is today, I guess, you know. Yeah, I really can't find the words to really describe it other than that, I guess.
I can't really be rude necessarily to the fact that he does have a lot of dumb women on there. I'm not gonna lie, but he does have a few on there that are pretty based, and I've noticed that. And there is one thing in particular. There's a lot of women that get on this show that particularly don't like Brian, but yet they don't realize that they are making him money every time they come on the show, and they don't want him to make money. They don't like him and all
Well,
that other stuff.
they're
but yet
making money
they-
too, though. You know, it's advertising.
Exactly. It's like that's how you know all these women that come on here, except the based ones, are like just completely fake. Their life is fake. Their expectations are fake. Like,
Well,
they want to
that's
be
the beauty
one-hit
of the show.
wonders.
That's the beauty of the show.
That
It
is the
shows
beauty of
you
the
that.
show. But like, that's also like, that's why I wanted to do something on my channel, but I don't want to be like too revealing with people's information. So I just wanted to go down a list of people's bios without their name, without their picture, and ask and have like an open panel and ask people, would you date this person based on their bio? And dude, I went through so many bios on different dating things. Man, there's so many bios, man. It's like, are they purposely writing it so some people avoid them, or like what the fuck are they doing?
You talking like along the lines of like Tinder and stuff like that type of deal?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like Tinder, Facebook dating, freaking what is it? Boo, anything, any type of dating site. I've got on all of them just to see what all the bios say, and my God, are some of them like just so fucking funny, dude. Like, it's like, how the fuck are you trying to get a partner and this is your fucking bio? Like, it's, oh my God, dude. Like, I should have screenshotted one of them.
Also, what I respect about the show is that he's not glorifying this bullshit. You know what I mean? And hopefully, when people see this shit and see how people really feel about that type of lifestyle, that they might change. You know, I think we need more podcasts that shows who they are and fucking disagrees with that lifestyle. I not glorify it. You know, a lot of these podcasts, they glorify that lifestyle. TikTok, they glorify that lifestyle, and now we're in 2026, and fucking society's dumbed down on fucking TikToks and making TikToks and dancing and shit like that, you know, or whatever the fuck these hoes do. OFs, OnlyFans and shit like that, dude.
Well,
You
I've
know,
noticed
when you have
online
more-
dating. My bad.
Go ahead.
I was saying,
No, go
I noticed like on online dating, a lot of women will literally ask, and I don't get this at the bar if I go and hang out or hook up or, you know, try and date at the bar. I don't get these type of questions, but every time it's online dating, the first couple of questions literally leads up to, did you believe in the things that Charlie Kirk believed in? And it's like, what the fuck? Why does every time online dating leads up to politics, like in the first three questions?
Well, I have.
And as soon as I said, yeah, I love them, and then just like, all right, we don't want to fucking talk to you.
Pass.
Like, well, I dodged the bullet.
I have a theory on that though, man. That's why they're going to online dating, because everybody lives in this fucking bubble. You know what I mean? So they're not going out to bars and meeting people, or like we used to do back in not long ago. You know what I mean? I never been on a dating site. I never been on Tinder. I never been on Facebook dating things. None of that. I never met a girl online, dude. If I would meet a girl, I'll just go to the bar. You know what I mean? Not even a club, but like, you know, just a little hometown bar, man. You know, I don't have issues there, but that my theory on that with those people with the dating sites and shit, I kind of use one of my family members as an example. She lives in a bubble. She dates online. 3 of her ex-husbands she met on Tinder. You know what I mean? She doesn't know about the real world. You know what I mean? That's why they're going on Tinder, because they're just staying inside. They're not seeing the real world. So a lot of those people, yeah, the first thing they're gonna do, oh, Charlie Kirk, and they're gonna have that kind of weird way of thinking because of that. You know, they're not out in reality. They're not out in the real world. Everything's done on their fucking phone or on the computer online. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's
'cause,
not
I mean,
the
like,
real.
you can't only do so much online. Like to be honest, people end up leading more into like shit talking. So like I feel like the internet was never meant for good reviews. It was meant for bad reviews. I mean, when it came to like people making stuff like certain things for certain positive ways, like YouTube and like stuff like that, but with other social medias where it's just, you know, text conversation back and forth, like eventually it just leads to talk to it. But even the dating things, though, I've noticed every single one of them, the online dating, and I only got into them because I like reading the bios because it makes me laugh. But I don't like doing any of them or trying to even use them for the simple fact they're all money grabs now. When they all first started out, they weren't as much as a money grab to the point of now, because about what, like 8 years ago when I had gotten on Tinder, it was more like, you know, you could literally hook up with someone like in a few minutes or a few hours. Like it literally, that's how fast it was on Tinder. Now it's like, you got to spend money if you want to find somebody nearby. Either that or it's just going to keep fucking sending you bullshit, basically. That's basically how it is. And it's like, why would anyone want to spend money on this? And I watched something recently on a TikTok where this girl spent like thousands of dollars on TikTok. And I'm just like, I mean, not TikTok, Tinder. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Women will like literally spend their money on dating sites. Like that's fucking crazy. Like that's not going to increase your value of getting a man. That would make me repulse you. You spent $1,000 just to find a man.
No, it'll repulse you, but there's too many simps out there because they're all in that fucking bubble too, dude. There's too many simps. Like I said, man, my family member, she met 3 of her ex husbands on Tinder. You know what I mean? All of them are weirdos, weird people, like antisocial weird, not like creepy weird, but just antisocial, man. You know, and that's what it's for. And more, I mean, you glorify that lifestyle, and everybody's, you know, on their fucking phones and on their electronics and not out there in the world communicating, building up them social skills and shit like that. That's gonna be the new normal. As much as I hate that word, the new normal, but it's true. And that's why I like this podcast, or podcasts like it, because it shows that fucking degeneracy. And hopefully somebody, even if it's just one person, sees that and says, oh, that's how people look at me. You know what I mean? Or, oh, that's what I sound like, or that's what I look like, you know?
And just real quick, we got a guest backstage. I'm introducing.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Grip D, welcome to the show.
What up, what up?
What up?
Condoms are for anal.
What?
Nothing. Yo, this is a cool convo about this podcast.
Are you Canadian?
Yeah. How can you tell?
Holy fuck.
How can
that
you tell?
A boot?
The first couple of words.
That
Word,
a boot?
yeah. But yeah, you were talking about them not glorifying this lifestyle. Like, you're sort of right because they do some pushback, but like sort of showing it to people as a viable method of life is sort of glorifying it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a good point too. You know, but
it comes back to the critique that they were saying is like it's the same questions, but it's like that's the point. I mean, like when you go to like a philosophy lecture, it's going to be like the same thing. Like obviously it's going to be altered and kind of like spiced up a bit so it seems fresh and all this kind of thing. But it's going to be the same lessons that are going to be taught because it's like fundamentally it's dialogue happening. I mean, it's the same way with like Plato's Republic, all this kind of shit. Like any of Plato's dialogues. I mean, it's just gives you back and forth.
I do get that though, but that's the thing is I feel every single time, like I do get how he asked the questions, but like none of these girls, like they'll watch like just the clips. They won't even watch the whole show of the damn thing to even understand that they could literally already have the pop quiz ready for them, and these girls like don't. and then they just want to get on the show to make the money. But yeah,
you could say that across the board with everything, even how they get their news and their information, all through little Twitter shorts and all that shit too. You can say that for everything. Not disagreeing with you, but yeah.
No, I know what you mean.
Well, Brian's a detective. He's an internet detective.
Yeah, he's a damn good one. He's making a really good money off of it. Also, I was going through some shit when I first started watching whatever. That's how I found Andrew. That's how I found Speakeasy, and then that's how I found Teriyaki.
My man. But yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's like the whole thing of like this critique actually gonna do a bit of a shout out, a shameless self plug, as they say, boys, because yours truly actually done an edit for Andrew Wilson. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking about maybe adding this into the clip section, for the premium clips. You know what I'm saying? And it is a bit biblical. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of the whole thing of like, should we be, promoting this, or should we be kind of getting behind this if we're religious and we're going down that Christian nationalism route? This was a critique that Andrew
Destiny
had.
promotes degeneracy. So what did I do? I combated him. Brian from the Whatever podcast, he promotes degeneracy. Guess what? I wanted to go and debate him, and he blocked me.
So he didn't want to debate you. I'm debating
because
you.
I'm gonna hurt his business model.
Well, maybe that's true, right? But maybe it would have been far more effective for you to follow the rules of the program so that you could reach the hundreds of thousands of people in the audience like I did.
No, because I'm a Christian first, and I'm not going to
Christianity is not for you to hold your fucking pearls while the degens run wild. That's insane. That's this type of lukewarm bullshit I had to deal with from those chicks on that podcast. You saw it yourself, right? Where they did the exact same thing. These chicks rode hundreds of penises, and suddenly you say the word penis, and I can't believe you use such language. You're an adult man. You're a grown human being. You know exactly what's going on here, and you have a duty and a mission to engage.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the righteous one takes note of the house of wicked and brings that wickedness to ruin. And speaking of which, we got a special guest backstage. We got a special clip for introduction.
Walk away, big guy.
Awesome.
Ricky, welcome to the show.
What up?
Oh, fucking bloody dare you bastard! Fucking keep me backstage. That long bloody bastard, I fucking kill you.
Is this Brick or Menar?
I don't know. I don't know.
Dumb bloody bastard, try bloody fucking talk me like a bloody cunt.
Also, I'd just like to say to chat, prepare yourselves, buckle up. This is going to be the last crazy 12 minutes. Go ahead, Brick.
Shit, who's on the panel? I didn't realize there was people on the panel with it.
What would you call them?
Halford Gaming, Grip D, and who's Teriyaki? Who's Teriyaki? Why does anyone know who Teriyaki is?
This guy.
Oh, he's a fucking little.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
What the fuck is going on right now?
Teriyaki's that little Irish cunt that doesn't like a leg pussy.
Wait, what?
Teriyaki. Look, I'm with you on 1,000,000% of things, kid, right? Okay, but do you know that argument you had before, right? Okay, and look, them OnlyFans horse can go fuck off and die for all I care, right? Okay, like I agree with you. You shouldn't lick pussy on the first day, right? But believe me, licking pussy gets me out of a lot of hard work, mate. Right? It does. You know, it's what comfortable sex is made from. Because I can lick pussy, make her come, and then just stick it up for 15 seconds, and it be done. Right, okay, that works in my favor, mate. Right, okay.
At least the man's honest.
Of course, listen, I'm not going to be anything else, but I do not give a shit what people think about me. Honestly, I love you all. God is saving me bit by bit, right? He is genuinely. But I wouldn't lick a woman's pussy on the first date. Just like I wouldn't buy her a fucking lobster on the first date, right? Okay, I'd take her to Costa's, right? And I'd say, if you want marshmallows, you're paying for them, bitch, right? And especially if your waistline's a bit over fucking trim, you're paying for them. In fact, you shouldn't have been having them, you fat cow. But
hey, my man.
That's why he's MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
What I'm talking about. That's that fire.
How's
That's that
everybody
passion, baby.
How's everybody doing? I look at. I did look at. I have been teriyaki. Look above. You know me. You know my situation. I've been like thrown back into the full working schedule this year, right? Okay, and this week we've been weathered off, right? Okay, I can't tell you how glad I am, right? Okay, I'm not lying to you, right? Okay, I do not. I wish I invested in Bitcoin a bit more back in the day. I wish I knew how to trade in it a bit better than I used to, right? Okay, than I did now. Because honestly, now all it's going to do is cover my funeral, right, and get the bands a little bit of a head start. But honestly, I've got to go back to work. It's fucking freezing. It's bitter cold.
Fucking
I don't
freezing
want
my
to be
bollocks
laying
off, bro.
bricks in this weather.
Yep. Well, I got my little blankie on. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, listen, he's
Little
my
cup of
favorite.
coffee.
Why do I
Keep my
want him
hands
to be
warm.
my best friend? He is literally my best friend. Like, you know that video you played when ding 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 where he bobs along, right? That reminds me of being on like fucking acid or something like that back in the day.
Bro, Pepe be out here working hard, bro.
That
You know what I'm
crazy
saying?
Pepe.
For realsies.
What would he do
You know?
next?
And just in case, he's a farmer, he just wears overalls. No, Pepe can dress up too, bro. He's got that. Look at that dicky bow. Look at that dicky bow, boys.
Can I be honest with you? I think Pepe has been on a little bit too much fucking amphetamines or like class A drugs for his eyeballs
What
are
do you
popping
mean?
out of his head.
What do you mean?
Come on.
What are you talking about Pepe for?
I'm just being honest. Yeah. Right. Okay.
What
would
did
you want?
Pepe
woman?
ever do to
What
you?
do you want,
man?
woman?
Pepe is a multifaceted individual.
With that. Woman, what do you want?
Oh shit.
You want nothing?
Oh shit.
Good.
You about
I'm
to
gonna
see
get-
Brick get the shit kicked out of him.
I'm gonna
live on stream, folks.
Listen, I pushed the boundaries a bit too far there, right? Okay, and I'm gonna pay for that later on, right? But to be honest with you, as long as I'm
No, Brick, to be 100% honest,
I just had a question. Does
Oh,
Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not
sure.
heard. Is it mahoganyist? Yes. Is it right? Yes. You know what I'm saying? Both
Bro,
can be true.
Your
Both can be
fucking
true.
facial expression in that
mahogany
clip is great.
a type of wood, isn't it? And like, I mean, to be honest with you, all women like wood. So if you're being mahoganyist, you know, it's just a type of wood. Women love a bit of wood, right? I mean, I'm not even gonna lie, right? Okay,
saying that when
I
we're
wouldn't
lonely
even knock.
and when we're horned up, might not be
Horned
the best
up?
time. You are horned up.
Oh, please.
You can have a fucking jump right now.
Put the chubs away. I got that clip. I put that clip in purely for you and Kieran.
Listen. You always know, kid, right? Listen, Terry, can I tell you this, kid, right? Keep out what you're doing, my friend, right? You're not gonna be it. You're getting there. You are definitely getting there, kid, right? Okay. But one thing I will say to you is less is more, brother. Less is more. You know, when I'm listening to you reviewing these debates, right? Okay, I'm listening. I love when you interject, right? I do. But then I'm thinking to myself, oh, for fuck's sake, it's like that bird on VK. None of that old, God bless her soul, that old woman with glasses on. I just think every time she speaks, it's like, oh, shut the fuck up, will you? God's sake. You know, God bless her soul, right? Honestly, nothing against her. But it's just like, there's a limit. There's a limit. You need a timer sat next to you. Like a minute or like 60 or 90 seconds is the most you should interject for.
Blasphemy.
That's
Blasphemy.
Yeah, no. It's a fair point, but like, you know, haters are gonna hate.
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
You know what I'm saying, Brick?
Let
No, that just reminded me.
Teriyaki.
Your one debate.
Motivators. I'm a constructive. I will tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Rick, can I say
Regardless if
something
it's
real quick?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Preach. Keep going.
Okay, so on your one debate with JFK, I don't think you mentioned the magic bullet theory.
Oh, what's this?
Wait, my debate or Brick's debate?
No, your debate, Teriyok. I don't think you mentioned the magic bullet theory.
I can't see. I've never had a debate.
JFK?
I've had arguments.
Yeah, the JFK killing.
Oh well, come on. We
Wait,
all know that
wait.
was fucking. We all know that
Wait.
was fixed, man. CIA wanted him dead.
Right.
okay?
But you guys,
No, yeah, but there's. Go ahead.
you guys know about that magic bullet theory, right?
Enlighten us.
Listen.
Okay,
What
so
about
watch the
what about
movie.
the latest
the
one?
JFK
What about
movie, they
Trump
can give
saying
you-
that it was just for the drugs? Right? Okay. Well, we all know
Bro,
it's for the oil
there,
and
there
resources.
ain't,
We got 2
ain't
minutes.
no way. Like I said, there ain't no way that that's the actual reason.
It's
But
not.
at the same time,
Listen, I couldn't give a shit anyway, right? Okay,
Yep.
go on, Trump, take it fucking from them, right? Like, whose hands would you rather it be in? Russians,
Mhm.
Chinese, or the fucking Arabs, right? Or the
Mm,
US?
100%.
Seriously.
100%.
Like, honestly, you've got all these little dirty libtards and all that, and these rejects from the fucking Democrat side going, hey, well, you can't do this, you can't say. You put £25 million on fucking that bloke's head, right? Okay, you put it on them, right? Now, we put the Republicans put 50 million on it, right? But they've done it themselves. So theoretically, the Democratic Party should be paying the Republican Party £25 million for capturing the Venezuelan fucking, that bastard that just got. You know what I
Maduro.
mean? Yeah, I'm not going to mention him because I don't want to incriminate myself. But you know what I mean? 25 million they put on his head. Listen, I can't say much. I'm in Britain, me. Okay, I can't complain living in Britain because if I did, I'd get locked up in jail. You know, literally.
I heard.
But
so what's your kind of like big picture? Also, shout out to JS in chat. But what's your big picture here? What do you think the actual reason was? Like, why is this all going ahead now?
what I think this is I think this is America, like basically fucking NATO off, and basically saying, look, at NATO, right? Okay, America is becoming the predominant superpower once again. You know, because America has been basically a big, massive pocket of wealth that the British and the Europeans can like dip into. Oh, you're only a youngin', but you've got all the money and all the GPD, whatever.
Yeah,
You've
the
got a
world's
lot of
sugar
wealth.
daddy.
So we're gonna be. But Donald Trump, because let's face it, if a Democrat takes back over in 2028, right? Okay, the whole shit will happen. Like, Donald Trump hasn't done much that can't be reversed. Like, literally, seriously, he hasn't done much that can be literally reversed. Right? Okay. What he needs to do is he needs to set a mindset, right? He needs to set a fucking an ongoing protocol to these people and look at this is how America can be. You're going to the gas pumps now, you're finding out that fucking fuel is below $2. You're seeing the stock market's fucking rising, right? Okay. You're seeing all this fraud and all that what's happening, right? Okay. And these people that are doing this, right, okay, aren't even from America. A bit like Britain, Teriyok. They come over here, fuck all, they get everything, and us cunts get put at the back of their queue.
And like, what's necessarily wrong with that? You know what I mean? And also, shout out to K2 for the $2. Says, where the hell Bricky been? Where you been, Bricky? K2 missed you.
I missed him as well. I missed you, Teriyok. I love our little conversations today. You see, lately, Speakeasy's very busy, right? Okay, and I'm not very much of a debater, a serious debater, right? Okay, I can't have me serious,
One sec, Brick, though. Like, to be fair, though, like, in terms of with Easy, like he's got Swords of Reason and Verbal Combat. You know what I'm saying?
But even on Verbal Combat, it's getting a little bit woke. Like, you've got all these little bitches now. Like, did you see the cunts on there the night talking about racism and all that bitching? Martin fucking that other bloke with a fucking beard. What was he called? Big up Speakeasy. He's based as fuck him. Absolutely based as fuck. Giving him it as it should be. Right? Okay. But I don't see where I fit into in that kind of sphere at this moment. Like, and I mean that in the best possible way. The pit bull is not needed in them spheres at the moment, right? So I'm looking in like Teriyaki. I'm back at work. Obviously, when the weather's done, I'm gonna strap a body cam to me fucking chest, mate. Right? Okay, GoPro, and I'm gonna record live streams, and I'm gonna just like show what normally happens on a building site, and then cut it, chop it, and do whatever, and do me show with Chris on a. It's gonna have to be a Friday now. Teriyaki, by the way, have to be a Friday because Thursday can't be. I have to go and
Do it, man. We need more of that. We need to see more of that, man. Especially
Yeah.
here in
Yeah, that'd be
America.
pretty
We
cool.
don't.
blue collar. I'm a bricklayer, right? I'm a blue collar worker, right? Okay, and we like to have a laugh. We do. We're not like fucking low IQ Muslims and shit like that. And I mean, and we're not like like the genius range and whatnot. But you need people like us with that IQ average, right? That can actually construct, develop, and produce shit, right? When they're being given like instructions. So like, go sweep floor. Okay, so I sweep floor in same place. No. There's a big floor. You sweep the whole fucking floor, right? I do not like the fact that I'm just a bricklayer. I'd love to be something more. But unfortunately for me, right, some people have to be certain things. We need a janitor. We need a fucking, we need a caretaker. Well, that's the same thing, actually. Right? We need a dinner lady. We need a lollipop lady.
But aren't the same men who built these, built the pyramids, built these cathedrals, built these monumental structures, aren't they all just bricklayers?
No. Look,
Aren't
to
the
be honest with you,
Freemasons?
Teriyaki, there
Aren't
was
stonecutters
there was a
bricklayers?
lot of engineering, architectural and engineering fucking that went into building the pyramids. So for example,
But the same thing with bricklaying. What are you talking about, bro? When you build, like, do you just randomly buy concrete, or do you actually calculate out the concrete that you use?
No, well, yeah, obviously you've got to find the fucking cubic meter. You've got to find the volume of it. You've got to
Yeah,
calculate
that's all
that, you know what I mean?
mathematics. Yeah, you sound a lot like Aristotle now. Yeah, keep talking.
Length times width times depth.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Which would give you a cubic meter.
so you have to have mathematics. Be a bricklayer.
Sorry, cubic meter, cubic squared. One's M2, one's M3. Forgive me for my lack of mathematics, right? Okay, but again, the volume of something, right? Okay, is the length times the width times the depth. Right, okay, that'll give you the volume of it, right? Okay, and what you would normally do is you'd normally like add 5% on, just to make sure, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that
just
you're,
give
like,
you some wiggle room.
Because you can pick it out and chuck it away, but if you need it, right, you can't. If you haven't got it, you can't get it, right? If it's there and you don't need it, you can get rid of it, right? So that's why mathematics is a
Yeah,
good thing.
we kind of similar thing. I'm a painter by trade, construction, shit like that, and
So that's
it's the same thing.
area.
Yeah, exactly, dude. And we would rather get over a gallon than get under a gallon, because in some cases, if you go to a different paint store or a paint store the next day, you're not getting the same formula, same color, but it's not going to be the same formula most of the time as it was the previous day.
And plus, my friend, I hope you do this, right? Because, for example, if it took 15 square meters of paint to do one wall, right? Okay, but it was 15 square meters, but you ordered 16, 17, right? Okay, them 2 square meters extra, 1 or 2, they're going to be sat in the back of the van. That will come handy on another job. Well, you don't have to pay for that, right? Okay, well, that first client paid for that, right? And you've done a good job for them,
Right. And even to go with what you're doing, what I would do as a painter, and even the construction guys do, if like tile, carpet, etc., they leave it in the basement, and if they ever need a piece of carpet, it's already in their basement. They need touch up paint, it's in their basement. If they need to replace a tile, it's in their basement. You always want
if
more.
you've done a job for someone and you getting a specific type of color shade of paint for whatever reason, and you've got it down to the bone, right? But for example, they ask you back in like, I don't know, 10, 12 month time, the children have like absolutely.
Folks, I do hate to take a massive fart into the room, because it is a pleasant conversation, don't get me wrong. But we have reached the end of the show. We are gonna wrap things up. So in terms of the like, Bricky, are you gonna go live or what's the cracker? Is anyone going live? Because I don't think there's anyone live on my end at the moment I can raid into. So if you want to go live to go continue, then I can raid in. Otherwise,
I'm not going live.
Yeah, cool.
Mate,
No worries.
Listen, whoa. Listen, I go live when I want to, right? Okay, and I sit and play tunes and I sit and roast people and have arguments with people, right? Okay, okay. I'm sure there's somewhere or somebody you can find Teriac if you try hard enough, kid. Right? Okay, because I mean, look, if I tell you what, right? How many people's in the chat?
About 30.
Right. If you can get 500 people to say that you want Bricky to go live, then I'll do it.
Sounds good. Folks, you heard him. But Bricky, speaking of which, the fact that we're wrapping up, do you have any like nuggets of wisdom, any final thoughts, closing thoughts till we wrap up?
Don't fuck with me because I'll fuck with you.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Short, sweet, elegant, beautiful. Love to see you.
God bless you all.
Half hood.
100%. Yeah, you know, stay safe and don't be eating any dirty pussy on the first date.
That's sound advice, sir. Sound advice. Independent thinker.
Yeah, I ain't got no advice. Don't spit in the air. That's my advice.
Sounds good. And with that, oh shit, just before we go, we got K2 keep on trucking saying Bricky go live. Jeez, he's already out. He's already gone. He's disappeared like
three
the
of them. That's 3 of them out of 500, Bricky.
3 damn things. But like I said, folks, this was a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.